your deliverables. So from the word go, if you're engaging a client, clearly agree on the deliverables, where you can both monitor the progress as you walk the journey.
Wow.
You will be fired even when you are doing the best of jobs. So it should not kill you. And that's why I talked about passion earlier on.
Yes.
Yes, just go back. If you made the mistake yourself, then polish up your story. If the client fired you because of their own issues, they keep moving, isn't it?
Well.
But change management itself is a very big problem in a lot of corporates.
Mir Hamid Ali. I am the business unit head at EMT Distribution. I'm here in Uganda as a part of EMT Roadshow 2022. EMT is a cybersecurity distributor which distributes cutting-edge technologies to help customers mitigate the cybersecurity threats across the globe. We are an international company with offices over 11 different countries with over 200 employees. So when I say value-added cybersecurity distributor, we are a focused distributor which offers cutting-edge technologies which helps customers in protecting or mitigating the never-ending cyber threats. So if you see today's world, it's everywhere, it's chaos that's happening because everything is online. So we are trying to go ahead and protect customers from the attacks that they cannot see. So that was the main purpose of me coming to this part of Africa and present them the technologies that we distribute. So because I feel that this is the right time, or this is the era where people are more welcoming for these kind of technologies. So today we represent solutions like OpsWord, Secure Envoy, and we have other technologies as well and threats. Why this part of the Africa is because I feel that this part of Africa, when you compare East Africa, is much more open to new technologies. You see, you have financial hubs, you have government entities which are actually want to adopt new technologies. That's where we think that this is the right time where we could present them solutions which is great and which is going to help them in securing themselves. So particularly Uganda, because I have seen governments, releasing mandates, for example, from central banks, that they need to have certain security policies in place to run the operations smoothly so that their infrastructures are secure. So these kind of mandates, these kind of laws that's been released by the governments, which is helping the organizations to have these kind of policies in place. So that's one of the reasons that we came into East Africa, so that we could present them solutions, what we have in our portfolio. The guest that we had today was very interactive. That shows that the solution that we presented actually addresses the pain points that they're facing on a day-to-day basis, or they see that they might face in the future. So that was one of the key reasons that we thought that this OpsWord technology that we presented is helping the people across the globe. So why not here? So we tried to replicate and it worked. And I'm sure that's going to help the customers in a way that they would be protected with the new cyber threats. See, the future for cybersecurity is very bright because cybersecurity is evolving on an hourly basis. It's not daily, it's hourly basis. We have solutions which caters to almost every segment of a cybersecurity framework, starting from endpoint to securing critical infrastructure. For today, as we have limited time, so we couldn't focus on the whole portfolio. So we pick and choose two technologies which we thought that, this is the technologies which is going to help and the customers that we're trying to focus on. So moving forward, hopefully by next quarter, we would again come back with another two solutions where we present them to much more larger audience. And my name is Mir Hamid Ali. I am the business unit head at EMT Distribution. I'm here in Uganda as a part of EMT Roadshow 2022. EMT is a cybersecurity distributor which distributes cutting-edge technologies to help customers mitigate the cybersecurity threats across the globe. We are an international company with offices over 11 different countries with over 200 employees.
present to you
KCCA has taken another step up.
Hello?
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
I'm dreaming of a world full of happiness, where no one kills, no one argues, or no violence, and where we all live in harmony. We all celebrate all the things that we have with our families and each other.
I know we could live in a much better world indeed, where there be no healing of one another, loving and living free and free. Can you imagine a world full of peace, love and joy, where every boy, girl, woman and man live in harmony? That's what we need in this world. where we sit down and solve our differences. We don't need to fight a war. We don't have to lose another life at all. We can work it out. We can get it right this time. Can you imagine a world full of peace, love and joy, where every boy, girl, woman and man live in harmony? That's what we need in this world. Let's make some love. There's no need to fight. You and I. Let's get together now. And there will be a better place for you. Let us spread some love. Let us spread some love. Let us spread some love. There is no need to fight. Let's get together now. And there will be a better place for you. Loving one another. That's how it should be. That is how it should be. Let us spread love.
Let's spread love, fly like a dove, be free for a time. Remember this rhyme, we're here for all. Be on the cool. Do we need to scream? Let our death theme. Let us stand and shout, cause that's what we're all about. Let there be hope and joy, so we don't destroy. We'll fly like a dove if we spread love for the Lord God,
If we
who
all
is
reach
above.
around, let us spread some love. Need to fight. You and I are one. Let us get together.
Skipped our 8th edition to the 9th. Don't blame us. That's how Baimba has contributed to the vibrant arts sector in Uganda. This edition of the Adoa is thought to be a special one, quite different from the previous years. We are
a social entrepreneur, 31 years of experience, education-wise an engineer passed out of IIT Kharagpur, and Gurukul Chevening scholar from London School of Economics. 10 years I was in software, returned from Silicon Valley, US in 90. Social enterprise focusing on culture and development. How the rural traditional culture can alleviate people out of poverty, how it can move towards an inclusive development. Gain happens in traditional artistic communities, then they come forward, participate in development, and the village, the artist, and the art form get vibrant. The art form gets safeguarded. The artists are on their own. This background, let me go through a brief journey with you. I will start with North Bengal and then come to the South Bengal. The city of Kolkata, which was the capital in the British days, but now capital of West Bengal. And as you know a little bit of history, that in 1947, when India got independence, that time, in the name of religion, India and Pakistan, two countries were born. Pakistan was born and Pakistan got separated from India. And that time, two states which were divided, one is West Bengal, Bangladesh, which is Bangladesh was part of Pakistan, used to be known as East Pakistan and then became Bangladesh in 1971. And another state which got impacted is Punjab. But coming to Bengal, we share many of the cultures, the language, with Bangladesh because it's our neighboring space. We were together, but now we are separated. Starting North Bengal, we get Bhawaiya, the music of North Bengal. It's a wonderful music. It's a music of daily lifestyle. It's a music talking about the essence of daily life. When husbands go out to work, women wait anxiously when their husbands are coming back, when they're returning. When there is flood, what is the disaster? What is the trauma people go through? All these were are part of Bhawaiya. There are almost 4,000 practicing Bhawaiya singers in Alipurduar, Jalpaiguri, Kuch Bihar districts. These are all, you can say, forest fringe areas and called duars. We have duars and hills in North Bengal. Coming to hills, Darjeeling, Kalimpong, these are basically the Himalayas, foothills, and there are 16 communities, the indigenous communities which have their own traditional art and culture, and they have their lovely music too, and indigenous instruments and everything. When we come to middle of Bengal, we see the music has changed. There, the primary music we see the baul music. The bauls of Bengal, one can say, is the soul of Bengal. Now, spiritual music. It talks about crossing the barrier. It talks about no barrier of religion, no barrier of caste, class. It talks about respect our opinion, include. For me, it is the music of democracy, it is the music of socialism, and music of mankind, celebrating the pluralism and cultural diversity. There are almost 2,300 practicing bauls in 5 districts of Bengal. In Bengal, we see Bhati, the music of river, music of boating. And there, again, it's a lifestyle music. Your boat, and that is exactly the Bhatiali music. There are almost about 100 Bhatiali singers. Now, you don't get to hear that music in the boat anymore, but leisure time. Coming to the west of West Bengal, which is primarily again a forest fringe areas and all indigenous people, there you get to see the Jhumur, the music, the song and dance. And also, it's used to be known as Chotanagpur plateau. And also we see the Chow dance, the mass dance. In 2011, UNESCO accredited that with the Masterpiece Heritage of the World. So, and even Baul got it in 2008. It was a shared heritage between Bangladesh and India. More or less, one can actually talk about these are the musical. And from the handicraft side and the other culture side, I'll say Dokra, which is the metal. That's a very traditional space that few artists, they live in Bardhaman, Bankura. That's one of the primary one. Patachitra, the scroll painters, they still use natural color. That's the beauty. There were 8 artists in 2004. Now there are 352 artists. I think that's something is very essential to understand that this is... Now, what is our initiative? Our initiative, as I said, that we are primarily focused on how to save these traditional art forms, but saving is not by us, rather by the community. So that means how to empower these communities to come forward with their traditional art and culture. And when we do that, so what we do? When we go to a community, we try to build their capacity, we link them directly to the market. Directly, it is a very important word, so that there is no one in between. And then thirdly, we do a lot of exchange collaboration, and then we plant a village festival in their villages, celebrating their art and culture, and it should be calendarized. And that's how since 2004 we started working, but the village festivals we started planting in 2010. And till 2020 February, we did all the things. Then onwards, the Corona situation took over worldwide, so we couldn't host that. Now, these are, you can say, the more or less the significance, and is that these are significant art forms, and instrument-wise, dotara is a very, very important instrument in Bengal. Of course, we have the bamboo flute and the dhol, and the city of Calcutta, which got influenced by all the music and everything, and also the Tagore's songs are a big part, because Rabindranath Tagore, the first non-European Nobel laureate, is part and parcel of our culture, and his influence on our part is quite noteworthy, really. It's a place, Kolkata is a place of culture, including music, poetry, film, everything, and we really appreciate the contribution of those people in our life. Calcutta is a very socialist in nature. Bengal overall, it's a very left orientation, and because of parts of because historically, when Gandhiji in India spoke about nationalism, Rabindranath Tagore talked about universalism. So that theory actually influenced Bengalis, Calcuttans very well. So we, following the path of that, we believe in universalism. So since 2009, we have been hosting collaborations, and we invite international musicians, artists, designers, and to work with we host the local part, and they do come. I think more than 300 artists have a little more than that, because we have been hosting our flagship festival, Sur Jahan, since 2011. So 10 years, and this 10 years, 5 to 6 bands each. So overall, I think we brought, other than Sur Jahan, we did a lot of collaborations. So maybe 355 to 400 artists have come. Even our artists have traveled abroad. I want to request all the listeners that please do take this as a very important opportunity. Come to India. We work primarily in West Bengal, Western Rajasthan, the desert, where there are beautiful musicians and art forms, traditional art forms, and come to Goa. So these 3 places will be happy to host collaborations, and I'm confident if you come, we will be good hosts. You will be enjoying collaborating with our artists, and you will be creating a new relationship, which I'm sure where you will learn, they will learn, and both of you will co-create, and rights will remain with both of you, and we can be a very positive catalyst. www.banglanatak.com, www.bncmusical.co.in. Now there are many sites, but these 2 will be helpful, and come interact with them, learn new things, co-create, enjoy India's warmth, India's creativity. And I'm sure that is going to be a good way forward. And we want to learn from you too. That's a very, very, which after 2020 February we could not hold. Let's hope that, once COVID goes away, we will be able to revive that. Now, the unique part of our organization, we have never taken donation in 21 years. And so we are not driven by any agenda. The agenda is created by us. An entrepreneur or any business, a social enterprise, that's a very important definition and participative approach that we have. Music is our passion, because we feel that with creativity, innovation, and music, we will be helping, we will be working, we will be together, we shall overcome, and we can be part of a much more peaceful world than we are in today. It is a journey not of mine, it is a journey.
I'd like to introduce you to the Artist of the Week. This year, we really tried to focus on getting to know the artist, and I would like to introduce you this week the Entenga musical drums from the central Uganda.
Actually, publicly known to be royal music that is performed in the palace and for the Kabaka. And I found a picture of a line of drums with the people holding the sticks that are carved, and that I had never seen in Busoga. So I thought I should listen to this music somehow. I had, known of even years before, and I said, yes, talk about Doa Doa. I have something that would be exciting, to meet the king. First of all, I'm from Busoga. This music, more than our nation, he was so receptive from my thinking, and so they came out to perform at Doa Doa in the National Theatre. They were actually playing opening act of the Doa Doa event. And so there are some Entenga players. Following that Doa Doa event, there was a coronation ceremony for the king, Uganda Kingdom.
Each tribe has got its own day. We are related a little bit with Basoga.
The king actually recognized that the Entenga playing that he was looking at was much less for when his father was the king. He actually said, I want to thank the Entenga players as those in those days. When it plays and you're very near, you may not really feel the beauty of the music. You have to stand a distance away and you hear it like you're listening to something on a hill, and then you say, wow, this is amazing.
Most of the royal musical instruments are perishing. I wouldn't like to die before these are being implemented back in the palace, because the Entenga should be in the palace and should be there. When you tell someone, can you play? They say, no, I cannot play the big. Instead of calling them drums, they say, I don't want to play the bigoma.
This music has cultural significance in Uganda, and for me, that is the starting point. I really needed to respect the context, the cultural context in which this music was birthed. So in revitalizing this music expression, the intention is not to sell it to the world as me. But I have had challenges with the young people who learned the music. One of them actually said one day, but I am the music. So, why did he say that? He said it because I was trying to suggest that we keep within the confines of the cultural institutions that claim responsibility of this expression. My argument has and still continues to be that the kingdom is interested in this cultural expression, and I really need to respect the kingdom.
I'm a believer. So wherever I go, I worship, okay? I'm happy, like my brother Kabuza. If you find us playing the spiritual songs on a xylophone, if you are tempted, you can worship on the xylophone. Not only me, with friends like Okirol, and we got our queer name, which we call ourselves, but I won't say it. But it was jokingly when we say, come on, mister, let's pray, and then we kick it off.
Cultures don't die sometimes. They can only be held a little bit, but as long as they are spirit, they find their way back into the domain of existence. I think I would like to continue my contribution to the heritage of this world. The diversity of mankind is the beauty of this planet. And in my view, if the different cultural expressions are given a vent to exist within their power and into the public domain, I think we have a better world. We have a world where we understand one another. It is these differences which help us to see who we are. And it is the same differences which help us to resolve and come to an understanding.
I'm happy because I invented something which took a long time. You know, when presidents or whatever other people comes, they think when we talk of gun salutes. But for us, I invented something called the drum salute for the king. You know, on every year which he adds up when he's still alive, that's the rhythm we play. Because last time was 27 years, and we banged 27 drum salute.
My name is James Isabire. I would like to invite all of you in every corner of the world to come and enjoy Entenga music of the Baganda people during this Doa Doa 2021.
Thank you so much for joining this week's show, Doa Doa 2021. I hope you had some fun and got some inspiration. If you have any comment, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave your comment, or our Facebook page, Twitter or Instagram. We'll definitely get back to you. We are very grateful, and until next week, I remain your host, Faizo Kiwewa from Bayimba and the Doa Doa team. Keep it Doa Doa 2021.
I want you to start by telling us what was the inspiration behind it and what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication and we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. Welcome to the next session and season of the CEO Bench, right out of Kampala to the rest of the world. It's a 45 minutes of a bumpy ride with the CEOs, those who are on the top, those who are rising to the top, and those who are coming down from the top. What is it like to be a CEO? What is it like to lead yourself to a certain degree of respect in our society today? Today on the program, my guest is a man who has been around for a long time. The man who speaks and breathes marketing. In fact, it is believed that marketing was injected in him from birth. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, is Mr. William Kalombo. Kalombo is a fellow of Nairobi University and a marketer by profession. He is also the convener of the famous Marketers Night Out in East Africa. He is the great publisher of the marketing publication magazine across Africa, the greatest that we have springing out of East Africa. He's on the program today to share the journey of who is William Kalombo as the CEO of Marketing Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kalombo, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, just a bit scandalized with all these lights on my face. I'm not used to it. First and foremost, thank you for risking to trust that I can have any value for your listeners. That's my disclaimer. So at the end of the day, if they do not harvest anything, I think they should shoot you, not me, because I did not invite myself. But thank you all the same. I'm Kalombo William, as you said correctly. I am a marketing by profession. I breathe and inspire marketing in everybody that I talk to and I meet.
Wow. Now, that said, William, I want to just take you down to, you know, the CEO Bench is all about marketing, rather leadership, and leadership at self, leadership at change and management of change, and leadership at an individual level of William Kalombo. We want to just dig down and know who is William Kalombo first.
As I said, I am a marketing person. I publish Marketing Africa magazine for many years down the line. We do a lot of professional networking events across the region, as you mentioned. And
where do you come from? Are you African? Are you Kenyan? Are you Ugandan? You say you published across the region. We want to know from you.
I'm a Kenyan from Kakamega in Western Kenya, former Western Kenya. Now there are counties in Kenya, but domiciled mostly in Nairobi with a regional feel, because I'm Ugandan heavily, I'm Tanzanian heavily in trade, but I am a Kenyan and African in spirit.
Let's talk about Kalombo as a child.
I don't remember. I wasn't able to connect at that time. I think that one my mother can tell you very well. Yes.
So in Africa, when you were growing up, we want to collect the story of how we started our life from a journey of being a child to adulthood. Growing up in Kakamega, what was it like, and where did you see yourself when you were growing up?
I never saw myself far. After school, of course, every child's interest was to finish high school, go to university, get a job, and move on like that. But my journey was interesting. After I chaired the Marketing Student Association of Nairobi University, I got an urge to run my own kiosk. So immediately we finished college. I think I worked for about 1 year. Then I started my own business. We were doing BTL stuff for many corporates across the region again at that time. So I can say I have worked in a formal setup for not more than 12 months since I left university.
And you became independent. Where do you draw your inspiration from, Mr. Kalombo? For people who are watching you from all across the region, I'm very certain many of my friends in Kenya who are in the marketing space would want to know who is really deeply Kalombo. You've never shared this story before, but where do you draw your inspiration from?
My inspiration is a function of the fear of failure. Just imagining that what you are structuring is going to collapse on you keeps me awake every other minute.
When you say the inspiration of fear of failing keeps you awake all the time, I mean, what is the backbone of that fear? Did you fail before? What happened? How did you reach to that point of saying, I cannot fail?
I have successfully failed on very many occasions. What picks me is when I fail without planning. Not that I plan to fail. What I mean is if I have a project, for instance, I do every available thing to make sure the plans, upfront plans are working. In such scenarios, when I fail, as it has happened many times, I don't die. I just move on. I pick the pieces and move on. What makes me sad is occasionally you have done poor planning to a project. Then you have regrets. But when I fail and everything was nicely planned for, I have zero regret. I just pick up and move on. Because remember one thing, when you are doing a project, there's no way you can plan your own project failure. It cannot work.
William, thank you very much for that. We want to dive deeply into the part of leadership. This show looks at leaders who are on a journey to the top, those who are already at the top, and those who are coming down from the top to retirement. We want to know, what was the journey like climbing to the top? When you reach to the top, you have to come down from the top to retirement. What lessons do we pick from people like you? You are a CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, a company you founded. We've just understood from you this program right now that you were only able to work in formal, being employed for not more than 12 months, and you started this company and it's been
all your life. Yet the training was that you'll be a manager, you get it. So I think then that we need to rethink what leadership is. You must know that not everybody will become a CEO of anywhere. So remember that the most powerful thing is that you already are a CEO of yourself. That should drive you. Yes, at individual level, you are your own personal CEO. So then it should not kill you that you are not CEO of Marketing Africa, you are not CEO of Talent Uganda.
On that note, William, you raise a very interesting perspective. Having understood leadership from your point of perspective and your point of view, what would you term as self-leadership? Because what you're talking about requires a person to get to a certain degree of understanding of self, to pick self, to give self meaning. You pick self, your own self, and gave it a meaning. And today we're here with Kalombo leading a team of people across the region. In your view, what is self-leadership?
Self-leadership is a function of focus on your personal brand. I've seen many people are known because they work for certain companies. I've seen them attract a lot of interest because of the brand they work for. When that opportunity lapses, they get completely lost in the world. Nobody knows them. So it is very dangerous for you to position yourself as that guy, director in Marketing Africa. And when tomorrow Marketing Africa is not there, you are not known for anything. That's why in every other forum, I keep telling people, the only brand that will not leave you in any stage, that will not drop you across your life, is your personal brand. So in everything you do, you must always invest in your personal brand. And remember one thing, if your personal brand is powerful, wherever you are sitting, wherever you are working, you will deliver that value to that brand as well. But to get lost and high on the fact that, oh, I'm a boss in this particular company, it's for today. Tomorrow when you leave, what happens to you? I think the driver every other minute should be, what happens to me if I leave this seat today? Will people still recognize me? Will people still respect me?
Wow. Well, thank you very much, William. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll be talking to Mr. William Kalombo further about the journey of being a marketer and the journey of marketing. Who is a marketer? What profession does one need to become a marketer? How do we move in the world that is changing so rapidly fast? And if you are a marketer, what lesson do you pick from the CEO of Marketing Africa? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. The CEO Bench is a 1-hour program springing out of Uganda to the rest of the world, giving people an insight into the life of a CEO, either when they're retiring or when they are going up or when they're on the top. What is the journey like for a CEO? How does one get there? Today on the program, we have the CEO of Marketing Africa, Mr. William Kalombo, a seasoned marketer, a great thinker of market
of identity brand.
William, I want to take you straight to some of the questions we designed for you today, which should be able to give us an understanding of a CEO.
From the university was because they were not understanding what we want to use the canteen for. But what we were looking at that point was to get a laboratory-like scenario, and we did one of the biggest Guinness promotions ever done up to today, where a lot of prizes were on the giveaway, on the list. It was a scenario where even saved people were participating in the activity because we had to buy a drink, get a voucher, and then get a raffle. Even saved people, you call them Mologol, I think, were participating in this scenario, so they win a prize and leave that beer there. So we started at that point. After university, I told you I worked for 12 months, yes. So we did that for a while, and then I made a suicidal move to imagine that I can publish a magazine. Since I had done a very successful one, some people, out of their own wisdom, imagined that they can micromanage, didn't have a contract. So we were fired, literally. So we had publication knowledge, but we had no publication to do. That's how now Sokoni Africa said, you can't use our name. You have to drop the name, look for your own name. So they took us to court, and we were in court for about 9 months. Within that window, we were able to publish, I think, 3 issues of Sokoni Africa. The courts ruled that until we clear the full case, the case is completely hard, we can't use the name. That week was, I think, the worst week we ever had in our office. And I remember our lawyer is called Mereka. He's a senior counsel in Kenya. We were in the same building. He came down and found everybody happy and jumpy, and he asked, you guys, we just lost the case. What is happening in Sokoni Africa? We launched Marketing Africa, which is Sokoni Africa in English.
Okay, just hold it right there and send that comment because Kalombo has just hit something very interesting.
Yes, so that's how we launched the magazine.
So did they take you back to court this time around?
It is Marketing Africa, it's not Sokoni anymore. So there was no brand infringement anymore. So we were safe that way. Then we moved on like that. It hasn't been easy. Even Sokoni itself, when we started the magazine, I told you, when we were in university, I think we got a lot of favors and sympathy from the corporate. In the commercial space, it was very hard to sell space because magazine, what drives a magazine is space, selling the adverts. And my imagination was that we will start this magazine. After the first issue, it will finance the next issue. I can tell you, it is the magazine, Sokoni, that collapsed my below-the-line business because I got my first payment on the 6th magazine.
Wow. Wow. William, this whole story that you're talking about as a CEO of the great Marketing Africa Limited we see today, what does that remind you of in that journey? And by the way, were you the CEO? At what point did you become the team leader? Because I imagine that you had a group of people you're working with and you started together. How did you make it to become the CEO with all of that story? Is it because you won the case by losing it and winning it by starting Marketing Africa?
It's another issue. The question you raise touches on partnerships. You have social partnerships that have successfully collapsed in relationships. You have corporate partnerships that have collapsed. The irony is that you cannot become a multinational or a very big brand without partnerships. But on the flip side, a lot of the partners we pick them up emotively. And they end up collapsing you, is that you look at things, they tell us you must be passionate about what you do. If you look at every other passionate that baby to the sponsor, when all you are relying on is a sponsor for the event to happen. If you have a baby and you are my neighbor, I have a baby as well, they are going to the same school. If they go together to that school, it means there's familiarity, they are at home, nobody can bully them, you get it. So they are happy together. If your baby has malaria and can't afford to go to school, should mine stay home as well?
Set that home through. Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the CEO Bench, where we're talking to Mr. Kalombo from Nairobi, Kenya, the man who is oiling and planting seeds of marketing across the region of East Africa and, of course, springing out to the rest of Africa. If you're a marketer out there, this is probably the best interview for you to look forward to and share it far and wide so that we don't leave anyone out. William has talked about repping brands. Are you one of those people who are a rapist in our region? Can you repent of your sins? Welcome back, William, to the program. Thank you. William, very interesting choice of word that you used there. I know you explained it already. We're going down to a moment when we want to talk about something very interesting. One, do you think that brands have optimally utilized the event space across the region, across Africa, and across the world? Do you think that we have optimally utilized that space?
A few brands have got it correct. Mm-hmm. Some brands have had a lot of misses. Mm-hmm. And the misses is because the people on the brand side do not respect the hustle of the event owners. Mm. So severally they look down upon you people in the event space and they don't take you serious. You have scenarios where you are planning an event 6 months down the road and brands are coming on board a day to the function. And they are all over your space trying to dictate things last minute. The idea for creating calendars for events is so that you can have everything oiled out in good time. So events are getting affected because we have very poor respect from some people on the brand side. They need to change and respect the hustle and come on board. If these forums, if these vehicles are not working, where will your brand tell their stories? It is in the interest of the big brands that as many events, as many vehicles are working in the ecosystem you are in, so that you are able to utilize them to tell your story.
Yeah. William, that said, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to lead our organization to read the turbulence that is brought about by the change in either technology, in our thinking space, in the way we look at money and entrepreneurship and investment and saving, is beginning to require that one needs to be critically aware of certain things that are very, very factual. My question to you is, in your view, what is ailing the marketing profession as a CEO?
Today, the biggest enemy to the marketing profession are the people who claim to be marketers. The people who occupy marketing offices. If you look at the finance guys, for instance, after the first degree, they are continuously learning. If you look at a lot of marketing people, immediately they finish that job, they get that big job with a big car, they feel like they have reached. So they don't invest in continuous learning. We need to relook at that, respect the fact that some critical knowledge you may have today could easily be obsolete by tomorrow. So it's in your interest that you continuously are available to keep learning so that you can sharpen your story.
Yeah.
I've seen situations where you have, say, a marketer's night, which is a learning forum, powerful learning forum. And because I, the boss, am not available, my whole department will not come because I'm not available. It means then you have closed the window for your own team to come out and learn. Yeah. What is bedeviling the profession starts from university. In my days, a class of 400 people, half the guys were doing marketing. Today, I'm told by my professor friends, in a class of 400, you'll find maybe 15 are doing marketing. The unfortunate thing is that the other one doing insurance or finance, at the end of the degree course, they're coming back to the professor and asking for marketing jobs. The whole profession has porous. It's been water washed. Everybody's claiming to be marketing. Everybody's claiming to do marketing, and it's not protected. In Kenya today, we are benchmarking the Nigerian Institute of Marketing, where we are going to launch a code of practice for marketers so that not every other lay-by character is claiming to be a marketing person. That then gives you a minimum number of CPDs to achieve every month. So it will force everybody now to go back to supporting the events you do to acquire those things. By the end of the year, you must have a minimum. The accountants are doing it.
Yes. Lawyers are doing it.
Lawyers are doing it. Now HRM is doing it.
Yes.
Yes.
And even medical profession are doing it now.
Yes.
Wow. So that said, William, do you think that the marketing profession is endangered? Are we the endangered species? Are we our own worst enemy?
Marketing as a profession is the force behind business, and it will be for ages.
Yeah.
But the current players in the space are endangered species.
So from I see your seat where you sit, you think that we are our very own worst enemy?
The biggest enemy to marketing is the marketing person, those who claim to be in marketing. We don't support anything marketing because you are in a big house, you don't look out to see what other people are doing. You get it?
Yeah. That right there is coming out from Mr. William Kalombo, who is the CEO of Marketing Africa. What is your thought? Do you think that you are your own worst enemy as a marketer? Are you the one endangering your own life? Are you strangling yourself because you're not going out to look for information, or because you have stopped thinking and abdicated the duty of thinking to others. That's why the marketers are being suffocated, right? Share your comment right down there on the comment section and ask questions to Mr. William Kalombo. He will definitely be able to respond to all these questions. And of course, we will be able to give you some tips, 1, 2, 3, 4 things that you need to do. But most importantly, Mr. Kalombo, as a practitioner of marketing, is definitely going to be able to answer your question. And it doesn't matter where you are. You've heard what Kenya is trying to do at the moment of bringing the code of conduct. What are you trying to do to get back in line? William, I love what you have said. I want to take you to this part that you've started doing and has been in Europe. There's a lot of publication about marketing and a lot of marketing publications. In Africa, in North Africa, there are quite a number of them. In South Africa, Southern countries are quite a number of them. In East Africa, you pioneered something that has now become a brand name. And you published Marketing Africa magazine, one of the leading professional publications that we have in the region today. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about this and the challenges that you're facing as a publisher in general, publishing marketing content?
Publishing is a challenging space.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest reasons for failures of people who tried out publishing is because I come out as, say, a serious business editor in one of the leading publications or media houses, and I imagine that I can publish my own. So you're finding people trying to do a publication and they are writing 50 articles by themselves. Publishing is a full business. You have to look at it with all the variables that affect a business. If we don't look at it like that, then it cannot cut. 1. 2, people are still in the old age where you still want to do hard copies. We do hard copies, by the way, for the Nairobi market and those who advertise. But you reached a situation where you have a digital space which gives you wide leeway to publish whatever you want. But a lot of us are lazy. To publish a successful digital magazine, you must first and foremost be in data collection. In fact, your business is data collection.
Yeah.
Because if you published a magazine and you're calling it digital, who are you locomoting it to? So we are lazy. We don't want to invest in data collection. And I can tell you, anyone can publish a digital magazine that can become very big, that can become very valuable. Ours is interactive. And we went digital in 2014, long before COVID. Long before COVID, because we had challenges at that time.
Okay.
You're printing 15,000 hard copies. Cost of print is high. Cost of delivery is high. When you are bringing to Kampala like 3,000-4,000 copies, we deliver the magazines here. Our contact here delivers half of them, dumps the rest in the office. It became very costly. So we chose to look for ways to cut through this problem. And that's how we went digital. On JOMAG, and we're the biggest JOMAG publishers in Africa.
Wow.
So when we went to JOMAG, it took us more than 2 years for people to acclimatize to the digital magazine. But we hit cruise level before COVID.
Okay.
So by COVID time, we felt nothing. When they were saying now you can't distribute magazines, they can be source of infection, we are distributing ours at a button. We felt completely nothing. In fact, our advertising revenue grew during COVID.
Yeah.
And the readership has also spiked after COVID.
Yeah. Wow. That said, William, is the interference between marketing industry and the institution churning out budding marketers healthy? Is it healthy?
The interface is very poor. During my days, for instance, we had managers in serious corporates, BAT Kenya, Kenya Breweries, Nation Media, coming to our college to sit on my board. When you are closing for vacation 3-4 months, they used to take 600 students to go work and they pay them. Today's manager is too busy for the guy in college. We are not creating time for the students, yet we are blaming them for not catching up or doing the things the right way. So I think we need to calm down, create more time for these students. We used to do parties in our college where you have managers coming in. We used to have so many sessions where industry is coming to speak to students about different careers on very regular basis. We need to come back and talk to our students. It is the only way we can groom them to be the next generation leaders.
That said, William, I want to take you to a question which is interesting. William, on that part that you talked about, I want to take you to a level of change management as we move towards the closure of this interview today. We run job adverts in our publications and we look for people who have 15 years, 3 years, 4 years of experience when we want them to come into the job. But like you've said, many of these young people coming out from the universities don't have opportunity to work. How do we bridge the gap between the job adverts that go out looking for 5 years experience, 3 years experience, but I've just come from the university. I've never interacted with any brand out there, and the brand is only looking for people with experience. How do we bridge this gap going forward, in your view as a CEO?
We should bring that down and just hire people who are willing to work, people who are willing to learn on the job. All of us, what we do today, we didn't know, so you get to learn on the job. So long as they have the correct attitude and we are doing a professional onboarding, let's collapse that so that we are able to give our youngsters the window to come and learn on the job.
My next question is about change and management of change. COVID-19 came in and rocked the boat. Some of our organizational companies in Africa closed. Many corporate companies across the world closed. The marketing profession suffered a deep down, and many did not know how to manage change. You are a CEO of a big corporation now by our standard in East Africa and across the region. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out? Say, for example, as a CEO, if you're moving out, if you're a brand, how do you move out? If you're now changing the relationship, you've been funding Marketing Africa for some time, you decide that you want to now leave Marketing Africa. What principle do you use to make that decision? 2, and how do you communicate, or how does one communicate, as well as how do they manage the change and address the problems that they have that is making them leave to go to the next level? We've seen brands, for example, saying we're parting ways with House of Talent, we're parting ways with Marketing Africa, and they don't say why they are parting ways with Marketing Africa. They just say we leave. Some of them are down to individuals, others are down to the fact that the value are not shared properly, and not everyone finds this part very easy. You are a CEO.
Are you saying change management?
Yes.
Or being dropped as a client, or losing accounts?
All of that is part of change management, because when you're being dropped as a client, there's a problem.
Yes.
And when you're a CEO, you are changing position to go to the next one, is also a problem. How do you manage change?
When you are losing accounts, it should be an occasion for learning. There must be a critical reason why you are losing it.
Okay.
In some occasions, you find that somebody is dropping you because they have got their own preferred supply or something like that. Some others could be malicious with you. They are not happy with how you are doing things. They are jealous, so they may drop you because of that. You shouldn't die. That you are dropped should take you back to the kitchen, to look at your own story and see, did I fail in my promise to the client? And a lot of times our promise to the client is punctured from the beginning. It's punctured in the sense that I get into relationship with you as my account, but we don't state clearly what are the deliverables in black and white. So when we start the journey, you start getting now gray areas popping in, and you don't have proper accountability systems on your deliverables. So from the word go, if you're engaging a client, clearly agree on the deliverables, where you can both monitor the progress as you walk the journey.
Wow.
You will be fired even when you are doing the best of jobs. So it should not kill you. And that's why I talked about passion earlier on.
Yes.
Yes, just go back. If you made the mistake yourself, then polish up your story. If the client fired you because of their own issues, they keep moving, isn't it?
Well.
But change management itself is a very big problem in a lot of corporates, even in our own lives.
Yeah.
When you find that the things you are used to are shifting, the boyfriend you had is moving on to another side. The girlfriend you had now has got better, handsome looking guys with fat pockets. It will hit you. What must drive you is that you have to pick yourself up and keep walking. Because the fact that I messed you up should not make you die. You dying will not kill me. Just remember that. If you die, it is you die. I'll continue moving on.
William, we're going to bring this interview to a close. Like they say, every good thing must come to an end. You are a CEO, all right? And the journey of being an entrepreneur is not an easy one for most people in Africa, at least. The fact that we don't have very many structures that support entrepreneurship. Your journey is one of a testament that when you started the university, there were so many people supporting you. When you came out, it was now real fire, that you have to survive. You are out of university. Nobody looking at you as a student who they can take advantage of. Now you are starting the journey. So my question is, the entrepreneurial journey has been a very slippery one for many people. And in my view, many people have gone down the drainage without knowing the nuggets of truth of how to bounce back from the challenges they have. What, in your view, is slowing down this in this part of Africa, particularly East Africa, that our entrepreneurs don't go past a certain level?
Entrepreneurship is a big challenge. The fallacy is that we imagine entrepreneurship only applies when you are running your own kiosk. The critical thing is that we need to coach people to have an entrepreneurial mindset, which means I can work for a particular company, but I have an entrepreneurial mindset. That mindset is one that brings solutions to challenges. So you can be a manager in any space, but you think solution to any challenge that you come to. So you don't have to necessarily run your own outfit to call yourself an entrepreneur. That's the first one. The next thing is that we've started what we call entrepreneurial clinics. And the idea behind it is to just pull together people in that space to learn, share and coach each other. That was based on the fact that a lot of people start businesses. They are entrepreneurs, they start a lot of businesses. And you imagine that all I need to start a business is money. We've seen it. So you have big money, you set big shop, you go beyond limits, and it collapses. The critical thing about entrepreneurship is that as much as you have that mindset, you must know the journey is different. The journey requires very many parameters. Cash is just one of the parameters. You need employees, you need partners, you need business. We've seen people start business. You start business, you get very big LPOs from people who will never pay you. So you end up collapsing, you get it. You've seen people start business and you step on toes, you are sued. You've seen people who run out of finance, isn't it? You've seen people who are not compliant in tax matters. There are 15 critical elements that are killing entrepreneurs. So if they are alive to all these factors, it will make their journey more soft, because any one of those factors can collapse you, I can tell you. So you must be permanently alive to the critical factors that will sustain your entrepreneurial journey.
Also,
it's not only money, it's not only having business coming in.
Wow.
Even growth, growth itself.
It's a killer.
People have mismanaged growth. So because you have too much business coming in, you just move on like that.
Wow. William, there are a lot of talks that SMEs are going to be the future of a future driver for Africa's economy. And many people are now beginning to focus attention to small and medium enterprises across, especially in job creation, where Africa stands out as a continent of young people across the 5 other continents that we have running in the world. What, in your view, are the gray areas when we talk about SMEs? And why are there many SMEs now collapsing instead of staying in very few years after setting up shops across Africa?
The collapse touches back to the issue I've raised on entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
But for SMEs, everybody talks glossy about SMEs. I can tell you the biggest enemy to SMEs is the governments that we have across Africa. They'll tell you that we are supporting SMEs giving us business, but they are structured to tax this guy until he cannot breathe. You get it?
Yeah.
They have not created any platforms that is supporting them. And the other players in the window, these are the people in the banking system, they are interested in you for just as long as they can suck your blood. They are lacking in the wings to come and suck your blood for their benefit. So you'll see them telling you, we are supporting SME. No, they're supporting you to be alive just so that you can help them hit their targets. We don't have a genuine drive to support SMEs completely.
In your view, what should be done to help this?
Government should take ownership, because the interest to have jobs created is a huge interest for government, more than anybody else. Remember, joblessness can create chaos.
Yeah. Wow. And lastly, in that point, William, what would you advise a novice entering the business space for the first time to do? A young man, a young lady entering the business space like you were many years ago after Nairobi University.
Divorce yourself from passion. Do the best planning you can do. Fail working.
Well, that's the CEO Bench coming up from the CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, Mr. William Kalombo. What a quote right there that you can take over. If you're watching the program from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi, or Rwanda, or anywhere part of the world, we want to say thank you for listening to William Kalombo. But before William leaves this place, we want to be able to ask William, transformation of mind is such a big question at the moment in Uganda and also across the world. I'm sure it's the same in Kenya, that if you start by the renewal of the mind, you will transform the mind to move forward. We at the CEO Bench are always looking forward to a content that inspires the person to think, a content that will encourage the person to speak, a content that will help the person transform their mind. What does transformational change mean to you, Mr. Kalombo, as the CEO today where you sit?
Let me talk about the mind.
Yes.
I think that we have a polluted mindset in Africa, because if you look at what is happening in Europe and what is happening in Africa, the crisis is a mindset crisis. So you have people in Africa who are ruling you, who don't even have papers. Every available marketplace, the noisemaker there have become our MPs, have become our governors, have become everything you can mention. In effect, sidelining professionals. And professionals have taken a backseat. They don't want active participation in that space because it's dirty. They can really finish you. So we need to change our mindset and work for the nations that we belong to. Currently, you have people fighting to be in a public space to harvest for their individual stomachs. If you must harvest for your stomach, then run your own kiosk. If you must serve the nation, then come to the public space. We must differentiate those two. Stop rushing to grab a public office to eat for your families and the rest around you.
Thank you very much, William. Perhaps this is my last question going. What you talk about brings the question of character. And there is this saying that character is developed in a person through so many things that happened. First, Have you ever failed in your life in anything? You know, we're seeing you right now speaking with so much good English and everything. Somebody out there might be thinking, I want to be like Kalombo, but has he ever failed?
I have successfully failed so many times. Even last night I failed, but here I am and we are moving on, isn't it?
Yes. The question is, I have had this thing in Kenya, something called character development. Yes. I want to know, can you share with us from the CEO bench? We want to understand the character development in the space in Kenya. It's quite a very interesting thing.
I know that this is a new word for Kampala. It's heavily used in Kenya, character development, especially in social spaces where people are talking about relationships, man-women relationships. So character development is where you indulge in some fling. You come with all your hopes on the table. Then they are all punctured, like you break up the balloons.
And then, so why did you guys pick Nairobi people and Kenyan people pick this thing as the best way to link it to character? How does that link to character?
You see, now after the breakup, somebody's going to cry.
Yes.
They go crying, tears in buckets. So you find that, no, you can't be here now celebrating that you have this relation is working for you. Then suddenly you are completely off. People have even left social media because the relationship you are bragging about has totally collapsed and collapsed you as well.
So William,
so in the same space, you find business is giving people character development. You come in with a lot of hope, with a lot of plans, and everything you planned, you find is not working. Business is how you can break this glass on cement, for example. This glass will be your plan. But the reality is when the rubber hits the tarmac, it's very different. You hit this thing on the tarmac, on the cement, you don't know where the pieces will go to. We've had scenarios. The typical planning, I'll give you the example of planning for a drive. Let me talk of Mombasa. I love Mombasa. So you've serviced your car, you've done everything you wanted, and you're telling yourself, I'm going to Mombasa with my good people. We will take 5 hours on the road, we'll enjoy everything along the journey. When you start the journey, your tire goes flat, your spare is not working, your car is overheating, you find somebody has hit you from behind, you have so many things popping up that are puncturing your ability to keep the momentum. You get it? You reach a level where it is no longer important for you to reach, say, Mombasa in 5 hours. All you are saying is, all I want is to reach that place. A lot of us in business space, you are in that mode. All you want is to have this function done and you move on with it.
William, what would you like the person who is watching the CEO bench and those who have nominated you to come onto the CEO bench to remember you for? CEO bench, we operate with the principle of, if you know that somebody has sense to speak, if you know a CEO that has created impact, nominate them. You are nominated overwhelmingly with a great number of votes right after the Marketers' Night that happened in Kampala. The very first one that happened after COVID-19 had locked down everything for almost about 2.5 years, going to 3. And here we are talking to you. What would you remember? What did you want them to take from you as we come to the end of the show, as your last word to the young man out there and to the young lady out there, as well as to your contemporaries who may not be able to have the courage to come and speak on the CEO bench like you?
They should not remember me. They should remember their trade, focus on it, and keep working, isn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the show has come to an end. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course, William Kalombo, right here in Kampala. As always, the parting shot to William Kalombo from the CEO Bench is, have you ever cooked for your wife? And when, since you're always giving us the Marketers' Night out, is there a marketing night in your kitchen?
When we do Marketers' Night, I don't cook.
Have you ever cooked for your wife?
It won't help them.
The CEO Bench has come to an end. And a toast to this. William, thank you very much for coming to the show. And from us here, we say goodbye.
Was different, and things like, you know, witchcraft, juju, voodoo, all these different things they call them, were sort of part and parcel of who we were. So there are many angles and schools of thought about it generally, but it has ended up affecting us in many ways. Important to note though, it doesn't only affect Africans and doesn't only affect African families. On the contrary.
So you said the white magic is better. They say white magic is better than the black magic.
White magic, black magic, it's all magic.
Yes.
Asian
And I mean, have you ever seen any African books on witchcraft? Well, maybe because we don't write. But the point is, it's everywhere. It's not just an African thing. Witchcraft is everywhere, and it has effects.
Right, Patricia.
Yeah.
You've had the question. Does witchcraft affect our families? And if yes, to what extent does it affect our families?
Witchcraft affects our families. It shouldn't be a question. It should be a full stop with an exclamation mark for emphasis. It affects our families. And how do we actually know that this is witchcraft? Yes, as you say, divinity wasn't one of the things that we understood, but we had divinity in a way. We had our own divinity of understanding, but still the divinity that we had also had witchcraft against it. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, we had our own cultural, traditional way of worshipping and understanding, which could rhyme actually with what the white man brought, even if the white man brought us a white Jesus. We had our black Jesus. But even when we had our black Jesus, witchcraft was against our black Jesus. So when you look back traditionally backwards, you would understand that there existed that fight still in the back end. Yeah. So witchcraft, generation to generation, 7 generations in front, still following us through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is the Family Talk Show, and you're hearing from us here in the studio where we're talking about the effect of witchcraft in our family. So I want to just give you a context to this discussion. And we had a long conversation trying to get the panelists yesterday, and Onyai Todeka was saying, no, it's open-ended. We need to find a way of making this thing work and find a place to hold these things, because some of these things will need to have authority, and some of the people who have been affected by this thing. So a few years ago, we started the idea of the Family Talk Show. And this was born as a result of many of our families struggling with the situation in our families. You know, a family is involving a mother and father and children. Okay, and then children, you have grandfathers and grandmothers, and then uncles and aunties and nieces and cousins, and you know, and everyone in there, including the dogs and goats and cows. Because Patricia here was talking very passionate about that. I don't understand how dogs, I don't understand the importance of dogs in the family. So those are our cousins. Onyai Todeka has a new accusation in his house for my very precious Taleni. I'm still fearing to go to his house because I don't know how I'm going to deal with Taleni's new friend, because me and the dogs, we don't work. But that's our family. And in most cases, families have good and bad. We struggle with many things. So having gone through a certain scenarios in my family where wealth was there, everything was there before I was born, I think in generation to come. And then during my time, I'm told that we had wealth, but I never saw it. We sort of like lived in a perpetual way of poverty, of struggling here and there, because I believe my understanding of wealth is that it is there. When you need it, you have it. You want to buy a car, you go. You want to write this, you go. Which school you want to go to, you go to, as long as you're bright. But then it wasn't the case. So I started struggling with this thing, and as a young man, I was struggling with it. Not that I was the one practicing witchcraft, but I was wondering, why did our family get to that point of so much division? Uncles are always living in fear of the other one. My mother's side is always countering my father's side. There's always something going on. And so as a child, I watched this thing. Then I realized that my other friends are also going through the same. In fact, for them, it was worse. For them, it was, don't eat from this place. When you're walking on this road, jump like this. Don't come back from the same road, because auntie so-and-so might have done this. The tying grass, just crazy stuff, man. So I realized there was a lot of division in the family. When I talked to Pastor Joshua Mugabe, almost the same thing. I talked to Asa and Sekajolo, same thing. We know everybody. So we decided we're coming up with a family talk show to try like talk about these things. Not just witchcraft. There are many things that affect the family. So we started on the value system. Number one, we must have the value system in our families. And the value systems in our family is built on so many things. But we wanted to say, families that don't have values, how can they build values? Values defines the way we act in the public, defines the way we become successful in life, define the way we become serious people in life, and the things we do. That said, we discussed a number of things under the context, and at some point we got to a point, when do you get married to get a family and this, then people said, so hold on. Some of us are at 40s and 50s. These were two ladies who brought it, because some things happen and we don't want to repeat it. And in fact, one lady wrote to us and said that for her, she doesn't like the mother because the mother was involved in witchcraft, and the mother left their father, yet the witchcraft that messed up the father was coming from her side, and she went. Now they are successful, born again Christian, living a happy life, and their mother wants to come back, and so she's delaying to get married because she doesn't want to get to a situation like her mother. And then she said, I don't like my mother, but how do you teach me to love my mother? I love my father, she wants to come back in her life, she moved on. Again, where did you find that? Witchcraft. Why is she delaying to get married? She doesn't believe certain things that has happened in the past. So we said, what do we do? In that context, somebody offered an advice and said, you know what, guys? There are many people, before you tackle when to get married, you need to tackle why do people stay long without getting married? What are some of the fears? Witchcraft came top of the discussion point. So we said building families, first value in the families. That's the series that we're discussing right now, Mr. Onyaito Deka and Patricia. And now we started with how does witchcraft affect our families, the ways of building. And then we discussed the ways to live above the effects of witchcraft in our families. And then we talked about how to love in our families. We discussed that last week. This week, particularly today, we are discussing how and the ways to bring back our people, family members who are still obsessed with witchcraft, but we want them back in the family and they are useful to our families. My question therefore goes to you, Patricia Kahil. Number one, what are some of those ways? Why? First of all, do you have any family member who has suffered from some of these things, or have you been through this?
No.
Have you heard about a family member?
Not heard about a family member.
Friend?
I have friends, I have people, it's all over. You can't just say you won't see it. And mainly for us who have chosen Christ as our Lord and Savior and who listen to the speech and the intercessions of the Holy Spirit, you just see it. Even before someone tells it to you, the Holy Spirit just says, that one, yeah, this is happening. The other one. So, yeah, it's all over. It is kind of crippled into people's lives that they don't even understand that it's what is holding them back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we are discussing that topic, and I want the team to put that topic up so that everyone can participate, and I want to encourage everyone out there to be part of this discussion today. The topic is very simple, and if you would just remove the graphics from it so that we can see it properly. And yes, so first of all was to confront those who are doing it. We confronted them. Some people said leave them out, ignore those people, don't ever talk to them, they are bad people, they are messy situation. And I, as a young person, 15 years of trying to deal with this situation, called a family meeting, said let's get home. Who is doing this? And we called them in, sat them, says, number one, you've been doing this, you've been doing so. We don't agree with you. We don't want this to continue happening, but we're telling you your ways cannot be entertained anymore. If you continue with that, we will basically leave you out of the family. Now, when you leave them out of the family, they are going to live in perpetual poverty. Because the mindset, like Ochom told us here, you cannot pray when people are going to work for you. You think witchcraft is going to give you money. Ochom told us that last week. So you will remain in poverty forever. Jemima said that if you don't change your mindset, poverty will keep you there. You will continue to do witchcraft, and if that person doesn't believe in witchcraft, they will never be affected. You will remain a poor person all your life. Now, we have to talk about this thing, and I'm giving you guys time to process it. So for us, how we dealt with it, in summary, call them out, talk to them. Now, those who did not listen, we left them. I can tell you, they are not educated, they can't express themselves, they live in the same streets with poverty, okay? Their mind, the way they think and the way they process things are very twisted, and I cannot help them because we told them and they have failed. But if they are willing to drop their ways and come, we're willing to receive them. Okay, and then we say, so that you're willing to receive them, first you need to accept Christ as your Lord and Savior, because you can't come, you are coming, and then you are still going to be running back the other way around. Yes. Yeah. So now that I've given you a context, starting with you, Odeke, do you want to jump on?
Well, I can. I've been listening to you, and
yeah,
there are a couple of things, I think we start from assumptions.
Yeah, that's the right
There is an assumption that they want to be helped.
Yes. Yeah.
If someone doesn't want to be helped, it doesn't matter what you do.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But if I don't know, Odeke, I don't know that I need help.
Actually,
while you can talk to them,
yes,
you have to have some operating assumptions. Yes. That's what the first assumption is, they want to be helped. That's the first assumption we're operating on. Assumption number two, we need to understand the function, the purpose of witchcraft and why they are engaging into it before we can help them. Because they have an agenda, they have a purpose, they have an end goal. And since they are family, you're sort of stuck with them. So if you try to understand the reason, the motive, the rationale behind them engaging in witchcraft, you stand a better chance of helping them get out of it. One of the reasons that people engage in witchcraft is on a human level, it's a need. Humans have a need for certainty. They want to know, will tomorrow be okay? We want to be sure. As a result, there are lots of different types of witchcraft and sorcery. There are palm readers and fortune tellers, and all this kind of stuff. So witchcraft is broken down into so many things, including horoscopes. Yes. People who read horoscopes. How will my day be like? How will my month be like? All of that is an attempt.
Serious? Horoscope?
Yes.
Yes, it's a big deal. It's also published in the papers every day.
Yeah, I know. I've heard about it before. I didn't think it was that serious.
It is. It is, but the question is,
yes,
who is the author of the horoscope? Because it's published in the paper.
You guys are now being too scientific on this matter.
No, but just
no, actually, this is the real truth. There's something. When he mentions palm reading, yes, I accidentally went into palm reading, yes, without even knowing. And when the guy was reading, I'm like, hold up a minute.
Yeah.
how do you know?
Yes.
Who is feeding into you? Then I said, Holy Spirit, am I in the right place? They just stayed back and go. I just picked my things and walked away. Like, there are things we do naturally tending to think that they're actually not witchcraft, but they are actually witchcraft.
Yeah.
Horoscope is totally witchcraft to the beam.
Wow. So sorry.
Yes.
So again, here we're sort of defining what is witchcraft. So witchcraft in Uganda and Africa is defined by shaking and going to the witch doctor and all of these things. Yes. So that's what's in our head. That's what we know. And since we are discussing about how to help those family members who are involved in that,
correct,
I was talking about why, because we want to understand why they do it. And I had mentioned the point about certainty. They want to know. Also, witchcraft, apart from knowing, has elements of, I don't have the right words, laziness.
I call it ignorance.
No.
Or deliberate ignorance.
But you want to shortcut a process.
Thank you. It's not ignorant.
So we're all working hard, okay? And you consult a sorcerer, a witch doctor, a wizard, a fortune teller, whatever it is, and say, what are my fortunes? I want to do this business. Shall I succeed or not? Yeah, that's witchcraft. And then if they tell you maybe you're not going to succeed, it is so and so who's going to succeed in place of you, and then you want to go
and remove what they're going to succeed.
Affect
Yes.
their success, apparently.
Yeah.
And then, this person is aiding you affect someone else's success.
Yes.
Again, Odeka is waking up at 5 a.m. to go and work, and you want to think that the muscle development Odeka running on Saturday.
Actually, also
madness of the
one who is trying to affect you also waking up at 5 a.m. But not to go to work.
Yes.
No, but you're going to affect.
Yes.
For him, is going to work.
Yes.
That is how it's done. So it's.
But guys, do you see how, anyway, you are running every morning, Chief. You are telling us you're looking for shoes to run to build muscle. This guy is waking up at 5 a.m. to do something else, to get muscles because he wants to be like Odeka, and he thinks it is possible. Anyway, please continue.
But you see, you've raised a valid point, which I hadn't even talked about or thought of. That if you can put the same amount of energy in waking up early and calling on the ancestors and shaking all these things, if we just diverted that same energy into thinking and then acting, you still have the same chances. So what they don't understand is the laws of the universe. Witchcraft or no witchcraft. When you go up there on top of the roof and you jump from up to down, gravity will work on you. Witchcraft, proper witchcraft. So meaning, what does that tell us? It means that there are certain principles that have been established in the earth. That the earth rotates around an axis. Okay. That the sun is in a particular place and the moon is in a particular place and the earth is in a particular place and the different planets and it's a constellation and galaxies. There is an order. So what these guys are trying to do is to disrupt that order. That one of the principles that have been set in the earth is that the principles of seed, time, and harvest. And it's not a biblical principle. It's a universal principle. That when you plant a seed, you don't eat the fruit the next day.
3-4 months.
Exactly. And you have to tend to the fruit and then weed it and then hope for rain. So again, if you understand, so if you try to explain that, hey, I know you're participating in witchcraft because you want to shortcut processes, but look, if we just worked hard, we can achieve the same thing you want to achieve without us having to go through all of this shaking and whatnot and getting cobra skins and getting a leopard this.
Some lizard, poor lizard is dying.
You guys are laughing about human beings are being killed on those
subjects. Yeah, that's a sad part though, yes.
So maybe if I'm to get back to the point,
no, but you've given us a good context to understand. We're talking about this on the Family Talk Show, and I think it's important for us to understand this. I actually like what you've said, because some of these things we're not looking at it that way, but you've given us a very huge context and a lot of rich stuff for those who are practicing witchcraft to think about it. All right, Odeke.
No, so I'm just saying if.
So how do we help
one of
those
the
who are
ways-
obsessed? Yes.
So
one of the
ways is to reason with them.
Yes.
And tell them, okay, if you believe in this and I believe in this, how do we come together? What are you trying to achieve? What am I trying to achieve? Are we on the same team? Okay.
Are you sure you're in the same team?
Technically. I mean, and most times you are.
Using the certainty, like
but
you said,
the
yes.
means.
Yes.
You want to use witchcraft, I want to work hard. You get? You want to shortcut the system, I want to follow the process. Because the process will work on you. Remember, you get on the roof and jump, whether you shook
Or not.
you'll be
to
broken.
land.
Gravity will work on you.
Yes.
Yeah.
You get? So one of the ways is to reason with them and show them that, okay, you know, there are universal principles to this, that we don't have evidence or not on whether Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos shake. But if it's money you're looking for and you're shaking, clearly those guys have it and they didn't shake anything.
And if they did, the probably shaking was working very hard or whatever they do are doing work.
Exactly.
You are
You get?
working.
And that is a far-fetched principle. I mean, a far-fetched example, but it's what people look at as one of the world's wealthiest people. So you can come back here to Uganda, and there are a lot of people who have worked hard and didn't have to shake anything, didn't have to pay any homage to different spirits and all of this kind of stuff to get to where they are. There's certain principles of just hard work. And there are principles of belief. There are certain universal principles. So we're trying to tell these people that, hey, the witchcraft you're doing it isn't necessary. You're trying to shortcut a process. Just understand processes and give them live examples like that. Like, imagine you were given onions and baking flour and cooking oil and all of these things, and instead of doing the work and kneading them into dough and trying to make some delicious maybe chapati or baking something, you want to wave around a wand, okay, and sort of the ingredients will begin to come together on their own, and the chapati will fall in the frying pan. You see, it's process. It's process. Just do the work.
Yes. I hope you guys are understanding when you're the man has broken this thing. I told you he's a superstar.
I'm just saying we need to help them understand processes.
Yes.
But yeah, let me.
Maybe the guy has failed. Let me just chip in there before Patricia comes. What if you gave me onions, everything, and just because I'm ignorant about not knowing how to put these things together to make the chapati, and I see Patricia doing it very nicely, and then every time I try it doesn't work like Patricia is doing. So the next thing I want to do is that instead of coming to Patricia to say, Patricia, look, Onyaito Deka has been giving me onions, baking flour, all these things, telling me to make a chapati because he's tired of me borrowing a chapati from him, and he's now giving me these ingredients to do mine. But I don't know how to do it, and so I'm ashamed of going to Odeka to say, teach me how to do it. Can you now show me? Instead of you coming to Patricia, you don't want to. You want to just go to Patricia and just, okay, not go to her. Say, if I cannot achieve this, I'll get it this minute. Is another problem. How do you deal with a person who is not willing, knows the problem, ashamed of the process that he doesn't know, and is not willing to come just before Patricia comes in? Yes. If you summarize that, you've given everything and they are not doing it, but they are going to do witchcraft on somebody else because they don't have the ability to know how to knit the things together to fix it.
You see, there are lengths to which you can go to help any individual.
Okay.
The problem with some of these things is they are personal.
Yep.
I can talk to you, but I can't intervene on your behalf.
Very true.
It doesn't matter how much you love me as my brothers, my sisters, my parent. There are certain interventions that are personal. So up until the person gets it into their head that, oh God, I need to take personal action, I need to take personal responsibility, up until that point, I think one of the most important things, maybe just to wind it up like you said, is for us who are believers is to pray for them, because there comes a point when you have spoken your head off. But again, there is a God somewhere. And that God made us, and He has our manual, and He has a way with people. While He gave them choice, He could put pointers in their direction and say, you know, what you're doing is wrong. There's also this option. While we have choice, God can actually prompt us and guide us, like when Moses went to Pharaoh.
Yes.
The Bible clearly says
Yes.
that God said, God didn't tell Moses, but it's written that God hardened the heart of Pharaoh.
Yes.
That means God has an ability as our creator for his own will and purposes to do certain things to prove a certain point. So Pharaoh also learned the lesson.
In fact, this lesson was hard because he was taken in the middle of the Red Sea, around all his best chariot and charioteers and everything gone. Yeah. So yes, well, ladies and gentlemen out there, we're talking about the effect of witchcraft in our families, but particularly if you would put that topic up there, because we want people to participate and we want you to please send in your comments, kisses and disses. If you think this topic is weak, diss it properly. If you think it is good, please kiss it by giving us your own comments. It's all out there. We're going to read it. We're going to make sure you participate, but these things are real. You are there as a corporate man. Imagine you're a killer with your suit walking every day. There's some guy there who is busy taking the dust from your feet to the witch doctor to destroy you so that you don't wear that. And this is real, guys. This is real. So, but how do you love that? If you now find that that person is your cousin, it's your cousin doing that, how do you love them? How do you bring them back to the family to teach them, because they become a problem to you? So we're going to just listen from Patricia before we go for a break. Yes, time for you to shoot. Kahil, yeah.
You are just prompting my preaching side.
Yes.
Really.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take it now to the spiritual line.
It's actually right there on the screen, yes.
So, spiritually, there's a body, there's a soul, there's a spirit. All of these operate on a different realm. And in these realms, we also have to know that there is good, there is evil. But all the good and the evil springs power from one place. So it was God who created everything that he mentioned earlier. But then someone looked at God and said, "Nothing, sir. I am better than you. I'm going to become my own king." So he took out what he needed, and God was like, "But you are my son." "No, I'm no longer your son. I'm going to be fighting for the same seat that you're on." So we created the devil. The devil almost has the same power with God. The evil and good that we see springs from God, but the evil from a disobedient, self-centered, self-righteous, confused young man, if you're in family, young man, disobeying his father. And then he rallies other people. Because of his talents, because of his things that he knows, because of the power that he has consumed and understood about the realms and how they work, he can create. He can do a lot of things with that power. Now, let's bring it home. So we are in a family where a great-grandfather was enticed, or in his way looking for wealth and everything, he was introduced. He gets in, he grabs it. It's wealth, he teaches. The same way when we get born again, we get to go on the good side of God and everything, we teach. See, going back to values. So now there's a thread. 7 years down the road, 7 generations, there's a grandfather who knows, who taught just witchcraft. Spring your powers from the lake, go and fetch water from this tree, kill a goat from this grave, when so and so dies you do this, so that this wealth can stay in a lineage. When on that side, on our side, we are saying, God, you give, you take. Whatever we believe, whatever we have is yours. We return it back to you. See, now, what I'm trying to show is, there's a brief set on both sides. They have an idea of actually what they're doing. But because there's a generation that did not get, like sometimes when you are in the Christian side and you're born in a born-again family, like I was, or like I am, you never get to know about witchcraft until you are old enough, getting married, friends, and then you're like, wait, they do what? Now, when the same thing happens on the other side, like, wait, there's a God who loves, who does not fight for things like we kill people for wealth. He just gives. That's the same thing that happens. So how do we redeem? First, Jesus just said it, preach my gospel, bring people to me, call them in, let them know how good the Father is, let them know the sacrifice I've made actually to destroy every other sacrifice that would come through the ducks, the cows, all those other ones. Even the human beings, the normal human beings that they kill, cannot overtake what Christ gave. So that is the message that has to come through. Before you even go into understanding how they do it, you have to first bring in the brief set, revalue them and say, you know what, the value that you're looking into, the value that you're working with is not the right value because it sprang from this. You have to take it home to the ground that says the foundation of everything of this world is God. And because God is the foundation of everything, there was rebellion in heaven. There was a fight and someone, that devil, did this. So you are following this trend, which was not the original line. We need all of us to go back to the original line. And the original line is this. Yes, I understand your mother introduced you, your jaja did what, your grandfather did what, you had thought this is the best way. But it's not. Because some people actually do not know that it's not. Others are on this side, but because our God takes his time, in his right sense, because he's all knowing at whatever time I know I will give it to you, we tend to think, God delays, but so and so said it will come tomorrow, so let me try. We have also to evaluate that and teach more. To believe the faith. What does the faith mean? What does it mean to just continuously be patient with God and God's word and what he said? What does it mean to just be faithful to what you asked and stay in the same line until it comes to you? Because the impatience that we have tends to dwell us. It draws you because I need the money today. Okay, you need the money today, but for what? We never actually have an answer for that. That immediate need that you're saying you need now that is going to make you fall off.
Buy a car.
Excuse me, why?
Udeke is driving a 2016
Why? Let's continue.
Subaru, my friend.
You want to buy a Subaru. Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because I want to feel to be like Odeke and also
why do you want to
in the
feel like
festival.
Odeke? Are you Odeke?
Because Odeke looks cool.
Are you Odeke?
No, I'm not Odeke, but Odeke look cool
You see,
with my friend.
no, that is where the problem is. You don't know yourself, so you want to be like Odeke. So find yourself so that you know what you need. You get?
Yes.
People do not know themselves, so they try to imitate the other person, want what the other person has. But everyone has a destiny. We have a purpose. We have a place where God said, Patricia, your name will be Kahil, not what your parents gave you. Your name that I'm giving you is Kahil. That is the purpose, that's the line I'm drilling you in. You're going to walk in that line. You're going to be Okila. And Okila, this is what you're going to do. Yeah. Follow this path, this is what it's going to be. But then you want to be Kahil. How are you going to be Kahil?
Because it's cool to be Kahil.
No, you're cool. Your side is also cool. Just because you're not patient enough to get to the point where your coolness comes in, you
the
want
coolness
to be
manifests.
Me. Yes. Yes. My manifestation maybe I've been in fasting for 50 days. Yes. You want to come and remove and just get.
In fact, J.D. Jack says, you want an anointing that took me 30 years of working without putting working with the food, you want to get it in 30 days. You must be out of your mind.
I have been fighting with God throughout the night, and now you're telling me I can't be Israel because what? I have been Jacob, and God has said, you're no longer Jacob, you're Israel. Yes. But after fighting, have you lost your hip?
Your hip has been dislocated.
No,
yes.
It has not.
Yes.
So stop looking at what I have been and ask me, how have you got it? So if we're going to redeem people, it's more of manifesting and telling them the testimonies that run in our lives. To show them the light that actually dwells on us, the light that God has put on us. You know, you walk with that light all over you. There's a mark that you have there that says, this is my child. And that is the mark you're supposed to open that bulletin and say, this is my history. This is how God has walked with me. This is what has happened in my life. And if you get to the lane I am on, this is what is going to happen. But if you ask that person their history, I swear no one of those people has a booklet to show. From here, then I went here, this became good. Because most times everything they are doing backfires.
So if that was your friend called Okila and is doing that, how would you love me, Okila, now that you know that I have been trying to live Onya Itodeke's life? And I have lost myself in that process. And we are saying, put that question up there, that how do we help our family members? I'm now your family member, okay?
Well,
and I've been
want to take what I
yes,
have. Yes.
And I've been lost in trying to be what Odeke is, in trying to be you. And I don't know that I need to go through that process. Yeah. So in the process of doing that, I've lost everyone in the family. I'm no longer with anyone.
Yes.
They all see me as a crooked witch, yes, that they don't want to be around me. Yeah. No one wants to associate themselves with me because I'm a foolish man. I don't see it. How
do I get to you?
Bring me, who is obsessed with witchcraft, back to the family and guide me to the process that you have been talking about, you and Odeke? If I understood from what Odeke was saying, please, the law of the process is very clear. You are going to go through that process. If you bypass the process for progress, you are doomed. That's how you end up in progress. So come back to the process.
Okay.
It's the same thing you're saying. How do you help me, who is obsessed with witchcraft, to come back?
Okay, first and foremost, it's not going to be easily done in human nature. You have done a lot of things. You killed my kids, taken my money. Like really, I am in my human being naturally. I would be looking at you and saying, Ninja, I am going to throw you in a den of lions. They grab you and eat you. But then I remember the Christ that died on a cross, got beaten, poured his blood, and I'm like, and he's saying, love them, turn the other cheek, he let them slap. And I'm like, okay, Lord, because I'm your servant. Okay, Lord, did you eat? Do you have food? What is happening in the village? I'm coming tomorrow.
And I've killed,
yes.
I've taken your
Because
child
I'm
and
not
sacrificed in
doing it-
massacre.
I am not doing
Yes.
it for myself. You see, I'm doing it for my God. I'm doing it as a sacrifice for God, because if I contain the anger and everything, then I'm trading towards you. I'm going to become you. In the long run, I'm going to actually have the same anger, the same selfishness, the same self-pity, the same... I'm going to come to you. But then I have to show that even whatever you do bad to me, I'll do good. I'll go the David way with Saul. Like, I would have killed you. You see, I even have a cloth here. But I've left you to go because you are the anointed of God. You see, there's something here, I'll be like, you are God's child. God loves you, so here is food. Eat. But remember what you are doing. I have no crime with you. I've not done anything with you. So stop killing my children. Stop sending witchcraft to me. Stop sending those monitors, the birds that come and look into my house to see what I have and they come back and give you information. Stop. Just come and sit with me and ask me, how did you get it? And I will tell you. You see, now that is the first place. But you even who is getting that person back into the family, you have work to do. Because that has been done to you and the whole family is also anguish. In human being nature, you're going to get angry. You're going to be, I don't want to see that person ever again. That is useless.
To be honest with you, I said, you give me a gun and you tell me you have been there, I will shoot you dead. If you tell me this one this is the guy, I will kill you.
What would Jesus do?
That's the difference thing, because
thank you. We are working towards becoming like Jesus, yes. Righteousness, you see. So I would go and wash the guy's feet and be like, thank you, you did that, but my God says I should wash your feet. So bring, wash, anoint, pray for them, walk away. Then go back and cry to Jesus, but why, Lord? Why am I doing this? They are the why. That guy, you see.
Yes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, straight out of Kampala to the rest of the world, this is the Family Talk Show. My name is Eddie Okila, Patricia Kyle in the studio, and of course, the one and only Onyait Odeke. There is no other OO. The real OO is this one here. And we are talking about the family and the problems of our families and how we can bring back our brothers and sisters who are obsessed with witchcraft, the African black magic or the white black magic. And of course, it's important that we understand it. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, Onyait Odeke is going to tell us if it is easy to love a person who has killed somebody, like Patricia is saying, and then you keep going back to say, I love you, come back. Your child has been sacrificed and you didn't know, and then you learned that the sacrifice that was done was by your cousin. But you have to love that person. How do we bring them back, those who are obsessed with witchcraft? Stay right there. We'll be right back after the break, and we will be reading some comments from Sidney Bugera, who has said in the 90s when he was growing up, he saw some witchcraft. Things have changed. We're going to read the comment, and of course, many of you want to encourage you to send us your kisses, and this is coming. We're going to read it, and we're going to, this last part of the show, we're going to come back to you guys and to make sure you actually participate. Stay right there. We're going on a break. We'll be right back after the break. This is the Family Talk Show.
na diek ma yomo tiya ba mira de ba ya ro ma kele de ba mira de ba ya de ma gamu le ba mira de ba ya abu Nyana get it, man, baby, nyana get it, nyana get it, over nyana get it. I will down every year, I will down every year. One wood, oh yeah.
It is the Family Talk Show, and welcome back to the show from that break. My name is Eddie Okela, sitting in for Asan Seka Jolo and Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe. Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe is the family pastor at Watoto Church that also under the counseling office. He deals with families, and so over the last 40 or plus as a pastor, he's been marrying people, and he's married so many people, including myself, and all of us have gone to them with our problems when we're getting married. It's only like Patricia said, when you're getting married is when you start to hear many stories that you've never had before. In fact, getting married to start a family is the most difficult thing. Dating is the easiest part. You buying the cake and the ice cream and all these things are okay. But getting married is the most difficult thing. Some men some men take off from marriage. Some women even decide to run away from the marital home. But only the strong fix the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Family Talk Show straight out of Kampala, from the capital city of Uganda to the rest of the world. We are live on Facebook at House of Talent Uganda. All right. And of course, from our YouTube studio for all our international, citizens of Uganda who are living in many countries. Dennis in Australia, thank you very much for watching the show. I saw you. And of course, Professor Penny Nachayo, all the way in Washington University. Thank you very much. She's the assistant professor for design communication. Those are Ugandans doing great things across the world. And she's a family woman. And following the show. And of course, I would like to say thank you for all my friends in Denmark and the guys in Sweden. We love you, care about you. Chugula Omwendo Edwin in Germany. Guten Abend. How are you doing? And all the people in Germany, we thank you for following the Family Talk Show. In the studio is the woman who speaks French but in Luganda. Patricia Cahill is in the studio.
I don't speak
You've
French.
Had in Luganda. I said in Luganda. You speak French.
Actually, the right one would have been I speak Korean in Luganda.
Yeah, in Luganda.
Yeah.
Be careful. We have a teacher, in fact, a professor of that language here called Sydney Mugera. Don't joke around.
With the Korean language.
Yes, it's very dangerous.
Please, I want him.
That entire house are Korean.
Can I visit? Annyeonghaseyo.
Well, this is the Family Talk Show, and the one and only OO. If you have another OO, that's a fake. This one is the real one, the real deal. You don't hear anything. Onyeto Deke, welcome back to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the effect of not COVID-19. You see how COVID has messed us up. Yes, but we're talking about the effect of witchcraft and how do we bring a family member who is obsessed with witchcraft back to family and to instill the family values in them going forward. So we have a very long way to get there, but a short time to get there. And I want to start by reading one comment all of us are going to read. I'll start from Jemima, Dr. Jemima Okwi. You all remember her. She was on the show last week and spitting fire. Doctor is a very serious person. Said, thanks for the show. Watching live from Buate. All the people in Buate, thank you very much. I hope you're not caught in traffic. If you're caught in traffic, we are live on Twitter at HTV1. We know your traffic is serious, but Dr. Jemima, thank you very much. Buate, for all the people across the world, is actually a suburb in the Kampala city. All right. And she said that discussion is focused on those who practice witchcraft. How about those who don't but keep thinking someone is doing it to them, or out explain their misfortune based on the witchcraft? That's what doctor is saying. The discussion is focused on those who practice witchcraft. How about those who don't but keep thinking someone is doing witchcraft?
That's very important.
Yes.
If they think it, then it is.
And all my misfortune is because somebody is doing witchcraft. And that can run you crazy. And I've also known so many family members who say, I think somebody is doing witchcraft for me, and I'm going to get mad. Then he goes to the witch doctor and says, I suspect Onyeto Deke. The man is innocent in his own world, doing nothing, doesn't even know anything.
Eddie, there's something that we tend to forget.
Yeah.
We are born of the Spirit.
Yes.
It doesn't go away. We are born of the Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is always available, always there. Even if you don't invite him, he's there. He's just there waiting for you to just, please come through. But he's still speaking. Even if you don't call him, he speaks. So he speaks to the believers and non-believers. He speaks to everyone, because humanity is his. Because the Holy Spirit is God, so humanity is his. And he will continuously nudge you at any moment to let you know that this is happening. So I believe the one who thinks that, man, someone is doing witchcraft on me, it's like God telling them, look into this thing. Look into this thing. The problem is when they hear that, they don't also ask, but why am I thinking like that?
That's a very good one.
Because when you start looking in the direction of why am I thinking that someone is doing witchcraft on me? How is witchcraft done? How will it not be if it was not done? You see, when you start examining things, then you can actually get to the root point. But when you think it and you're like, and then they told me witchcraft is bad, let me go and say, you see, you've not even analyzed. Why is there a nudge in your mind that witchcraft is happening to you? What if God is just saying in your background, in your foundation, this is what happened? Look into it so that you cannot be limited in that way. Why do you have to think that because you fought with the Okui, you will have what? He was the one sending it to you because you fought. Why does it have to be that because the so-and-so's child, I punished them, they have sent it to me? What if it is not it? So we tend to go into conclusions because of the nudges without even examining the nudges.
Wow. Well, my friend, Professor Engineer Okui David, I always talked about critical thinking for us, and he says that I am always talking about critical thinking. What you have just talked about here, jokes aside, is me telling people critically analyze everything that is going in your head.
Thank you.
People, think fast. Think fast, always. Before you go out thinking somebody's doing something to you, you are doing it to yourself because you're not thinking. So you are the problem. You get it? So what Patricia is saying here is very important. Onyaito Deke says the same thing, and he's saying again. Thank you, Patricia, that critical thinkers will always have problems solved at their feet before they go out to step on somebody's feet. Onyaito Deke.
Just on that point,
yes.
I'd like to mention something.
Yes, please go on.
As human beings, we are designed to find answers. Like I said, people want certainty. So when something happens, we ask ourselves why, how, when, what is next? It's by nature, it's by design. So part of a resort to witchcraft is to fulfill the need for why. And in the quest to fulfill that need, you get people resorting to mediums and different ways to try and find answers to questions that they probably don't have answers for.
Yeah.
And what I would also like to mention there is it's not just non-believers. It's not only people who don't know Jesus. Actually, you'll be shocked.
I think we're shocked with
that
believers that the ones
there are a lot of people, because God is not working on their schedule.
Yes.
They want to accelerate
the
process and get the answers faster. Also, not having peace by the fact that there are certain things you will never understand, and you need to know that it's okay. It's okay. So, well, some people actually get into witchcraft by trying to answer that all their misfortunes are because someone is. Now, the problem with that mentality also that I want to, since we're dealing with helping our family, the problem with that mentality is you're quick to look at who is, but not what is my contribution to what is happening.
You had that?
You know?
That's a hard one.
And that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem. Let me tell you, whatever issue you're facing in your life, it might look like you're the reason, or maybe you're not, but there is a contributing factor, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
And you need to ask yourself, what is my contribution to what is happening to me? Because your decisions design and decide your future. So if your go-to response is someone is bewitching me, that we're going to have a problem, because God designed failure to be a springboard for success, such that every time you fail, you learn another way not to do that particular thing.
Correct.
Now, instead of taking the lesson, if you choose to blame that someone is bewitching you, you're going to create a loop. And when you create a loop, unless you get out of it, it will keep looping. And that's one of the reasons why people don't progress, and then they say someone is bewitching them. Why? Because they created a loop. But you need to understand that it's okay not to know, number one, that failure is okay, and that we need to understand the laws of process for us to proceed, that someone is not necessarily bewitching you, and even if they were, depending on where you fall from your belief point of view, there are ways to handle it other than by retaliating through witchcraft.
Wow. Well, we're talking about how to bring her brothers and sisters, cousins, grandmothers, mother-in-laws, father-in-laws who are obsessed with witchcraft back to our families. We need them back to our families if we're to build and family value systems that are resilient to some of these things we're talking about, that will bring us, wealth, create wealth, and create wealth multiplication in our families. And by wealth, we're not talking about just money. We're talking about wealth of wisdom. We need it. Knowledge built over time is going to give you opportunity to lead a generation forward. It's very important that you actually listen to what these guys are saying and take it to heart. Tomorrow is Women's Day. And today I've just got somebody who said, Eddie Killer, extend that show to 1.5 hours today. Because tomorrow is Women's Day and you need to discuss why women get involved in witchcraft because you have a woman in the studio. Wow. So this is very interesting. But it's a family talk show and the topic is up right there. We want you to participate. Tell us, how is it in your family? How are you going to love the one who has killed your cousin or killed your goat, massacred your chicken, your ducks, gone, everything, everything, the rabbit is gone because the innocent rabbit, because they are trying to practice witchcraft. So please get in touch and we will be able to talk to you. Onyaito Deke and Patricia Cahill, I want to just take you straight to Sydney Mugerwa here. Growing up in the 90s, witchcraft was all around us. However much we didn't really believe in it, whenever we would go to the village, our grandma taught us to mirror strange actions by strangers walking past. If they stretched their chin, you scratch your chin. Okay, this side is Cindy Mogera, you win. I swear today you win. You're going to win a cup from us from the Family Talk Show. I said, Cindy, you won a pack from us for your household. This is the winner. Okay, and that's really a cool one. And then he says, as an adult, witchcraft has little way of my day to day. Very little way. Sorry. As an adult, I read it poorly. As an adult, witchcraft has little sway on my day to day. But more I learned about our history, the more I realized that what colonialists termed witchcraft was simply our own set of beliefs. It has been demonized and distorted that what we call witchcraft is a very different ideal from what our forefathers believed in. Odeke, is this true? Is what Sydney is saying true?
Which one in particular?
The one, the one of the chin, we understand. The grandmother was just giving.
Actually, I think
the chin is if they do
that was actually a sign of respect. Really.
Yes.
That was in witchcraft.
Yes. No. I actually.
Actually, if I know it on a different name, because we are.
Okay, first tell us quickly. Yes.
So I have a bit of context on that one. So the thing is, we live in a village where witchcraft was the thing.
Yes.
To the extent that, it was petty, but it was about so-and-so's garden is doing better than mine. So-and-so's cows and goats is doing better than mine. So-and-so's business is doing better than mine. And then there were just notorious people who just wanted to bring harm to other people. And so witchcraft was sort of a practice of protection or harm, or some sort of self-preservation, or I don't know, like trying to get above the rest through unscrupulous means. So what happens is we had a notorious witch doctor who now specialized in undoing what the other people had done. So apparently, what went around that one of the techniques of undoing what someone was doing, or how they would administer witchcraft on you, was non-verbal. So like they'd pass you, and if they are passing you and they scratch a particular area, you scratch in return. So let's say they scratch their neck like this. So when you observe,
you also scratch.
Because the thing is, of all times, why did they scratch at the moment they were passing you? So the thing was to scratch back, and when you scratch back, there are certain testimonies. We had no physical evidence. There are certain testimonies that when someone scratched back, the witchcraft fell on the ground. You know, but those are stories. Those were stories and stuff like that. Yeah, so I just wanted to sort of bring that context.
Yes.
Speaking on witchcraft, which was demonized and stuff like, African traditions which were demonized. As a Pan-Africanist, I believe that we had some barbaric practices as Africans.
Yes, we did.
But when people write your history, they skew it to who wrote it.
Yeah.
Africans, we didn't write our own history. So they make the white people look like they didn't practice any witchcraft. I don't have pure evidence for this, but when you look...
You want evidence of the white people practicing witchcraft?
No, I'm talking about the magnitude. Like if you compare in terms of practice,
there's extreme.
Yes, but then why did they term our practices and traditional beliefs, some of which were not witchcraft, barbaric? Okay, so there is that debate, but that's not the point of discussion today, and I don't want to delve into that.
Yeah.
But I think one of my takeouts from Sydney's point is that there are certain African elements that we can keep from a heritage and cultural point of view that have nothing to do with witchcraft in its sense, but there were traditions that helped us move as a people, and these are cultures that we had, some of which played different roles and purposes. So I think what I don't want to spread as a narrative or a notion is that witchcraft is African.
No, that's not true. That's not true, yes.
Because you will never find a Harry Potter book. Well, Nigeria hasn't helped by all the movies and stuff like that. But when you begin to get into white magic and sorcery and stuff, you will realize that they are as involved to date
actually
in witchcraft than I don't know. But like I said, I don't have hardcore evidence, but all this information is there, books and stuff. When you read, you begin to put one and one together.
Yeah.
But like I said, my key take home there is that let us preserve certain key practices that helped us as a people from a cultural point of view that have nothing to do with witchcraft. And we shouldn't demonize those, because one of the pangs of being colonized is that everything the white man brought is good, and everything the black man had was bad.
Which is not true.
It is not true. So I just want to make that distinction very clear.
Thank you very much, Onyaito Deke. Well, you are on the Family Talk Show. We are in the evening of the Family Talk Show, and we are saying that how do we help our friends who are obsessed with witchcraft come back to normal life, and they might get out of their poverty situation very faster than normally they would if they continue with witchcraft, having understood where they are and what drives them there. And some of the things that we're talking about here, you heard from Dr. Jemima, like your self-belief that somebody's doing it to you and you have no evidence, and then you go around saying, I want to counter this. That's how some of us have actually ended up in witchcraft and practicing it. And so you find yourself in a situation where you are lost just because you didn't put the thought to it. And that's what Patricia was saying. Think about the process that we're talking about. Okay, Patricia, we're going to read this quickly. Jemima Kui is saying, Sidney Mugera, I think our old African traditions and spirituality is different from the witchcraft. You want to throw light there very quickly, and how different is it?
African tradition,
Yes.
spirituality different from witchcraft.
I think it's the
funny,
point I was
explain. It was the
trying
point-
to
oh, it's the
make.
point that was-
separating
yeah, I
the
think
two.
actually, yes.
And it was a debate between
Yeah,
them on the wall.
yes.
Oh, okay, fine. So I think Onyaito Deka has sorted that one. If you're following that comment there, I want to go straight to Shamim Nirere. Patricia Cahill, you are doing great. Oh, so this is some of your fan base. Yes, yeah. So shout out to you, Shamim, from her, and James Odongo. Thank you very much for watching. We want to look at Dr. Jemima. You're always a resident panelist. We are very happy to have you on the show anytime. And I want to go straight to Esther. Esther is just watching, and I see another one here from Sydney. It is different, but I think we answered it. Sydney is saying it is different, but of late it's part and parcel of the blanket term witchcraft. How do you separate the truth from the quacks and the devil worshippers?
I said, upon Holy Spirit, please invite the Holy Spirit. That is the only answer I can give you, because you can't really know which is good witchcraft, which is not witchcraft. It somehow it tethers on. It's like on a borderline.
Is there a good witchcraft?
I know, that's what I'm saying. So you can't differentiate. The only way you can differentiate is asking God, like, am I on the right line? Like when we started the show, I didn't know about palm reading, and I went in. I was all this palm thing, and I'm like. The nudge came like, but my daughter, and I'm like, Lord, what does that mean really? And he's like, you are going in the wrong direction. Please come back. You see, but me, I didn't even know that palm reading was. I had even started writing and researching and getting all these books to read. And I realized, I'm going. This is not the Holy Spirit way. So it's the same thing. You have to invite the Holy Spirit to tether for you and say, yeah, that herb. Mobili is nice. It is good giving you mobili, but when it is used in this direction, then it's no longer mobili. It is now a different thing. But then there was a question that you mentioned about women being the most involved.
Yes. So we're going to close with that one. Odeko, I want you to knock on that one. Sydney is saying here, thank you, Onyaito Deke, for voicing my sentiments to the T. I couldn't have said it better than you have said, so there's kudos there for you, Onyaito Deke. But Onyaito Deke, on this part here, how do you differentiate if they are?
Differentiate?
Yes, what Sydney was just saying, that of late they have become part and parcel, but then how do we separate the truth from the quacks and the devil worshippers? They are quacks and they are devil worshippers.
The question is a bit confusing for me, honestly.
So he's saying, it's referring to what Jemima was saying, which you have just answered. Yes, the submission which you've just answered. But now he's saying, Jemima is saying that it is true. Let's not, in fact, let me read it to you. Sidi Mugera, I think our old African traditions and spirituality is different from the witchcraft. And then Sydney has come back to say, okay, that's true. Yes, but then how do we know the difference? So he's saying, how do you separate, how do you quickly distinguish that this is a devil worship?
I'll give a one-word answer.
Yes.
You will know them by their fruits.
Okay. But
there's always a result.
But this is.
But then by the time I know that,
if you speak like that, don't give me some examples to take home. What's my take home? How do I know? For example, you see the way Okila dresses and tucks in and stuff like this, and the way he eats at these hours and these things. There, Okila's way of doing things is a bit different from when you watch Patricia and the way Patricia does things. So.
No. So this is the thing. You will know them by their fruits. This is why, because whatever the practice may be, if you want to separate a quack from a genuine person, whether it is in spirituality or otherwise, you know them by their fruits. Reason being, the principle of seed time and harvest that cannot be eroded will happen. So I don't need to know what you were doing yesterday. I just need to look at you and what you're manifesting, and I will know what you've been planting.
So if you left school today and for you went and signed in these Illuminati things, and you start driving big cars and saying, because it says we will make you get rich in less than 5 years. Odeka has entered MTN. The hustle at MTN is really real. That he has to work. If he doesn't work, the key pointers there, you know, and deliverables, he must deliver. You must hit your target list. so that you can get some bonuses here and that. For me, I'm saying, no. I just go like this, I get this bonus. So is that what you're saying, that if I see results very quickly and I start seeing that person retrogress very easily, when I'm still just climbing and going, it is because we've seen those results. We've seen them. Mose Radio, for example, when he, in his last days, he said something, he said Katonda Nyamba, and he was crying over something. And I want to say something deeply in the music industry that we don't know. And most of the people in the music industry are suffering because they were told, if you accept to do this, we will make you successful, like Chameleon, like Bobby Wine, like everyone here, like the top guys, very quickly. And so they signed up for that. That's why you see the foray into the fast-paced failure of some of the young people that have come into the music scene today than those who have been there, who have walked through the journeys, which is what you're saying. So maybe those are the signs.
Again, circumventing the law
Yes.
of process.
Yes.
Because easy come, easy go.
Okay.
If you're given, you see, process happens for a reason.
Yeah.
Process happens for it. There's a reason why you crawl before you walk.
Yeah.
There's a reason why you walk before you run. So process happens for a reason. So every time you try to circumvent, you distort the order of nature, and it will work on you.
Wow.
So you see them by their fruits.
Wow. So Odeke is saying the law of the process is very simple. It develops daily, not in a day. So please make sure you don't bypass process for progress. Guys, we've got to bring the show to an end. And typical questions. Tomorrow is Women's Day. Congratulations. And what song can we sing for her for Women's Day?
No.
She's the only woman in the mix.
Thank you
in the
very
studio,
much.
so
of that.
we will
Oh,
think
please
through
don't
it.
sing.
But the question here is very quickly as we wind up the show. Our time is really up. Tomorrow is Women's Day, and women have been confused into witchcraft quite a bit. There seems to be the biggest point of entry of witchcraft in our families.
Yes.
And they either married into the family.
I disagree.
Married into the family. And why I'm saying this is because the fight between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law always leads to that. You don't say a father-in-law. Okay, it's always mother-in-law, daughter-in-law leading to that, and that has happened before. So we're saying tomorrow is Women's Day, and there should be some learnings keep on learning going forward. And Pastor Joshua Mugabe says that Women's Day, women are always easily lured into witchcraft than men, and men always follow into the suit, yes, because they want to support their wives and get them. How do we help women into the Women's Day tomorrow to live out of witchcraft?
Just one like this. Can the men take back their role and be the heads? Like what happened to you being heads?
Look into the cameras.
You are the men here. I don't have to look into the cameras. I have two men sitting right here. Like what happened?
We have to pass
you?
it on to the other guys also.
What happened to you being heads? Like you're supposed to be heads of the family. Like God actually, that is the God first husband, wife. But now the wife is bringing in the witchcraft. Like and now you're following. Like you said, following. Why are you following something you did not grow in? Where is your stand to say, woman? No. In this home, it is God Almighty. Whatever you're doing, it does not work with me. Like Jacob. When the wife stole, Rebecca stole from her father's house. And Jacob did not care. Whoever has it, let whatever happens, happen to them. Please take. He did not win. His mind was like, all my family hold, you're supposed to be bowing under one God, like I do. You're not supposed to be stealing from your families. You're not supposed to be bringing any gods with you. When you come into my home, my God is your God. He stated that himself, like that is the rule. So when the father-in-law came looking for his gods, it was the wife. He did not even plead. He didn't plead. Jacob didn't say anything, oh, my beloved Rebecca, what have you done? No. He just said, whatever I said earlier will happen. And Rebecca died early. That's what I mean. Authority streams from the man. Yes, it's Women's Day tomorrow, but what are the men telling their wives? You're running away from your homes, you're abandoning children, you're producing from here and there, bringing quarrels. We're the ones who are bringing all this in. Yes, yes. You have a wife inside, but then you have a what are they called nowadays? You have a side dish number 1, you have side dish number 3, side dish number 12, and all of them are competing for you. Yes, we women, God in Genesis, He said the woman would long for her man. Her man is you, the man. You come and say you are my man. That there and then I don't care if you're married. The moment you crown me, I'm your woman. Then you are my man. I will long for you. It is God ordained. Now I'm longing for you, but then you're telling me I have a wife. But you have planted the longing. So I'm going to find ways to bring you back to me. So you are the problem. It is not us women. You're leaving your heads away. You're leaving the neck to lead.
Wow. Ha!
Fire! Problem.
Yes, and that's why I'm sitting like this, because please close the show. Let the wise, they say the word is enough for wise, but is many for a fool.
Patricia, thanks for that. I think that is profound, absolutely profound. Leadership is a big deal. And every time there's a lack of leadership, there's a vacuum. When there's a vacuum, it has to be filled, because nature abhors a vacuum. So when there's a lack of leadership, something comes to fill the gap, and sometimes, witchcraft and all these other things. But in relation to Women's Day, I also would like to break down the notion that women maybe are spearheading witchcraft more than men. I think it's a planted seed by watching all these Nigerian films, because everything you know is perceived. No one is born with knowledge. So when you know something, ask yourself, where did you know it from? But because we've been watching all these movies that tell us it's the women who are doing this, it's women who are doing that, I'm not saying they are not. What I'm saying is that then there will be some men hiding
behind
the fact that it is women who are, yet they are also the ones who are, including, you see, the acts of omission or commission. So omitting to lead your family, omitting to lead yourself first, could also be, you're collaborating to bring the issue. So, but if only women knew who they are, and the power that they wield within them, they would never have to seek an external source of validation or authority or power to try and get things in order. There is a hierarchy that has been put together, and once they fall in line of that hierarchy with certain guidance, everything begins to fall into place. I think that's what I did.
I want to say thank you very much, Onyaito Deke and Patricia Kahil, for coming to the show. And you have done exceedingly great and wonderful. I want to say high five to you for coming. Odeke, high five to you for coming. And I think you've done a justice to this show. I want to encourage everyone out there to emulate what Odeke and Patricia just said on the show today. In the absence of Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe and Asa Mseka Jolo, you have taken a mantle to take us through some really very difficult topic of the day. I can't say much, but to say God bless you. I didn't know how this was going to turn out. It's not a very easy topic for us to discuss. And so many people will find it a very difficult place to even start putting their part in. You hear witchcraft, people want to just scatter because they don't want to be part of, associated with anything to do with witchcraft. But I want you to say your one last word in a very quickly, just a microsecond. What is our take home? What will leave us with, Odeke? Starting with you.
There is a law of process. You don't need to circumvent that process. Obey the law of process and you will get whatever you need. Understand what is the process that I need to go through to get to what I want to get. And don't try to cut around that process. Everything will fall in place.
Patricia?
As a preacher woman still, I would just say, God, Jesus, Holy Spirit. If you obey the Trinity, look into the Trinity, spend time with God, spend time in His Word, pray, Yeah, they tell you to fast 30 days. You can actually even take 50 if you can. But stay there. Stay at the throne. Stay at the feet of Jesus, and then everything else will come out to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Onyaito Deke. Thank you very much, Patricia Cahill. I want to just close the show by reading one more comment from Okware Tom, saying, how do you define a devil worshipper? He asked the question and even answered it. He says, I think the devil is the devil regardless of the tradition. Not all African traditions had devil practices. So therefore, Tom is saying, it is clear that we can see them. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the show. My name is Eddie Okela, standing in here representing a very eminent team of panelists in Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe, whose son is sick and is in the hospital. And he said something that I should say to all of us watching the show today. One, if you married a woman and the son or the daughter becomes sick, both of you brought that child into this world. It is a responsibility of a man and a woman to stay to look after that child. Pastor Joshua Mugabe, we have a huge respect for you staying in the hospital and teaching us how to live as fathers and mothers. For that, we want to say thank you on behalf of everyone who follows and who is an ardent follower of the Family Talk Show. We thank you for the sacrifice that you're able to still give us the topic. Even when you're inside the theater, you're still thinking about families. That's a huge sacrifice that you make on behalf of everyone out there. We would like to say God bless you. And to Asan Sekajolo reaching out to us all the way in Koboko and trying to be part of the show, we want to say thank you very much, Asan. And we're looking forward to having you guys back. In the meantime, you have nominated Patricia and Onyaito Deke, Duwato Chom, and Jemima Okwi to be representing you guys. Thank you very much. And I would like to say from us all here, Team and House of Talent, and to everyone out there following the show, God bless you. This has been the Family Talk Show. My name is Eddie Okela. Keep it, the Family Talk Show, right here at House of Talent. Until next week, God bless. People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
The playoffs. That is also quite an issue that has raised eyebrows and a lot of contention. Prior to the start of the season, the FUBA ESCOM had a meeting. That meeting decided that we'll have one round of games, which is happening. And with Warriors Basketball Club and Sharing not taking part in the league, they decided that those two teams are going to be relegated. A change of turns now has it that the FUBA ESCOM has decided to have the bottom two teams relegated. Then those two teams which will be relegated are going to play in a one-off tournament with Warriors and Sharing to decide which two come up. Let's start with Susan. As a basketball manager of a team, what is your take on that?
Well, in my opinion, it's kind of unfair for those other two that have played this season and they are being subjected to that kind of arrangement because it takes a lot for them to have gotten into the season. We have dug into our resources to see us through this season. So if you're having the bottom two have to go and play those others that did not take the extra step to be there, I think the ground is not leveled in that sense. Yes.
Personally, what I think about that, it's fair. It's a fair deal.
It is a fair deal.
Yeah, it's a fair deal.
Please elaborate.
For example, look at Pemba Warriors. The issue we hear at hand is that finances was the issue. Now, we have been in a COVID period and we are still in a COVID period. We all know what's going on in finances. So by the time the league ends, maybe their financer will be back and be like, okay, I'm ready to take up the team. So if the team is willing to play those 2 games, those 4 games that have been set by FUBA, I believe it's a fair deal.
What happens to a team that has taken part in the league and one that has not taken part?
What do you mean by that? Like one?
In my opinion, it is not fair at all, because 2 teams took part in the league.
Yeah.
2 did not take part in the league. But then you're giving them a lifeline.
Yeah.
So in my view, it's not fair. And FUBA ESCOM committee already had set out rules,
the rules, yeah,
and the path that should be taken. So why are they going back
onto
their own regulations?
Why I think that it's fair is because they didn't call it upon themselves not to have the finances for this season. You know, so now when the finances are available, let them now take part in the league at that time.
And what type of team do you think Warriors can assemble?
Definitely, most of their players have diverted and gone to other teams. That's also going to be a problem.
Could I ask? So let's have a scenario. If the national team was supposed to play in, say, Olympics or whatever, and for some reason, because we didn't have the finances, we didn't show up, would they give us a second chance?
No, we would have forfeited our position.
Yeah.
So as Uganda, we would have forfeited the position.
So why are we having double standards here?
That is one of the reasons why I'm asking. Elizabeth defines it as fair.
No one is having it easy this season. No one is having it easy. Everyone is strained. So it should be equal If you are not able to make it, that's it. It happens.
Let's go to our main topic today, empowering women's basketball. Women's basketball has struggled, not just in Uganda, but all over. Even when we go to WNBA, the viewership that WNBA gets is totally very different from what the NBA gets. When it comes to the payments, when it comes to the salaries that NBA players earn and those in the WNBA, the margin is enormous.
Yeah, so true.
When it comes down to our local leagues here, you find that most people do not want to watch the game of women's basketball.
Yeah.
So empowering that, let's start with the league format, which I also find a bit odd. We have 8 teams in the top league.
Yeah.
Now, we're not going to have playoffs. No, we're going to have playoffs, but we're not going to have any team relegated.
Yeah.
None of those teams is actually, basically what they're playing for is placement.
Yes.
Who is number 1, who is number 8, number 1 plays 8, number 2 plays 6, and the math goes on. Competitive wise, how do you think that is affecting the women's league?
For this season in particular?
Yes, for this particular season.
I think it has not changed much in terms of competition. We are still very competitive. Much as it is for placement, we are still bringing the best we can. So I think we are still fighting to get to a better place.
Tell the viewers about Angels basketball team.
Angels basketball team was founded in 2013 by a group of close friends that had passion for basketball. It started out as friends coming together to pick up and keep fit. Then a few years down the road, we decided we could do better. So besides only playing for fun, we decided to get competitive, and we also decided to add community help and outreach onto our programs. So we are a limited company that does a lot.
So Angels is a limited company.
Yes.
It is an organization.
Yes.
It is not just a club.
It's not just a club.
Okay, so when is Angels getting a male side?
A male side. For now, we are concentrating on the girl child and the women.
Okay.
Yes. Maybe sometime later, we still have a lot to do with the women and the girls. We want to get more girls into school. We want to allow the girls that are excelling in the game get other things besides game. That's why our hashtag is We Beyond the Game. Besides excelling,
we beyond the game.
Yes.
Okay.
Besides excelling at basketball, you as a person, what else can you do? What else can you achieve? That is what we are about.
That is what you are about.
Yes.
And your target for this particular season, are you willing to and ready to actually see off JKL and lift the title? Or?
Believe me, we are trying. We almost beat them.
How is Angels placed on the table? I don't have the latest standings from the federation.
We are not so bad. You'll see it.
Define not so bad. Define not so bad. That means you have quite a number of losses.
Yes, we have had only 2 wins so far.
2 wins out of how many games? About 6 games?
Yeah.
6 games, 2 wins, 4 losses.
Have you looked at the stats? Have you looked at the difference?
That does not sound very promising.
Have you looked at the difference?
That's why Elizabeth is even laughing at you. Saying,
I mean, we almost beat the champions from.
You almost. Almost.
No, that means we are good. We are good.
2 wins, 4 losses.
Yeah. Like we say, we're beyond the game. We are not looking at only excelling at basketball. Besides the court, off court, what are those wins? Look at the wins we have off court.
So those 2 wins, they came against which and which team?
Nabisunsa and
Nabisunsa, which
and Nkumba.
Yes, girls teams. They are school girls.
They are in the NBL.
Then the NBL.
Yes,
so yeah, you can
cannot take them for granted, yes. So you dispute Nkumba?
So you haven't beaten up on any of the top teams?
No, but
or
they should
any of
look
the
out.
contenders? They should be looking out. Elizabeth?
Yes.
Sparks?
Yes, please.
How is Sparks doing?
We are doing very good.
The last time Sparks won a title, I even do not remember, I think it was 2003. Way back when I believe Olivia Murana, Gloria Chomugisha, Mavita Ali, yeah, they were part of that team. Yeah, so give the viewers and myself a recap of Sparks at the moment, the present Sparks, Makerere University Sparks.
Okay, okay, let me first briefly comment about Angels. Angels, I'm not really going to say its performance has been poor. You know, we are looking at, this is a team which nurtures young players, and they end up being taken up by the other big teams. And we had our pre-season game friendly with them, you know, and I saw their team. It's really a young team, and them really playing that hard in the NBL. That's really inspiring and motivating. And I just want to comment on what you had asked about the competition. Yes. I also feel like the competition this year is not so strong. Okay. We now have this monopolization of, we know the teams that are always going to win.
We know the teams that are going to be in the playoffs.
Yes, we have cases here, we have JKL. You see, I'm not so strong about it this year. No bad intentions.
You're not sure about the ACU Lady Cannons.
Yeah, I'm not sure about them because honestly, when I see the range with which they're winning, and also a team like Magic Storm is beating them. Magic Storm is a good team, I'm not disputing that, but UC as a team would expect to be beating such a team.
Yeah, but UC Lady Cannons has also had quite a number of changes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, most of their good players left.
They lost quite a number of players.
Yeah, that's true.
So the women's team is in transition.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is unlike their men's
side.
Men's
team,
yeah, which have only lost David Deng and Titus. So they are still a unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So about Mook Sparks, it's a young team as well.
I'm eager, just like the viewers are.
Okay,
they are eager to know about Makerere Sparks.
Yes. Okay, so Makerere Sparks, what I can tell you is that, first of all, it's a young team. Let me really emphasize that we are talking about first years, second years. These are kids who have just come from high school. The experience we have at most is going for national games. So our position right now, the third on the table. We have 2 wins, 3 losses.
2 wins, 3 losses.
Yeah, and let me say this.
That is better than Angels.
Our losses have all been like, you know, due to last minute mistakes, and they've all been like by 3 points, 4 points. But we are going to work on that, and I know we are going to be on top of the table by the end of the season.
Because the fans, when you talk about ladies basketball,
that's crazy.
Definitely Sparks always comes up. It's a team that has a rich history. It's a team that has actually been there and been very competitive.
No. I don't know.
What do you think should be done to improve the game of ladies basketball?
I was asked that same question just weeks back. Yesterday I was seeing someone comparing Curry and Brenna Stewart. Brenna Stewart is playing for Seattle Storm, and of course Steph Curry, everyone knows Steph Curry. And just 2 games he was making, 2 quarters per game, he makes around, it was around 2,000 US, okay, not beyond $2,000, and for the whole season.
He makes much more.
Per 2 quarters. 2 quarters.
Okay.
Yeah, but for her, the whole season, yet just this first week she has been the player of the week. She was posting points beyond 15, rebounds 3 and above, assists 4, 8 and above, you get. But then her pay is not more than, 2,026K USDs. You can see now, if you multiply Curry's money per game he's going to play, it's crazy. He can actually pay her for the next whole season.
When he plays 2 games, he can pay her.
Yeah, he can pay her
for an entire season. what should be done here to improve the game and also get more fans to come and actually watch the ladies game? I've been to Mukono quite a number of times this season. I've been to Kansanga, the KIU courts. When the ladies game is on,
there is no viewership.
Most fans are doing
Other
different
things. Yeah.
When the men's game, which usually is at 4 p.m., the last game around, then you see the crowd is all there. How do we get the crowd to watch the game of ladies basketball? Let's start with Susan.
Well, I want to say it's the general perspective towards sports for ladies. In many of the sports where the sport is played by both the men and the women are not given much attention. Unfortunately, it is happening all across all the other games. But I'll speak for basketball. For starters, can we have structures in our basketball clubs?
Explain the structures.
Yeah. Every team, can every team have a ladies wing and have a grassroots wing? If you have a grassroots team, which is feeding your senior teams, if you have a ladies team, it will be a combined effort of all the people in that club, in that in those teams, to root for the ladies too. Because it doesn't help, for example, if it is City Oil and it has a ladies team, it has a grassroots team, I don't think they are going to concentrate on only the guys and leave the ladies and leave the children. So let's start with some of the structures. If you have a club, please have a ladies wing, a ladies team, have a kids team.
And also have a junior side which is going to feed the other teams.
Yes, then our brothers, root for us. Be there, be our cheerleaders. Why does your sister come to play a game and you don't show up, but you're coming to see a superstar, a guy of another team? Your sister played in the morning, but you remained in bed.
So,
and then you came to see the other play, the guy.
Should the federation, Elizabeth, should the federation change the fixtures so that the ladies' games are also in the a bit in the afternoon instead of putting them at 10 a.m. at midday? Perhaps at 10 a.m. I might be busy, but when a game is at 4 p.m., my schedule would be different.
Are you telling me that?
What is your take on that?
Are you trying to say that at 10 a.m. if City Oilers is playing Namongo Blazers, you'll be like, no, I'm busy. But if Angels is playing KCCA, you'll be like, 10 a.m., I'm busy.
It depends.
Really?
It depends.
It depends. But because it's a men's game and this is a women's game?
I would actually opt to go and watch the City Oil and Blazers game at 10 a.m.
So it's a mindset.
It's a mindset.
The intrigue. And then the other thing is, it also goes down, in my view, in my opinion, to even our lovely viewers out there, it also goes down to how the skill set. I want to see some fun. I want to see a crossover.
Okay.
I want to see a clutch shot, but I'm not seeing that in the ladies' game.
What?
When was the last time we saw a clutch shot in the ladies' game?
Have you been coming for games? You know how many clutch shots are there? I'm right now still in Division 1, so that's why my focus is. I'm not going for all these NBL games. I'm so much now.
Enlighten me and the viewers. Tell them.
So trust me. And okay, one thing I'm not going to dispute is the fact that men's physical strength and appearance and everything may be more exciting than maybe the girls' small size, but what makes the men's game a bit different? Maybe it's because of the dunks and the crossovers. Where, I'm going to talk about that also. I'm someone, I love dribbling. I love pointing. But because they know I'm going to go and do much of cross dribbling and pointing, the coach doesn't want that.
The pressure out of
exactly.
The ball.
Most women teams don't want that. They want you to play more of passing, like get the ball, pass, rotate, you know, pass ball, play on top, pass ball. So by the times when I get the ball and I do those not funny things, but I do my crossovers and what, and excites the crowd.
Leg through.
Yeah, it brings commotion now between me and my coach. He's all like, Liz, what are you doing with the ball? Why all those dribbles, you get? So I think that's one of the things that brings that negativity towards women's basketball. Maybe like, I'm not going to these exciting things at women's basketball. But trust me, even though we decide to play basic, it's still interesting. I would challenge you to go and watch, if we go the international scene, watch a full NBA game, like be like, you know what, and then playoffs. Sit down and watch. Then also go and watch a full women NBA game. Trust me. You'll see that the men are doing the same things, just that they have dunks, but they have turnovers. Someone is trying to dunk, is being blocked and is falling the other way.
They still turn over the ball. Everyone turns over the ball.
Exactly. But I don't see the difference between our basketball and the men's basketball, apart from the dunking. Honestly.
So how can we get sponsors to come into ladies basketball in Uganda? So you manage a team. How do you get sponsors to get into the game of ladies basketball?
Like I said, it starts with us, the teams. Have your structures in order. Do you have the solid management team that is going to help you with those funds when they come through? Do you have an accounts guy? Do you have a strategic plan? Where do you want to see yourself? What are you doing? They are not going to come and find you when you're not doing anything. They need to find you already rolling, then it will be easy for them to get on board. So we need that. Then we also need to play hard and get those results. Like you said, Angels, how many losses and how many wins. That is what you look at.
2 wins, 4 losses.
That is what some of the sponsors look at. So as teams, we also need to do a lot to get ourselves there, so that it is easier for the sponsors to come to us. Then we also need visibility as the women's basketball fraternity or arm of FUBA. We need to find a way to put our teams there and attract sponsors to ourselves. So we need to come together and do that. Yeah.
To Elizabeth, how can, as basketball enthusiasts, as basketball lovers, as basketball stakeholders, how do we get young girls to like the game of basketball?
Okay. Let me first talk about getting the funds. I want to add on what she said last, visibility. The other time, Women NBA started, and it is commemorating 25 years. That's like a big, that's a big milestone, right?
They had a full review on Sports Illustrated.
No, first relax on that. But these like local newspapers, I'm not saying maybe New Vision or what, okay, for the context, if it was in Uganda, now like the local newspaper had someone had measured the inches. It was covering only like 2 inches coverage of women NBA games. So like the women NBA is back. The teams that have played so far, they have registered their first win. They're commemorating that 25th season. Yeah. And the NBA that has been taking place, they're not yet even in playoffs when the season started, had covered the rest of the page. And the league has just started. Look at that. What visibility is there, like, honestly?
So what should be done to get that visibility?
Exactly. We need the media to change its perspective towards women's basketball. I think the media really needs to support us because it's them to put us out there. We are going to play, we are going to put in all the work, we are going to try to record ourselves, put ourselves out there, but the bigger platforms are with the media.
We are here on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk, and I'm hosting both of you. So this is a platform where
definitely,
definitely you also have an opportunity to mention everything that is there that needs to be done and what is also not done right when it comes to the game of ladies basketball. The federation has someone who handles ladies basketball.
The women's
commissioner, who is Sandra Munduru.
Yeah.
So what changes should be done in her docket?
When you ask about that, the other time I actually I was doing research about women in sports, and she sounded really promising. I'm really hopeful in her term, in what she's going to give us. Just that COVID has really affected most of the activities. Because one of the things, as she said, grassroots, we don't have young girls being fed into the sport. Like you find a girl starts playing the sport by accident, like senior 5, you're all like, okay, you just joined the sport, senior 5. So by the time you're coming to league, you have only 3 years of experience, and your game is still very shaky and very
the fundamentals are
the fundamentals are still low. Yet for a guy, a young boy, from childhood itself, you know, stereotypes in our family. From childhood, the father has been buying him a basketball, a football, but the child has been carrying a Barbie doll up to senior 5. And then now that's when they have their first time told. Exactly. So we need that also. Like, well, I believe if those outreach programs are going to be put into practice, as she said, we shall achieve having more girls into basketball.
Definitely. Thank you for that input. Susan, what is your take? Getting young girls to love the game of basketball.
I think Sandra cannot do it alone. The Women's Commission cannot do it alone. We need the guys on board. We need you to help us. It starts with the perception. Have a better perception towards the women's game. We need your support. As a brother, as a father, as an uncle, what are you doing? I read, I think it was Twitter, someone was confessing about a girl he knew, a 10-year-old, who is very good at basketball, but her mother was stopping her from playing the game and encouraging her to do something else because it may change her physique. You understand? So we need to change our mindset towards sport. As a whole, then we also need the brothers on board to help us. If you hear of someone who wants to spend money in sports, why are you only looking at those bigger teams? Lift up another team. Yeah. Look for a ladies team. If you're at office, most basketball players are even in the corporate world. If you're at office and the marketing guy is looking for where to spend that money, why don't you tell them, we have women's basketball, we could think of a team that we can use. We could think of offering scholarships to girls that are playing basketball well or any other sport. So we need to think beyond only those that have made it. We need to uplift the others to that point.
The others to that point.
Yes.
It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on the 29th of May 2021. My name is Felix Eopal. We're discussing empowering the game of women's basketball. We'll return after this short break.
at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Welcome back. The show is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Felix Opal. In studio today, I am with Susan and Elizabeth. We're discussing the game of ladies basketball and how to empower it, how to get it better. Just before we went for the break, you were discussing about structures. What other more things need to be done?
I think also FUBA needs to help to lobby in the government to have basketball have more facilities. You realize you'll go to a region and there will be only about 2 basketball courts, legit, good, maintained basketball courts. So if 3 districts have like 1 or 2 basketball courts, how are we going to get the players? How are we going to better the teams? There's no way we are going to compete with football because football has fields. Every sub-county has a field that is well maintained. So let FUBA lobby with the government or get sponsors. We need to have basketball courts in each district. Let's start there. Then the schools...
Starting with more courts in various places.
Yes. They are helping with training the coaches and training managers, so kudos to them for that. Now we need facilities. We need facilities. As angels, we usually go up country. We have camps where we try to look for girls up country that have talent, but it's a hassle. We have to transport girls from across 2-3 districts and bring them to one central district. And then we have to pay for a camp in that place. We have to pay for food and what, because we want to be able to get those girls. But if we had facilities in each district, I think it would help. And then with the facilities comes the balls. How are we getting balls into the girls' hands? How many girls have touched a basketball in their lives? So we need to start there.
We need to start from there.
Yes.
That is your view.
Yes.
To Elizabeth, some coaches believe handling a women's team is quite very problematic and dealing mostly with ladies' emotions. Are you comfortable with male coaches or are you comfortable with having a female coach?
Wow.
As a player.
Wow. Let me first comment on what you said. So I keep going back to it.
Okay. Feel free.
Okay.
We are basketball.
We are all here for the women basketball.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's true. About the facilities, even within the central part, you find now like if 2 teams, a men's team and a women's team are using one court, you know, if there is really not any guidance from the coach, if the girls come for training, the boys will not leave the court. Unless if the girls have an upper hand to tell the boys, please let the girls train.
Please step aside and then we also have our session.
Yeah, that's where you see also men are really biased instead of supporting, like that's what we would want, like support the women, you know. They also have to train. So about the emotion part, wow,
that is a very, that's a part that actually you need to give us more, you need to give me and the viewers out there. We are live on Facebook. It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on this Saturday. Please. Go on.
First of all, I'll say it's a fallacy to say that all women are going to be so emotional during training.
Okay.
It's really a fallacy. You can't tell me all men can dunk. It's a fallacy.
Definitely. Not everyone can dunk. No.
And you can't tell me all men. Okay, you can't tell me men don't have emotions. Also, them when they're training, you can't tell me men don't have emotions. Isn't that a fallacy?
That's why we see some weird fouls on when people are practicing.
Exactly, and we're now trying to create gender, literally gender, cause people to behave in a, women are emotional, men are not emotional. You get? So I think what we can talk about, it's a fallacy. That's one.
It's a fallacy.
Yeah, it's a fallacy in my point of view.
Yeah.
And then also,
who would you prefer, a male coach or a female coach?
I wouldn't mind any, because my first coach was Coach Nick, and he's the one that really made me love the game, and he was really a very good coach.
We're talking about Nicholas Natweza.
Yeah, Coach Natweza, yeah. And I've been coached, I've gone for camps, Scorpion camps. I've been coached by female coaches, and they've also been great. My current coach is a man, and he's also great. But when you talk about that also, when you look at NBA level and Div 1 level, actually across both men and women, we have only one female coach. Like one female coach who is being fronted, that is Mavita.
Mavita Ali.
So if we are to compare, that's the female coach that has trained everyone. So and she has done it very well. So I don't see I don't see why, like all that havoc over, which coach is better, male or
which
female.
coach is better handling a ladies team.
Yeah, but what I would also say is having a female person as on the technical team, on the coach, especially for the girls team, it's really, I think it's advisable. There are some issues girls can get and they feel uncomfortable opening up to the male coach, even when he has proven to be a nice person and he can help, but then you still find it hard to be like
to open up and have certain discussions.
Yeah, but then when there is like what Angels does, Angels is really a very perfect team. They have a whole team.
Do you want to join Angels?
No. I'm just giving credit where it's due. Exactly.
You might, if you moved with the contract, yes, the contract after the show.
It's okay.
Please go on, Elizabeth.
Like when you look at their team, they have coaches, male coaches, female, rather male coaches, but then on their technical team, they have women, and those women are always available for the girls. You can talk to someone when you're facing an issue. Not that you not talk to the male coach, but there are some issues you'd say I would prefer talking to a female person, who's grown up, that.
Oh, that kind of thing.
Yes. Could I say something about the emotions?
Please.
About the male coaches and so on? Well, for starters, you as a male coach who is coaching the ladies, are you professional? When you're dealing with the ladies, are you being professional? Are you keeping in line with business? Okay?
Yeah.
Be tough where you need to be tough. Off a shoulder to an extent that is comfortable for everyone. Don't play favorites.
The line of the extent is the issue. How does that line get drawn?
It comes from your professionalism. If you know you're being professional, then you have no worries about that line. You will not even notice whether you've crossed or not. You will never cross it because you're being professional about it. And when you're coming to coach the team, find a way to have the girls know you're there to help them better their game. That is the essence of you being there. So be that professional person. If you're not professional, the girls, for lack of a better word, are going to take advantage of you. They're also going
Explain further.
They're going to let their emotions fly around because you're not being professional. You get? But stand your ground and be professional. And like she said, if it's a girls' team, have women on the team to help the girls. If you have two coaches that are males, If you can get a medical person who is a lady, it would be good. If you can get a manager who is a lady, that would also be good. You understand? To be able to help in those issues, so that if the girl cannot talk to the coach, they can talk to that person. And for issues that the coach feels they don't want to get into, they can ask the female person to come in and maybe talk to the player.
And liaise with the player.
Yes,
and
yes.
try to...
But for emotions, even guys are emotional. We have
Very.
seen them on games and the guys...
Very emotional.
They are fighting. How many times have you seen girls fight in the game? How many times have we fought?
How Elizabeth is emphasizing it, very emotional.
Very.
We never fight on the games. We never fight in training. It is very rare to find the girls fighting during training, but the guys are always blowing each other.
It is common practice even during training sessions.
So who is being more emotional in this case?
In this case,
who is being more
No,
emotional?
but the emotions are on court, off court. It's a done deal. Everyone done and that.
So who has told you the girls are being emotional off court?
It depends. It stretches.
It depends.
If you allow
Where
it,
is the statistics?
if you allow it, be professional, and they will also treat you professionally.
They'll treat you in a professional
But
way.
if you decide to be fluid, they're also going to catch up on that, and you'll get sucked
and then
in.
you'll just end up having
You'll
a
get
fire.
sucked in, yes.
Exactly.
And lady, don't give mixed signals. Be direct. If she's not doing a good job, tell her this and
Upfront.
this and this. You need to improve this and this. You don't, there's no need of you pulling her
babysitting.
aside and putting your arm around her. Tell her, you know what? Be clear. Let her know that I need to better my game at this. If you come to a ladies' team and you decide to play favorites, that's where the problem will come.
Yeah.
Let them be equal.
You get divisions within the team.
Yeah.
Yes, don't play favorites. Come, deal with them professionally. Everyone is on equal footing. Whether older player, junior player, they, in themselves, they know their place. But when you're dealing with them, they are one equal. They are all your players on the team. So be professional and you'll be good.
Yeah.
To Elizabeth,
Yes.
as we're winding up, Power basketball team is in a crisis. What do you think should be done? They fired the old coaching staff, brought in a former coach, Bani Sankunda and Carol Bisereko. Was that the right move in your view as a basketball player?
First of all, I'm not going to lie that I know much that's happening in Power right now. But what I've heard is that they've lost all their games, yet they have a good, like that team is really good, their roster is good. Even before season, you are seeing their pictures flying everywhere.
Yes,
their pre-season pics and everything, they're everywhere. And of recent, I was talking to some man, he's playing in FUFA, but big league. I was talking to him and I told him, someone who played against your team, these are from Kabali. From Kabali. So I was telling him, someone who played against your team told me that if you guys stick for some good time, you're going to become a very good team, and come next season, you're all going to, your team is going to get promoted to FUFA, the big league, the Premier League. And then I told him, but one issue I have with your team is the continuous change of administrators. You know, today they have a coach, the next day they have a media press.
After a couple of months,
they have a media press, the coach has been fired. And I'm more like, yo, they get a new coach.
What's going on?
Yes. So I think there's a way that really affects the players, that sudden change all the time of administrators. This administrator has been maybe pro you guys playing this kind of game, and then now these administrators want you to play this kind of game. All these facilitators, or rather this administration has been facilitating your transport, your feeding, and maybe the salary has been good and allowances. Now this new one is saying, no, we're going to reduce this because of this. So now that brings around, it brings around fighting among the players with the administration. They're all like, no, these are not giving us what we want. And then maybe some players are still they are still siding with the old coach, like, why did this happen? Why does it have to happen? All those fights end up, you know, making the team weak. Yeah.
So you believe that shouldn't have happened?
Yeah.
Definitely. That is your opinion. And Susan?
I don't know what is going on in the power camp, but if that is the coach they have had before, and it wasn't as bad as it is this season.
In the power camp, in my view, power is powerless.
Power is what?
Powerless.
Powerless. Not yet. They are still in the league. They are still playing. Although they have lost a couple of games.
They are bottom of the table.
Well, if the coach has been delivering results, and come this season something is not working out, we all have a bad day at office.
Yeah, that's true.
Give him the benefit of the doubt.
5 losses consecutively is not a bad day at office.
It can happen to you in a season.
Five,
have you looked at the losses and by how
over different weekends?
What is the range of the loss, and what is he dealing with this season?
Well, he has a new team.
Thank you very much.
They have a sponsor who flashed a dummy check of 200 million. So we believe that they are the most funded team.
Okay.
In this league. They went for a team bonding retreat.
Yeah.
You know? So everything that should be done was done. Now the action on the floor is not translating into wins.
Felix, you have played basketball.
Yes, I have.
Chemistry is not built in one retreat. Can you build team chemistry of players in one retreat?
Definitely you cannot.
So what was the coach working with? That is also another thing. I am not sure what went on, but I am giving the likable what could have happened. First of all, he's having new players. If he has been delivering before, sit him down, sit the players down, have a dialogue. This is where we at. How can we be better? What aren't we doing? Give him the benefit till the end of the season. Do an appraisal. Because if you're sacking him in the middle of the season,
3 quarters to the season because they were left with 4 games.
Most probably you have not done a complete appraisal of him for that whole season. So there's something you have not learned. Because if you get him sacked in the middle of the season, there are things he's also not going to tell you. I mean, you've let me out. I am not going to tell you what is going on. How sure are you that the next person who comes on board is not going to start in the same mess that I was in?
Okay.
So I think they could have let him ride with it till, in my opinion, till the end, then sit down, have an appraisal of him, let the players also dialogue about what went wrong and what went right, and get better from there.
To the viewers out there, Elizabeth,
yes,
please give them a recap of Score Beyond.
Oh, wow. So Score Beyond is a women-based organization.
I would also love to know much more about Score Beyond.
Okay, it aims at uplifting girls' lives through sports, but the major focus is basketball, and then it also aims at uplifting their health, both on court and off court. It has been in existence since 2017, and it has held a number of a couple of camps before COVID disrupted the whole process.
Okay.
Basically, it aims at nurturing their basketball and bringing you up holistically as a very good sports lady. When
you say basketball, on health, on court and off court. Off court, health-wise, much more elaboration, please.
I should have actually said mentorship, because mentorship would even cover the health part. So it's beyond basketball. It's not just about the game. You know, it has...
give me those details. The nitty-gritties of Score Beyond.
Okay, so just like... so it's about mentoring the girl child. It does more of selection of girls with potential. It also carries out camps in areas, for example, the Great North and East, where basketball is not really fully developed and the girl child is still facing so many issues. It aims at uplifting those girls, bringing them up, you know, enabling them to get scholarships in these different institutions. Even Tazad girls get scholarships outside of Africa, and then the mentorship part, we have a number of people who come and mentor the girls. And definitely.
Where do these mentorships happen from exactly?
Yeah, it holds camps, and then it also takes advantages of, advantage of stuff like, for example, this league, but I don't think this league we're going to carry anything because of the whole pandemic stuff. But like if there is national games or regional games, to take advantage of that gathering and to select out the different girls that come from the games. And during the process of those games, they will have their own sessions. They will, liaise with the commission or the organization that is in charge of that activity to have the girls mentored. Yeah.
There are viewers out there who would love to know. They have daughters, they have nieces who want to play and be part of Score Beyond. How do they get to Score Beyond?
Well,
do you contacts or offices? How do they get to enroll?
So what I can say about becoming part of Score Beyond, I think it's more of it selecting you because of your interest. If you don't show interest in the sport, then how is it coming? There's no, I think, to come.
Interest also has to
yeah,
be, but
the interest has to be two-way. So my first interaction with Score Beyond was because I got invited. It was an invitation camp for 60 girls, and I was among the girls selected countrywide to go for the camp, and I'd selected them from nationals. So maybe that's why I would call upon schools to invest in their girls, like let their girls play basketball, because that's how we shall spot you. That's how we shall know there's this girl who plays basketball and she has a potential to become a leader, not only in basketball, because we shall mentor you not only in basketball, but also in your life to become, a community person.
I have a niece who wants to start playing basketball. How do I get her to join Score Beyond? Or I should bring her to Angels?
Well, we don't have really that.
Should I bring her to, should I bring her to you?
It's okay. You can choose whether you want to take her now or you bring her to me.
What we do as per now, we don't really have the provision for the young children, but of course there are other organizations and setups that are there that cater for children. For example, there is iHoops. Is it called iHoops?
Yes, iHoops.
iHoops. Then there is this thing that takes place at Fusion every Sunday. So those depending on their age, that's why you can enroll them.
And there's Angels, which has a grassroots program.
Okay. It is the 29th of May 2021. My name is Felix Opal. In studio, I've been with Susan and Elizabeth. As we wind up the show, your last word to our viewers. You first, then Elizabeth, and we wrap it up.
Well, today we were talking women's basketball. You as a gentleman out there, what have you done for your sister, for your daughter, for your niece that is interested in this game? How have you supported them? Come to their games, buy them shoes, get them a water bottle, give them a pat on the back when they are doing well. At work, if there's a CSR, you throw it towards the women. So let's all be in. At Angels Basketball, you're welcome. We nurture children all the way from primary. We have a team in the grassroots. If you have a child who wants to play basketball and then primary or secondary, our training grounds are at Police Children's School. Then the senior team trains at City High. You're welcome. We nurture the whole being. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. Elizabeth, last word as we wind up.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. We have been talking about women's basketball, just as Susan has said. Susan has talked mainly about you as an individual, but then I'm also going, as an individual, as a man, as a woman, I'm also going now to talk about girls. You as a girl, what are you doing? You have to show interest that you're interested in something for other people to now start investing in you. You can't say you love sports, but you barely watch women's sports. you have to prove to the world that this is what you want and this is what you want to venture into. So show the interest, and that's when you have maybe your father, your mother take up the interest, be like, yes, I know it may not be easy, you know, we have all those issues at home, girls can't do sports, we still have those challenges, but once you show them that, yes, I'm ready to play sports and that's what I want to do, trust me, they'll be there to support you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Felix. Catch us next Saturday on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Enjoy your weekend.
Conquering lion, liberty, for the way I walk, the giant I lead my way. See, I know you've been searching your entire life, you've been wanting a love that's so real, love that's so true. We'll search no more, 'cause once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh, it's deeper than the sea, goes farther than only eyes can see. And he's a mystery, but it's from His Majesty. It's true. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh, no greater love than this, than that a man will lay his life for we. It beats my understanding. Oh, what a joy it brings to my heart. Your love is kind. Once you seek, you find. Faithful to love, mystical and divine. Unconditional, yet provisional. Your love is so royal, yes. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh, see, I know you've been searching your entire life, you've been wanting a A love that's so real, love that's so true. We'll search no more, 'cause once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh.
Hello and welcome to today's edition of the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Atengi Manuel. This is the show where we get to talk about basketball in Uganda and whatever's happening in the basketball scene. Now, basketball in Uganda has been off for a while due to the COVID pandemic and due to lockdown, so games haven't been happening. Players haven't been getting on court to work out, and these are some of the issues that have been affecting us as the basketball fraternity, and these are some of the things that we need to talk about. With me in the studio today is Mr. John Omondi, aka Mapesa John, and would like to find out, first of all, where did the Mapesa name come from?
Thank you. I'm John, as Eti has just mentioned. Mapesa is an AK name. Where I come from, it is money. It means money, but here I don't know what it means, but that's all I know. It means money. I think when you look at me, people think that I have
that you have money. So you're
unfortunately,
you're the people who got a double portion of the money that was supposed to come from the government.
That money is just as much as you're waiting for it. I am also waiting for it. I hope they'll realize that I didn't get it and they'll splash some to me, but inshallah.
Yeah, well, hopefully that money comes. John, again, you're very welcome to the show. This is a show where we get to talk about everything that is about basketball in the Ugandan fraternity. And I know that you've been a part of basketball for a very long time, okay? There are some people who know you as Coach John. There are some people who know you as a player back in the days. There's a nickname we used to call you, which was Chuma Charelwe, during your playing days. To start the show, we just want you to walk us through your basketball journey, where you started from, and where did you transition from a player into a coach?
Wow, that's a long one. You've taken me back.
Way back
way
into time.
Back. Well, I would say that I came to play basketball for Chitante. It was during my high school day.
Yeah.
Those days, qualifying for nationals was very difficult. So our job was to make sure that the school reaches finals, actually. So our first year in senior 4, I would say, we managed to get somewhere. We reached the finals. Our second year, we took the championship. But after that, you must realize that every good player or every good coach should come from specific teams, like us who are lucky to be in Rhinos. Rhinos has brought up so many people. During my high school days, it was Coach Manje Jironi. We just finished his high school the previous year, so he was my first coach in Uganda. So after that, we had to find ourselves in Rhinos, and as you know, Rhinos has brought up so many teams, so many players. So I played for Rhinos. After Rhinos, actually I didn't stop playing for Rhinos. I'm still a Rhino. And that's when I started coaching Rhinos. I started coaching Rhinos as Amazon. Amazon is one of the clubs for Rhinos Athletics Club.
Yeah.
So it was a hot soup. I started coaching when I was still a player. So it is actually what built me, built who I am.
Yeah.
So it was a hot soup. I was coaching in the league when I was very young, and we grew up together. Then I was also playing for Rhinos. You know, playing for Rhinos, Rhinos used to give so much.
Yeah.
You realize that they taught a lot. They had very experienced players and experienced coaches. Some of them are in the US. So they brought us. They took us in, they brought us and made us who we are.
Yeah.
The second time I got the biggest coaching job was when Charging Rhinos was relegated.
Yeah.
I was a player for Charging Rhinos, but when we were relegated, you know what happens when teams are relegated.
Yeah.
People will start moving. So
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna be a coach player. So that's how coach playing began. It was tough.
Yeah.
I tried to coach play. You know, when you're coach playing, you want to call all the shots. You know, you can't serve two masters. So at a certain time, I had to drop playing. I said, you know what? Let me concentrate on coaching.
Yeah.
So the first year, things didn't go so well. The second year, we managed to hit, we hit the champion. Actually, we reached finals.
Yeah.
And we were promoted again back to NBL.
Yeah.
So that's how it started. It started with the Rhinos. I must thank Rhinos for making me who I am. But again, I've coached a number of young teams. You know, as you're growing, you start low. I think Rhinos was the biggest team I coached when I was still growing as a coach. But I used to coach these young kids like international schools. I did ISU, I did a number of schools, Kawempe Muslim, Bugema. I coached so many teams that if I start talking about it, it's a big trend. It's a very, very big trend.
Well, that's a very interesting journey, you know, knowing that you started from Kitante, which is actually just down the road from here. I remember way back in the day, Kitante, Hill School, Kaboja, those were really the biggest schools at the time, you know, and I think qualifying for the nationals at that time was a very hard thing, and also getting to the finals was really hard because there was a lot of actually competition during that time. And I remember your team had a couple of players who are actually also coaches now. Yeah, could you just take us back to what was that group like? There was you, John Mapesa. Who were the other players on the team, and are they still playing right now? Are they coaching? What has happened to their lives in basketball?
Well, like when I was joining Kitante, we were three musketeers. I had Hamza, who coached a couple of teams. He coached A1. He also coached Amazon some time back.
Yeah.
He coached KU. I also had Jeff Omondi. He actually played for UCU at a certain time. Then he found himself at CTOL, but he coached, I think, A1.
Yeah.
Then Eric is the only guy who left. So we were around 4-5 guys who were in Chitante. Our job was to actually, Geoff came on the second year when we were almost finishing. But even all of them found themselves in Rhinos. So we played together, and I think when we were done with high school, people parted ways. Some of us went to university, some of us relocated back to Kenya. But you realize that all of them are coaches.
Yeah.
Hamza was a good coach. Geoff is still coaching. Actually, myself, I'm coaching. And you must realize that even Mande Jironi is a product of Chitante, a product of Rhinos. People like Stephen Omoni, those are products of Chitante and Rhinos. So it's being a journey. And technically, I'm saying that most coaches we have in Uganda, you realize that almost 80% have a background of rhinos in it. Yeah, good players, Chitante and Rhinos. So Chitante is a school that you could have thought that they had an attachment with Rhinos somehow, because from there you are finding yourself in Rhinos. So I think it was a good umbrella that brought us up, and we're proud of it. We are proud to be still coaching. I know, in Uganda here, there's so many coaches. I think our database has over 63. But you'd find that active coaches might be something like 20.
Very few.
Yeah, so that's another problem that I think
that's a discussion for
another day.
another
another discussion for another day.
Well, just speaking from there, we actually want to pick the discussion from there. Today we're talking about basketball at the grassroots, okay? So that includes basketball when it comes to the kids, basketball in high schools and also in university before they really transition out into the NBL. So you playing back in the day, okay, we had all these tournaments. I think the whole year was filled with, there was at least 3 tournaments for every term, okay? And fast forward it into the present, we have very few tournaments that are happening, okay? So just take us through what was basketball like back in the day, high school basketball, compared to high school basketball now. Has it become better? Has it become worse? According to your view, what has happened in high school basketball?
Well, that's another good question. Now, back in the days, Uganda did a lot of import. They imported very many foreigners. So actually, Ugandan basketball was filled with foreigners. And foreigners, they come with some kind of momentum that is a little bit at high peak. So I would say that the pool when it comes to basketball in back day, the pool was small. The competition level was so high. But again, the number of schools were few. And the competition level was also high because we call, actually nowadays they call them machineries. The number of machineries that were in the land was a little bit too many. And their competition level was high. And that's why you find that the fan base was also very high. So many people always wanted to see what's happening. So whether basketball is in the western region or eastern, people would go to watch. And again, you'd find that the teams that were doing well were specific. Chitante was lucky to be doing well as a day school, but the higher percentage of schools that were doing well then were boarding school, the likes of Chibuli, Kabogia, Naja, Manjas. So Chitante was one of the only high school that was a day school that was doing well, because I think maybe it had some good input to make things happen. Like our days, I remember we were, as much as we had 3 good guys, actually 4 to 5 good guys, Kabogia was our biggest problem. Kabogia had it. And the likes of, some of them, the likes of Ivan Enabu, Ken Balejusa, Alan Tauda. Those, Ivan could be a problem. He's one of the guys who gave us serious problem in our days. And you saw even during the league time, he was still doing a good job. So I would say that the manpower then was different, and it was mainly packed with a huge number of foreign input. But you see now, it has kind of changed. And actually, some of the structures that were running basketball then were different. We had Nasiba, it had to bring a foreign cup, which kind of neutralized some of the foreign input that was going around. And that reduced the number of foreigners running in the Ugandan basketball. So you find that now, when that transition changed from foreign to limitation, now Ugandans got some time to play,
Yeah.
which was a good thing. It was a very good thing, and I wish they didn't stop. You see now, you find that the schools that are doing well, they are private schools, and that means that they invest. You see, government school, their investment limit is to a specific level.
Yeah.
But now private school, they have a good budget. Most of them have a good budget, and they are able to bring in any good talent.
Yeah.
And they are also able to fish any talent from anywhere within the country.
Yeah, well, I like how you've actually brought in the aspect of traditional schools versus the international schools, okay? And we'll be going into more of this after the break, because I believe that this is going to make for a very interesting conversation, yeah? After the break, we'll be back with more on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Mr. John Mapesa Omondi will be telling us more on his perspectives on grassroots basketball. Don't go anywhere. This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Welcome back to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. Remember, you can catch us live on our social media handles or at House of Talent Television on Facebook and on Twitter. And you can also catch us on YouTube at House of Talent Television live. This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. And we've been talking basketball with Mr. John Mapesa Omondi in the studio. And before we went for the break, we had brought in the aspect of the traditional schools versus the modern schools. Back in the day, we had schools like Kitante, Kaboja, Chivuli, Manjas in the east, and these were basically the powerhouses way back then, okay? And now we have a shift, okay, where now the schools that are actually on top is one of the schools that you coach. Yeah, I think that is the school that is on top now. You have other schools like Crane High, and all these schools. So the dynamics shifted from traditional schools and it has come into these modern schools, okay? And I think it also shifted from trying to, you know, make a name for yourself, and it has shifted into what would say is more monetary. It's more marketing now, okay? So how has the marketing factor, okay, affected this shift in basketball? Because now, for you to be known, you have to have a marketing factor, and basketball has become one of those, okay? So how has marketing influenced the change in basketball from way back then and today in these modern times?
Well, it is obvious that any school would want to be seen out there.
Yeah.
And the only avenue for, actually one of the best avenue for some of these, for example, private schools, not that government schools have not, cannot be, they also have a budget. I'm sure every entity, be it government or private, they have a budget.
Yeah.
And now the priorities, I think, is what makes a difference.
Yeah.
You'd find that, because Chibuli is another school that has a very good budget for sports. And I'm sure that when you talk about my school, Budo,
Yeah.
Budo has a good budget for sport,
Yeah.
and they dictate the budget that they can use within a period of time.
Yeah.
So schools who are very sharp realize that sports is one of the best avenue to reach a big number of clientele. And you realize that at times they come with very big buses. Have you ever figured out why? You'd find that you have only one team of basketball, but you have a huge bus. When you look inside, nothing.
Like 12 people
You know,
in the bus.
12 guys with some 3 guys who are supporting. So when you park your bus in a specific place, a student will look at it and like, man, these guys, there's something about it. There's something about it that will drive you. And by good or bad luck, if you manage to go, for example, for a friendly in that school, you might want to stay. And then you'll start disturbing your parents that, man, I want that school.
Yeah.
So it is a marketing strategy that schools have realized they can use. Not that it is the only marketing strategy, but it is a good marketing strategy. It has opened up so many schools.
Yeah.
So, and I would say that before then, because Chibuli has been one of my #1 competitors. I think I started winning games like 5 years ago because I was always fighting with Chibuli, you know. So you wouldn't say that it has, maybe Buddha has taken over because Chibuli is not having the cash muscle. They do, but we grew up. Maybe those days we were small, but now we are powerhouse, and I think people will have to accept that there's evolution. And if Buddha is doing it, I think they have done a good job. We've done a good job over the years. We've given Uganda the first East Africa Championship. The boys had never won an East African Championship before. And the girls have given Uganda back to back. So at the end of the day, I mean, at times I feel like when maybe when we are competing locally at the maybe qualifier level, it might be a little bit personal. Well, school and school, muscle. But when it goes beyond nationals, now then the representation changes. It's Uganda. So it doesn't matter who is playing, who is winning. At the end of the day, it is Uganda that has won that championship, and that's how it is. But I think no one should lie to you that other schools don't have budgets. Every government entity must have a sports budget. It is the priority that they give to sports. I think that's what differs.
I think that's very true. Most government schools now think they want to focus more on books, and the budget that is there for sports actually is siphoned into other things, but I guess that's a discussion for another day. Now, we're going to talk about the elephant in the room here, okay? Johnny is the coach of Budo. You've had a lot of success with the Budo team, okay, winning the East African Championship. And in the basketball circles, okay, just like your story with Kitante, you came in from Kenya to play for Kitante because they wanted to move to a certain level, okay? Fast forward to the present time, now you're coach of Budo, And I think you're faced with the same situation as you were in Kitale, but this time you're on the coaching side, okay? And the school has told you, Johnny, this is the budget and this is where we want you to be, yeah? And you have been blamed for using a lot of foreign players, okay? They say it's John who gets players from Sudan. His first 5 are more than 5 feet high. How are we going to compete, with them? And this has been a complaint from actually very many schools and very many coaches. And some even say that the cap on foreign players, okay, in high school was brought because of your initiatives to actually try and win in high school basketball. What is your comment on this?
That's a tough one, but I'll give my honest opinion. Now, it's an open market.
Yeah.
And I don't think any school has been limited on where to get players. These are our clans. Budo is a private entity. It can get students from anywhere within the world, if not East Africa.
Yeah.
So, a coach, my job is to look at the dynamics of the competition, look at the rules that govern the competition, and act as per the rules that govern the competition. And I'm sure if I'm not the only one who picks players from outside the country. Yeah. And this is within East Africa. My players are within East Africa. I've never got players from America to come and play for me. These are students, and they're genuinely from within East Africa.
Yeah.
And I'm sure as much as Budo has students from Sudan or whichever, or Kenya or wherever, or Tanzania, other schools also do have.
Yeah.
So the thing, their question should be the success. You can get players from all over, but are they still gonna give you the results you're looking for? So they should be crying that, how come Johnny knows how to recruit and manages to do well with the players he recruits? Because when you go to other schools, Chibuli has foreigners. They have so many players from, those are my direct competitors. When you go to Wakiso, you'll find that actually there's a school in Wakiso that has 99% foreigners.
Yeah.
So the question is, why haven't they managed to do well with the input that they're making? Because you'd find that maybe Budo as a school, it has defined structures.
Yeah.
We have to respect why entities do well. So I have a very good structure from the top, from my director all the way to the water boy.
Yeah.
We have a good structure,
Yeah.
and we have a good support staff that enable us achieve our goal. When you go to that school, you find that I have everything. I have the courts, I have the balls. My job is to impart skills.
Yeah.
So if I do a good job with that, I think they should ask themselves, can we learn? What is he doing that we are not doing?
We're not doing. Yeah.
But if they say that he's bringing in, but somebody would look at it like he's bringing what you've brought in. So that means that the market was open market and the playing ground was level. So why don't you bring in what he's bringing in? Or why don't you do what he's doing?
Yeah.
So I think maybe their approach is just the wrong approach. They should be fighting to know or to, I'm open. If you want to learn what I do, I'll be glad to share with you. So you should ask me, what are you doing that is making you do well? Because now if they say down here, so how about up there? If I'm doing well up there, would you say that now is up there, is he bringing the same people?
Yeah.
He's using the same people within Uganda to make ends meet. So if you blame me down here, then you're gonna blame me up there. Because if you see up there, I think I have the youngest, the youngest team in the field. So they need to change their approach.
Yeah, so that brings in actually a very good question. So what are you doing right that they are not doing? Since it's an open market and now we're in a place where you're like a consultant now. Okay, what are you doing right that other schools are not doing, given the same playing field?
I don't know who's gonna pay for this consultation. But, well, you know, coaching is the only place that you learn from each other.
Yeah.
Now, as I told you, I have a very good support structure. I have all the facilities I need to execute my job, and I'm not complaining about the financial bit, which is a very important part of making ends meet. You know, finance is one of the reasons why basketball is crumbling, even at the top level. So, what you know, we've learned our coaching. We've learned from different avenues. FUBA has done a good job to give so many courses for coaches. But again, we have so many avenues to research. And me, what I do, one of the things coaches make a mistake with, they copy and paste. So when you copy and paste, you're copying somebody's strength, but you're forgetting that there's weakness. So if I copy your strength, then I bring to myself, then I'll be improving on the weakness. Because what you do that works for you might not work for me. So what I do, I look at what you do. I ask myself why you do it. I look at the reason why you do what you do. Then I just pick what I think is good enough for me, given the manpower I have. Then I blend it in. You get it? So I don't copy and paste. I copy what you do and I synchronize with what I know. And that is one of the biggest difference that I kind of ride on. And then my philosophy. You know, I've looked around Uganda, the kind of basketball people play. I would say 70% of what I do is defensive. I work so hard defensively. I give 30% to offense, or I would give 20% to offense, which has worked, but no, it's not a good thing. You know, you need to balance it. You get it. So I look at my manpower. Then I balance the percentage I want to give in training. So I give a lot of time on defense. I give average time on offense because I want players to express themselves. You know, coaches also don't realize that if you limit players to do things your way, it's gonna choke them. They're not gonna express themselves.
That's true.
So if I stick to telling you that this is how I want you to play defense, that is me. So I need to give you some allowance on offense. So that you express what makes you a basketballer. And it has worked for me. At times people say that most of my game is transition. And if you look at it, even in the higher leagues, I take you for a run. But why do I do that? Because I know I have young players who are energetic. What they do is study and play. So they don't have anything stressing them. I know they can run and everything they do is intense. So when I come to you and I find that you have a weakness, I have to know your weakness. I have to look at the weakness of my opponent. I know that most teams in this championship, actually even in high school basketball, you'd find that 3/4 just pick the players, they go make some layups and play games. So I realized that they have a weakness with giving the right techniques to players. What do? I say that, okay, they don't work so hard on this thing. I want to work so hard on it that they will choke when they want to meet me. They have to choke. So that's how I've been riding. I've done that for over 12 years, and it has not failed me. And it's a secret. So technically,
well, the secret is now out. And if you're a coach and you're watching the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk, get down to our comment section on our Twitter, on our Facebook. Let us know what your coaching philosophy is like. If you have any questions for Mr. John Omondi, you can post them down there. Also, we'll be reading them later. But I will take a quick break right now, and we'll be back with more on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Don't go anywhere.
Strong. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1,
Welcome back to the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Atengi Manuel, and remember, this is House of Talent Television, where you can catch us live on our YouTube channel or go down to Facebook and Twitter, where you can also catch us live and drop us some comments. Let us know what you're thinking. If you're a coach, let us know what your coaching philosophy is, your coaching experience. If you're a player and you worked under Mr. John Mapesa, let us know what kind of coach he is. And I think he's an interesting coach coming from the kind of background that he is. I know that you have coached with Coach Coach Walker. Okay, and Walker was a very flary coach. He was kicking bottles here and there. And what kind of impact did Walker have on you, and did that affect your coaching philosophy? Do you coach the same way, or you took another route from where he left off?
Walker, you know, when people look at Walker, they don't understand that he loves this game. I think he's
very
really,
passionate
he's
about
so passionate about this game.
Yeah.
One thing, Walker has a very loud side of him and a very soft side of him.
Yeah.
You know, and one thing people don't realize. If you learn to work within such kind of environment, it does two things. It either pushes you or breaks you. So if you understand that his intention is to push you, then you're good. Because you realize that most players who have come from Deja University, they're at high peak. You know, they're always pushed to the limit. So me, I got a chance to work with Walker. And one of the things I would say I learned from him, he does a lot of research.
Yeah.
He's so knowledgeable, but at times I think he has a very short time frame to express himself or to impart. So during my 4 years with him, I learned what I used to do. I see what he does. I see how he does it. When I go back, I change it. And when I come back, I tell him that, boss, you know why this thing is disturbing us? We need to change it. But one good thing about him, he allowed me. He told me that, Johnny, you know what? That's why you're here. Your job is to make the best out of this program. So he gave me a lot of room to express myself. And that is why even when he migrated, you wouldn't feel like there's a change because he empowered me a lot. And that one I'm very grateful. He gave me a lot of room, a lot of, actually he has experience. And when he's on the touchline, the passion drives him, and at times it overrides him, and
emotions
take over. And the players who have been under him for a long time, you see, like the likes of Tim Jonah. Look at the people who have come from Deje. They are doing very well, and they can fit in any environment, any club. And you realize that by the time they are completing their studies, so many teams wanted them. And it's happening. So many teams are looking at Deje players. And it is, even now, I think you've seen that so many are moving to other clubs when they are done with their studies. So the reason why they would fit in is because of the push that they go through. So I would say that they're pushed to the limit. We really used to give them a lot of a run. And me, I would say that Walker was a good coach. I appreciated working with him, and I learned from him. And I'm trying to adapt to some of his coaching styles. Actually, he's one of the guys who insisted that, Johnny, yes, I know defense. I know you're good, but you can't play defense alone. You have to put, because you're gonna choke if you get a team that understands what you're doing. So that is why at the moment I'm trying to synchronize a little bit of more of offense. I would now give from 30%, I would try to take it to 40, but I'm still stuck to my 30%. I cannot give it. Because you realize that, I know all the big teams. You realize that one of the reasons why I would say that Deje would penetrate any team in Uganda is because our defense is hard, our offense is average, but we run you down. We run you down because, you know, my philosophy again comes in. I believe in taking you for a run. If you cannot keep up, then you let me win.
So the secret to beating Indeja is just outrun Indeja.
No, you can't outrun Indeja because they're the masterpiece of the run. Because you'll find the defense there. They're very energetic, they're young, and they're ready for you. They have nothing to prove. True. But they have the fighting spirit.
They have that heart and the fight. Yeah, that's very interesting, and it's always good to know, you know, the people who have had an influence on you when it comes to your coaching journey. Well, we're going to get back into the main topic for today. We're looking at basketball, the grassroots. Okay, I heard that the under-16 team, okay, the Ugandan team that was actually supposed to go and take part in that tournament, was actually cancelled out. It's not the first team that is being cancelled out. We had the same problem with the Gazelles, who couldn't go to Kenya to take part in the Afro basket, but that's also a discussion for another day. We're still looking at basketball, the grassroots. With the experience that you've had coaching young kids and also coaching at the high school level, okay, what are some of the biggest problems you faced at the grassroots when it comes to, let's say, players, when it comes to working with different institutions? And I also know FUBA has a part that it plays in all these issues. So what are some of the biggest problems that you faced with basketball, the grassroots?
Well, basketball, the grassroots has, it has some challenges are because of our laziness. Some it's because of the structures. Because I would say that FUBA has one of the best structures with regards to sports development in Uganda. But I don't think they have empowered the grassroots structures to do so much. But again, when you look at the grassroots structure, they are crippled. You know, there's one thing that we have to agree. Money, funds. Let me talk about funds. Funding is a big issue because everything you want to do, you need a ball. Anything you want to do, you need facilities. Anything you want to do, you need a coach. Anything you want to do, there's so much. But you see, now, down there, if, for example, our structures as coaching association could do more voluntary than the cash side, then we would do ourselves a lot of justice. You know, by the now, because I remember there's a plan to register academies. But again, when you look at registration of academy, it means that these academies have to part with some cash, which is not there. And then the dynamics of running an academy also, you need to cash in to make the academy. Because when you're starting anything, you find that there's a hitch. You need to buy balls. You need a facility. And you realize that Uganda, one of the problems they lack is facility. They don't have basketball structures. Actually, you'd find that it's schools that have basketball courts. Out there are counted, you'd find that there are 2 or 3, which you can even run a program. So I think maybe FUBA should look at maybe adding the number of sports facilities in Uganda, because the population is big. The population is very big. The players are growing. I think we have more players. Uganda has the biggest league in East Africa. If not, I think it's one of the biggest league. And managing such a league, you need a home court, which we don't have. We are still renting. You saw we couldn't use YMCA for so many dynamics. You saw Lugogo, we are stuck. So technically, it is hard for this federation to run so much at the grassroots if they cannot even run what they have at the top level. So I think it comes back to investment. The priorities that probably FUBA will have, or the priorities that the guys, the investors, you know. I know I'm an investor, but I cannot build a court. I don't have the muscle to build a court. But we can outsource. I think one of the things that FUBA should now invest in is to look at how to have a home court and how to empower clubs to have their own home courts, which is happening now, but I think it's still not so sound. But coaches need to come back and be nice to the game. If you truly love this game, you have to do a lot of voluntarism to make basketball a success.
Yeah.
Because like, I've done it. I've had my shot in volunteering. That is why you find that I've coached so many teams. And some of them, you would find that they don't pay me what they need to pay me, but because I love what I'm doing, I can take the little that they pay. Because now if you start looking at what they pay you, you find that it's transport. That is why now, currently, I'm only attached to specific entities which can able to
pay you for the work that you did way before.
Pay me for.
Well, that's interesting. You brought in the aspect of investors, okay? But the thing that you have to realize about our game is that it has to be at a level where it's marketable for you to have people coming in, okay? I don't think that FUBA has really marketed the game as well as it should. If we take an example of Rwanda, okay, Rwanda built that stadium that they're using right now, and that has brought a lot of visibility to them, with the NBA coming in and giving them now different programs, you know. And Uganda had the NBA, junior NBA actually, which I don't think is running anymore because of, you know, a few things here and there in basketball. Yeah. So what can, let's say, different schools, okay, different academies, okay, do to make themselves marketable to the level whereby we'll have big companies coming in to actually act as sponsors or partners, okay, with these different entities at the grassroots so that we can grow up the game?
Yeah, it takes me back to the same thing.
Yeah.
Start. You know, starting is the hardest. So like me, you find that I have an academy, but most of it, you find that it's for free. I don't ask people to pay because I'm building.
Yeah.
You get it? So if we don't volunteer to make something look worth partnering with, because if you start looking at money first, then you're not gonna build. So you have to build without money. Build with the resources you have. That's why I'm saying coaches need to start volunteering. Because in their academies, they're not going to get money so much. You'd find that you have an academy, but you spend more than you get. So if we can push that a little bit more as coaches, make it a little bit vibrant, get players, teach them so that when they play, you want to come and watch. You see, I have to attract you to come and watch. And some of them, you realize it's their parents who own some of these fuel stations. It's their parents who work in some of these big entities. So if their parents are happy with what we do down here, it would be so easy for them to want to be partner. You know, they want to be involved in what you're doing, and that's how it comes in. There's nothing new you're gonna do to bring sponsors in. It is the product you're giving. If they like what you're doing, they'll want to be part of you. So again, when you look at FUBA, when you look at Rwanda, that is a government initiative. So technically, maybe FUBA has to get the right technical know-who in there to make things happen. Because you have to know someone in there to make things happen. But if you don't know somebody up there, then it will be hard for you to even approach, you know. But Rwanda, it was a government. Uganda, I think the only government entity we have is Lugogo, which is shared by every sport. So technically, when you talk about, but it's me, what I know, it comes back to us as coaches to make the best out of us, build a package that anyone would want to be part of, and that's it.
We are slowly coming to the end of the show because we're running out of time. But before we get there, I just want you to, you know, talk to the people down there at the grassroots, because I'm also a part of grassroots coaching, you know, where you have to go to a school and coach kids. Some of them are in schools that really can't finance you, like you said, and you have to go and volunteer. And sometimes us as coaches, okay, or whoever is out there in the coaching fraternity, okay, there are a lot of resources, there are a lot of things that we do not have, that even if we wanted to volunteer, okay, sometimes it becomes hard. Because I'm going to a school, there's one basketball for 50 kids. You have 5 cones for 50 kids, okay? You're sharing a court with netball, with handball. Sometimes they're playing football on these courts, okay? So there are very many issues that even if you wanted to volunteer, you face as a coach, okay? So what can the NCS and FUBA for now do? Because we realize we're in a situation of lockdown, and you know, coming out of lockdown, we really need to engage these kids, because at the end of the day, it's these kids who feed into the national teams of the future, okay? So what should FUBA, National Council of Sports, and also the country itself do to support these grassroots in respect to resources, in respect to education? Should they put up some schemes? What can they do?
I think it comes back to how, FUBA, it comes back to FUBA empowering its structures down at the grassroots. Yeah. Maybe you find that you have coaches, but probably they're not structured enough to know what to do. There has to be a lot of workshops to let them know how best they can empower, how best they can bring up their academy, the likes of the academies that they want to. They have programs. Every coach has a program, but now at times they feel crippled when it comes to how to run this program. So I think the structures down there should be in a position to have a leader. There has to be a leadership structure that helps the grassroots. When you come to schools, you know, as coaches, that's why I'm very happy that FUBA has given us a lot. I think through FIBA, we've had a lot of courses that even if you have one ball, a school, you have so much, but you have one ball, it is still possible for you to still go to that school and still run a coaching course. Because remember, not all the time a player is always going to play with the ball. So you can do station kind of, you know, whereby this group is doing this group is doing that, but everything is geared towards the end results of building a basketball. So technically, don't feel shy that you have a school. You can even use your basketball. If you want to make the school be in love with a sport, show them that it is worth it.
So
show them you can
resources.
do it. So you use your basketball coaching skills to be able to teach so many with one basketball. So you do group kind of sessions whereby you teach different skills. You know, when there are many, you teach different skills. And then when you talk about National Council of Sports, the only thing they can do is probably fund some of the facilities. You realize that the only thing that they also still rely on is Lugogo. Nambole, I think, was left to the dogs. So technically, NCS, I think they should, through government, I think the only thing is to lobby and put some facilities. That's the best they can do. And probably fund a national team after which they are doing. I'm not saying that they're not doing, but I think it is so sad if a national team can be in a position, you know, they have a chance of qualifying, and then they're just in the neighborhood in Rwanda here where they can even use a bus, and then you find that a team fails to go. And what I can tell you again, there was a high possibility that Uganda was going to qualify for AfroBasket.
That's the thing.
And you can never know now because they didn't get the chance to compete. You realize that Rwanda, you saw how Kenya and Rwanda played, how it turned. Kenya lost so many games, but they won the championship. At the end of the day. Uganda has won some. Actually, I think Uganda has a very good team. Both men and women. I believe, I do a lot of women coaching, and I believe Uganda would have made it.
Well, it's very good that we had you on the show today, you know, getting your perspectives and also your consultancy, which I think many coaches will have to pay for at the end of the day. But Johnny, would like to thank you for coming onto the show and just sharing with us your experience and also your thoughts on grassroots basketball. I believe that we'll also, you know, invite you next time, because we haven't really, you know, entered into everything we could have gotten out of you as a basketballer, as a coach, We also know that you step into other realms where you are father and all these things, and all these make you a total basketballer. We just want to say thank you from House of Talent Television. And if you're watching us, remember you can catch us live on Facebook at House of Talent Television, on Twitter, and also on YouTube, and also on our website. We want to thank you for being with us today, wherever you watch the show from. Thank you. This was Slam Dunk Basketball Talk with me, Atengi Emmanuel, and John Mapesa Omondi. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you.
Shout out to all the trappers. The origins. Big ups to Anadan. What up,
Now pre-saved, I was still raised right, so we were always culture boys, but boys would be boys, so sometimes we'd be them and soldier boys. Had quite a few friends with army dads, real soldier boys, red top status. They walk in and you better hold your voice and tongue and watch your mouth, cause they could be drunk or packing, no time to stomp you out. Just throw you in the back of the pickup or ghost your whereabouts. UG, KLA, home of the Impala, we're all different tribes, but everyone's bound to speak some Uganda like Mugamba G. That's from my old schoolers to Sidore G. That's from the new students with that slang edition, from urban to local tradition, while handing down that history through those oral renditions, like the story of Kintu. Musajja Nenteye, Kintu ya Wasanambi, Mwanyina wa Warumbe is only one of the stories that explain things like our origins to death and everything in between. Oral historians before us young MCs at the scene. Mental recordings, those been in my makeup since time immemorial. Respect to those before me, yo.
Lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba nga bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa
anti tuteredde entende tugamba gyebala okuva ekyaddondo paka mu kyaggwe ne bugerere amasaza ndabya asatu ng'ate obusozi musanvu anti akabbiro muguya ate emmamba olw'omanya enzira nkuba jjejjerevu anti buganda nza kulembera okukuza ku nnono ng'ate oluganda lwenkulembeza sisimba lukono ku mmere esira namanja yuyanca olujjuliro gye lwadda tetumanyi naye ate tukkuta mpaako ku mazzi nyweko byali bya buganda abazungu be bajja kati ensiwa ate zituswaza biseera byali bya nnono tubuuza tufukamidde nga twalula abalongo saako n'okukyalira ensiko kusoma kwa bunensi n'oluzungu ne luwamba tubuuza watagwani gyebalembo ly'abakadde ettofaali tukwebaza lisonze yeebale magulu nnyondo awangaale nange embeewo
lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kale ebyali bituyamba nga bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa
Yes, sebo. This is how the culture was handed down. Around the fire, children gather round. Different rituals for different tribes. It's how the tradition was kept alive. Spiritual emphasis behind the drums. The old voices here that guide the young. So as me and Nelly say, trade them bars. We give respect to those that came before us.
Chadondo bugerere maokota busiro chagwe fenna batugunjula dda abemamba balangira nakinsige enjovu katimvuma abefumbe n'omutima fenna batugunjula dda ruyonga ku ngoma kugambye bamugunjula dda Isaiah kapeti kakabi kugambye bamugunjula dda Sawe tuse kwejijo kebera kola bekubudde dobozi lidi n'oguno omujaja n'amabidde
Sesamu enkuwereza ntudde ku kyoto mba Kampala sitenze bamanyini n'akatinko
kuza bamanya Oluganda lw'enkuba sirina budde burape Kampala bwewa n'akatinga budde
wereza amatooke ne lumonde saako n'ebinyeebwa akatunkuma amayuni kingere ndese Luganda
ipiaddi je watugamba ffe tulinze stories elevation copies nga zitunze
soka video zimwana nsulewo busingo malenta balezi BET nze sitya losi
mwana wange losinze njitya chovola basikowa nina okugunjula emiti emitogi n'eginaddabo
pause nange bwenjo nina okuzaalira eggwanga lino nga sinavaawo
anazaala teyeerangirira gwejjayo sitolezo oba okubabula ng'ogenda bwerange ku laadiyo abawala b'omu Kampala nze mwannema akajanja mwagala okukwanibwa naye okuzaala nedda
ogambye eki guno omulembe ki tunazaala tutya abaana ng'ate mwe muliyala mukwanisa obusente ng'ate tebuliiwo okwana agine beti nga tosula wa Sofi
bwe mba nsula wa Sofi ye yankwana lwaki ansa yammwe yes buli abagambako mwagala abasajja bokka bajjayo zidoola zino ennaku bwengula ekikomando nti nedda
topiki njikoye tudde ku birala obonga nani mu Uganda sizoni anti yeno
mbonga n'oyo yenna n'akyusa eggwanga anajja bw'emize emibi wano ng'okusumagira
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bakyala breast cancer amalwaliro tulina matono
mbonga n'oyo anaaleeta enkyukakyuka mu nsi okusomasome nga nkimanyi omulimu weeguli
mbonga n'oyo anaakendeeza kutya gaasi kuba ku kampasi nk'oyo okwekalakasanga
ze mbonga n'omusajja najjawo ebinnya mu kkubo alwanyisa enguzi ng'enaasasula n'abasomesa
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bavubuka kulwanyisa yala mu zigeto ffe tubba bubbi
mbonga n'oyo yenna nga masita pulana akoleyo site mu Uganda nga tulina endala
mbonga n'omusajja anaafa ku muntu w'ensi akendeeza akabeeyi ka sukaali kake wansi
mbonga n'oyo mu nsi yange atatunda bintu kuba mmanyi nti saawa yonna nanga ntundiramu kati gwe bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
bonga nange
nkugambye bonga nange
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
kugambye bonga nange
nze nkoyo kubonga
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa
Nelise the Royal Highness drift on the beat Big Mott peace music
sawe tuse kwejijo kebera kola bekubudde dobozi lidi n'oguno omujaja n'amabidde
Sesamu enkuwereza ntudde ku kyoto mba Kampala sitenze bamanyini n'akatinko
kuza bamanya Oluganda lw'enkuba sirina budde burape Kampala bwewa n'akatinga budde
wereza amatooke ne lumonde saako n'ebinyeebwa akatunkuma amayuni kingere ndese Luganda
ipiaddi gye watugamba ffe tulinze stories elevation copies nga zitunze
soka videos mwana nsulewo busingo malenta balezi BET nze sitya losi
mwana wange losi nze njitya chovola basikowa nina okugunjula emiti emijoji n'eginaddawo
pause nange bwentyo nina okuzaalira eggwanga lino nga sinavaawo
anazaala teyeerangirira gwejjayo sitolezo oba okubabula ng'ogenda bwerange ku laadiyo abawala b'omu Kampala nze mwannema akajanja mwagala okukwanibwa naye okuzaala nedda
ogambye eki guno omulembe ki tunazaala tutya abaana ng'ate mwe muliyala mukwanisa obusente ng'ate tebuliiwo okwana agine beti nga tosula wa sofi
bwe mba nsula wa sofi ye yankwana lwaki ansa yammwe yes buli abagambako mwagala abasajja bokka bajjayo zidoola zino ennaku bwe ngula ekikomando nti nedda
topiki njikoye tudde ku birala obonga nani mu Uganda sizomya nti yeeno
mbonga n'oyo yenna n'akyusa eggwanga anajja bw'emize emibi wano ng'okusumagira
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bakyala breast cancer amalwaliro tulina matono
mbonga n'oyo anaaleeta enkyukakyuka mu nsi okusomasome nga nkimanyi omulimu weeguli
mbonga n'oyo anaakendeeza kutya gaasi kuba ku kampasi ng'oyo okwekalakasanga
ze mbonga n'omusajja najjawo ebinnya mu kkubo alwanyisa enguzi ng'eno asasula n'abasomesa
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bavubuka kulwanyisa yala mu zigeto ffe tubba bubbi
mbonga n'oyo yenna nga masita pulana akoleyo site mu Uganda nga tulina endala
mbonga n'omusajja anaafa ku muntu w'ensi akendeeza akabeeyi ka sukaali kake wansi
mbonga n'oyo mu nsi yange atatunda bintu kuba mmanyi nti saawa yonna nanga ntundiramu kati gwe bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
bonga nange
nkugambye bonga nange
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
kugambye bonga nange
nze nkoyo kubonga
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa
Signalise for Royal Highness drift on the beat Big Mott peace music
the video, stereo, radio. Turn up the stereo, volume of the radio. Headphones in the iPod, watch the video. Turn up the stereo, volume of the radio. Headphones in your iPod, watch the video. Zijukira muchere kulusania, zijukira kaunga musefulia. Ebiziwe binchize nembigumira, zijukira emikwano kuntabukira. Sekatawa yali mulokole nebimutama anti ku mulimu bagasoma ebyobulokole tebiza magoba no me and my house will walk with you cause of your love so real and true topo wake mumwacho topo wa mwana weka tunula jolaga topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebirungi byonna jakubikuwai topo wange mumwacho topo wa mwana weka tunula jogendayi topo wa Yesu bakulemesai ebirungi byonna jakubikuwai ono sista teopisita yali alina pulaza mu kanisa mwatu bali bamazeyo kanjula ekyali kisigaddeyo nga yembaga tetwamanya jefu gye yava ow'amamotoka gali munana okukutadde edduka mu kibuga nzanyisa nga dduniga bunaza bamuzalawa omukwano gwe babine bakuyiwa mu binika yazirika yatabuka omutima ne gumenyeka topo wange mu mwacho topo mwana weka tunula gyolaga topo Yesu bakulemesa ebirungi byonna jakubikuwai topo wange mu mwacho topo mwana weka tunula gyogendayi topo
dimple. Save me from the disco. Love you, Lord, more than every girl loves a dimple. And I won't serve you on the lay low, aka Mr. Enough of the intro. You're always on time, never been slow. I focus on you, Lord, let the world know. When alone and everything feels cold, you my umbrella jacket, everything feels warm. When I go and get stuff, I keep on keeping on. Truth is, trouble don't last long. When I'm weak, you're strong. And it's in your presence that I be loved. Presence that I be loved. Yeah. Chopo wake mumwacho chopo wa Wanda weka tinule jolaga Chopo wa Yesu bakule mesaya Ibye birungi byonna jakubikuwai Chopo wake mumwacho chopo wa Wanda weka tinule jogende Chopo wa Yesu bakule mesaya Ibye birungi byonna jakubikuwai Chopo wake mumwacho chopo wa Wanda weka tinule jolaga Chopo wa Yesu bakule mesaya Ibye birungi byonna jakubikuwai Chopo wake mumwacho chopo wa Mwana weka tunula jogende Chopo wa Yesu bakule mesaya Ibye birungi byonna jakubikuwai Stereo
Lord, I have something to say. I keep on searching for meaning in everything I'm doing. They say you listen to everything we say. That's why I'm calling and asking for you to lead the way. Yeah, I'll keep on walking, keep on walking. Please, Lord, lead the way. Let the children sing now, yeah. Keep on walking, please lead the way. Yeah, I'll follow. And I'll follow. And I will follow. I'll follow. Lord, sometimes I get afraid. Then I remember what the scripture said. They say you listen to everything we say. And that's why, Lord, and now I'm calling and asking for you to lead the way. Yeah. So I'll keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Yeah, I keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Yeah, and I'll follow. I'll follow. I will follow. I will follow. Yesu tata wange, Yesu subi lyange, kamugoberere, kamugoberere. Keep on walking, keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Keep on walking, keep on walking. Please, Lord, lead the way, yeah, yeah, yeah. And you know that I will follow, yeah. Oh, I will follow. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. I will follow, I will follow. And now keep on walking, keep on walking. Let the children sing, let the children sing, yeah, yeah, yeah. Keep on walking, keep on walking. I will follow, I will follow you, Lord, yeah. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Kankubere means follow you, and I will follow you, oh Lord. I will follow.
My name is Amberayo Hezita. I'm AIP by rank. I work with Uganda Police ICT, Department of IT and IM, specifically under Networks Administration. I learned that there is a lot that we need to do. And through the EMT and the Ugandan partner, I learned that there is a lot we need to discover from the company for the cyber solutions which we need at the Uganda Police, especially in the unit of tracking and cyber crime tracking and forensics. As the professional was explaining, the expert, I like the component. Of late, there is some unit which has been modified of the electronic countermeasures, and to the Uganda Police, I will implore them to take up some of the solutions, basically to help the unit in tracking, especially in the cyber crime unit. So there is more of the cyber crimes that we need to track using your solutions, especially the method defender, the other solutions which the expert was explaining about, or all the solutions that we got through the presentation. We are good, and I really will advise the Uganda Police ICT to take it up for the unit. Being an ICT teams, we shall need to catch up very fast with these solutions so that the cyber criminals in the country, we can track them in a technical manner through the use of the technologies that we passed through here, which was a good measure, which I need to encourage my bosses to take it up very quickly on the management level. As for us, we come in the technical wing. I really see a reasonable direction towards curbing crimes through the solutions provided by the company, EMT, and the Ugandan experts. I must recommend that Ugandans need to be sensitized about cyber crimes. So together with the company, in partnership, Ugandans need to be sensitized about these cyber crimes. Someone may not be knowing how someone enters a network and does something malicious, But in this way of advocacy and the awareness creation to the people, it would be a very good venture. That is like making boot camps for people to know, and the EMT and the company take it up to sensitize the people. That would be my first recommendation. Number 2, encouraging most of the government organizations to take up these solutions because they are good. They can help us track and identify the route and follow the criminal in the way of from the genesis of the entry up to the last point when the criminal finished his work, and we can be able to track everything. Likewise, if we went to, like the police, if we went to investigate in a company which has these solutions, it would be easy for us to follow up because the solution, we already use it and them, they are using it. So it can be easy for us to track and get the criminals at hand. My name is Amberayo Hezta. I'm AIP by rank. I work with Uganda Police ICT, Department of IT and IM, specifically under Networks Administration.
My name is Martin Anthony Nsuvuga. I'm the CEO of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. And I've served the institution until now, where I've grown to the position of the Chief Executive Officer. So I've seen UBRA since its establishment.
I was also the person who started the organization as interim CEO for the organization. My role was to set up the organization, and here we are.
It has been a really new experience in my life. As you may have heard, UBRA was non-existent. There was no formal regulatory environment for pensions or retirement benefits. So we are a pioneer. We were appointed to set up the architecture and the environment for regulation of retirement benefits and pensions.
So the Ministry of Finance, because I was the technical person really handling all these reforms, they asked me to come and set up this institution, which is the Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. So I was requested to start as interim Chief Executive Officer, which I did from the year 2012 to early 2015. It's been a great journey. When we started from scratch.
The journey of 10 years of UBRA started with an Act of Parliament of 2011, but actual operation started in 2012, and that's why we are celebrating 10 years today.
There was no institutional setup, there were no laws, there was nothing. So we started with the legal framework, putting in place the legal framework that establishes the supervisor or the regulator for the retirement benefits sector. Before then,
UBRA came into the market about 10 years ago. The first thing they did, right from their first offices at Communications House, was to take stock of the market. Who are the players? Who are the retirement players in the market? Who are the service providers? Which schemes are operating in the market? Service to note that there was already something happening in the market, even before UBRA came to play.
And because of that, there were Ponzi schemes, there were frauds and all those kind of things. There was no trust in the sector. So our primary objective was to build a system that would instill confidence in the general public.
I believe the journey has been very successful. We have a footprint now in the community, and that footprint is best exemplified by the growth of the pensions sector. as when we were appointed, the pension sector savings were less than 5 trillion. Today they're approaching 20 trillion.
A number of proposals were carried to Parliament, and the biggest one was to actually put in place a sector regulator.
My role as a Member of Parliament when I came in 2001 was to make legislation. And one of the laws we have made is the UBRA Act, which basically came in to assist how to regulate the retirement pension funds, which were missing in this country. I'm proud that now we have over 19 trillion shillings in the pension fund. That's a very good contributor to national development. And in the future, I'm sure this money we shall not go to borrow. We shall use this money of the pension fund to really develop our country.
You'd appreciate that this is not a small contribution for a sector that was not regulated. But overall, it was part of the global reforms that we are seeing in other countries in the pension sector.
To me, that's a plus for the authority.
And you can imagine in a very short time, in less than 10 years, we have over 19 trillion. It believes that within the next 5 years, we should be over 40 trillion.
To me, that is a plus for UBRA and a surety for the people of Uganda who save with these different schemes, knowing that somebody is there making sure that my money that I put in any scheme is safe, is protected.
So one of the main objectives was to safeguard the interests of the members. Now, what this means is that the moment members' interests are safeguarded, their rights are protected, it then boils down to growth of the sector. Now, what we've seen in the last 10 years is that the sector, the assets under management have more than tripled. So within a span of 10 years, we're seeing a lot of efficiency in terms of members are able to get their benefits, they're able to access more information about their schemes. More importantly is the professionalism that has been injected in the sector.
There has been a deliberate effort to build trust because the foundation is strong, it can be trusted. And again, the investment structures are very solid, so which means they encourage the growth of the market, the growth of the portfolio, and also provide the positive returns that we see to date.
The last one that is significant, which I've seen UBRA doing, is promoting transparency. So to a member, that information creates trust within the member because you are saying, there's nothing I'm hiding. This is how we run the scheme in the year. There were 13 meetings, and this member of the board, out of 13, he attended 3.
In the saving schemes, there was no trust, there was no confidence, there was a lot of risk. Even the savers could not know how much their contributions were. Okay? In other words, everything was in a disarray without any regulator.
I think as well, looking generally at the business environment, you rarely now see complaints of people stating that the funds that they thought they had in their names have disappeared or have been paid to the wrong person. And all this is just because of the supervisory role that UBRA has brought in, which has been pivotal in making us run a world-class pension sector in Uganda.
There are 3 parts to any pension system. There's the contributions or collections of pensions, there is the management of the pensions or the investment of these pension savings, and then there's the payment of these pension savings, either through a lump sum or through monthly payments. We have had a shared responsibility with UBRA for the past 10 years in the aspect of management of the savings through investments because many of the fund managers whom we license are also licensed by UBRA. Although UBRA focuses a lot more on the pensions, the retirement savings that they manage. So we have done this role together, we've had this shared role. The synergies we have drawn from this partnership have been very beneficial, and we look forward to continuing to work together with UBRA in the future.
We see growth in number of schemes in this market. Today we are talking of 65 schemes. In the past we are talking of 3 schemes that were established by an Act of Parliament. That is the Public Service Pension Scheme, the Parliamentary Pension Scheme, and the NSSF all of them established by an act of parliament.
More importantly is to say that the journey that UBRA has walked over the 10 years have been challenging, but also refreshing, in a sense that they came into a virgin market. There was no regulator before them, especially in the pension sector. So what they started with was commendable. Let's do a stock taking. Let's understand the market. Who is doing what in the market? So I think that phase helped UBRA create their visibility, create identity for the first 3-4 years. Over the years, they've also been able to do publicity to kind of show the market, show the public that this is what we do, and especially as you plan for your retirement.
At least for the last 10 years, we've not had any corruption, loss of members' funds. We've also not had any poor investments, because investments are all known, structured, in particular known asset classes that provide a very good return to the member. And actually in this period in time, that's when the sector has witnessed high returns to the members, double-digit returns for the last 5 years or thereabout.
So, in my opinion, that is trust from the general public that we are doing the right thing, and we hope that we continue to do that.
In the next 10 years, what I would like to really see going forward is the spread of coverage, because the pension sector as it is now is really in the formal sector. And when you look at the working population of Uganda, if you even put it at around 20 to 25 million, the working population, not even 3 million are covered by pensions.
I think my main message to UBRA is, first of all, to thank the CEO, Mr. Martin Nsubuga, and his team for supporting the pension reforms that have taken place so far, but also to remind the team that there's still some work to be done. It's not over, there's still some reforms that need to be done, particularly in the area of limiting access to long-term savings. So Martin and team, please don't rest. There's still some more work to be done to grow the domestic savings base of this country.
We feel that as a committee, UBRA needs to make itself more visible in Uganda, place itself, let the people of Uganda know what they are doing, let the people of Uganda know why they should save for retirement.
If you were to ask me, what should UBRA's next 10 years focus on? I would say that UBRA's next 10 years should be to now build this 20 trillion asset base that has been generated, should actually be able to ensure a comfortable life in retirement for all members who are in the retirement schemes. But UBRA should also then allow and come up with mechanisms to support the players to be able to onboard all the smallholders, all the informal sector to come in and secure their retirement by participating and joining the licensed pension schemes in the market.
And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage.
People now, instead of keeping money in boxes, will keep here, and it is in the financial sector, and it's easy to tap in. And the cost of money will go down, but our investment in the country will go high. And I can tell you, if we make very good regulations, we will have the support of Parliament.
I believe that the next 10 years are quite pivotal. We've gone through the best building of the industry, and right now we are at the point where we have to be tasked with generating value for our clients and exhibiting relevance over the next 10 years. I'm very, very confident. In fact, I'm really proud of the work that has been done for the last 10 years, and my imagination runs wild. What is possible for the next 10 years.
And the other key achievement that or work in progress that UBRA is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support UBRA, is the coming up with a national micro-pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely informal, and even within the cities, we have so many people who are operating informally, and yet they earn income, either daily, either weekly or monthly. They earn income in one way or the other. But if not well guided, and I think this particular scheme, the micro-pension scheme, would again help reorganize our people in the formal sector to put something aside. Because if you are in our market today, if you're a road vendor today, if you're a hawker today, if you're a border today, if you're a fisherman today, you still have that energy to go nearly every day in the waters and do fishing, to go to Nakama market every morning to pick tomatoes, vegetables. But that strength with time, as years come by, begins to dwindle. That means the same basket that you can carry now, you are not able to carry in the next 5 years or 10.
So our focus, what really keeps us awake when I wake up in the morning, that drives my day, protection of members' funds.
So what I see going forward for the next 10 years is an organization that is efficient, that is creating value for the benefits. Efficiency meaning when I contribute, I must be guaranteed that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when I retire, my money will be there. And ensuring that the monies that I contribute are invested in assets that will make my money grow. Not just putting in 1 shilling, and 20 years you're paid 1 shilling. When I put in 1 shilling, I should be paid 100 shillings at the end of 30 years. And that's the objective, and that's efficiency.
I think to the customer out there who might not even think they are a customer because you ride a border, you are in the garden, you don't even have anything to your name, Ubra will find you wherever you are and will look after you because it's their mandate to look after you in retirement. And they can only look after you in retirement if you avail yourself now. And all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, Ubra wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. And Ubra works with people and different entities to deliver that. As service providers, I think we'd want to say congratulations again, Ubra. We feel the heat sometimes, but we are ready for the task.
As we celebrate, let's also remember that there are those who are not yet part of the saving culture, and we find ways of bringing them forward. I wish you a happy celebration.
As we celebrate 10 years of service protecting retirement benefits in this country, allow me to thank the Board of Directors of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. You have been very instrumental and very focused. Allow me also to thank the staff and management of Ubra. You have supported the cause. Allow me also to thank my predecessors, the first interim CEO, Mr. Moses Bekavyo, the Chief Executive Officer, my immediate predecessor, Mr. Bonyi David Nyakundi, the government of Uganda who have supported us, providing us with all the resources that we need from the day Ubra started up to now, the regulated entities, the stakeholders, the fund managers, the custodians, the administrators. Without you, we would not be talking of structures of governance in this market. And of course, the members who are saving, who have trusted us, who have continuously saved with the different schemes. Allow me to assure you that as we deliberate on this direction for the next years of service, at Ubra, we shall continue to protect your retirement benefits. May God bless you. May God bless your families. May God bless our country, Uganda. Let us celebrate as we thank God.
business, we really believe.
It is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is House of Talent Television, live from the capital city of Kampala to the rest of the world. And of course, we'd like to welcome all of you guys from all across the world to the program that gives you an insight into creativity, creative thinking, and marketing and communication, and understanding how things are done. Music, art, and culture is all fused in this one show. And of course, coming up on the show today for the second time, part 2, is the one and only Latif Kasumba Madoi Salif, the man of the Militati and many other titles, the man who makes, a shirt or a trouser in just 3 minutes. He has done it all across the world. He's been on different stages all across the world. And today, we are joined by a very, very special man on the show. The man who makes, the live on stage fashion very interesting for everyone across the world. The man who makes the fashion of Latif comes to life. The man who plays the guitar. The one and only, Jaja is in the building. Latif and Jaja, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Jaja, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm okay, sir.
You're good?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and Latif, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling great.
Feeling great?
Yes.
Well, I would like to welcome you gentlemen to the program today, and of course the Creative Industry Talk, as we left it last week. Was a great show. We enjoyed ourselves, discussed some really serious stuff. And today, back on the show, we're talking about a Ugandan fashion on the global stage. A Ugandan fashion on the global stage. Part 2. Oh, yes. Part 1 was last week, and Latif is here. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about the Latif Academy. We're going to talk about Latif. We're going to talk about how he does the live on stage. But first, we want Jaja to sample for us that song that is always the great thing. Jaja, take it away from us. Come on!
Oh, kamanjulire omusajja design Latifu
eyakuguka mu kutunga you know I know. Mujjukire mu mwaka 2023 Lucky Dube bwe yajja wano. Latifu ono ye yatunga ekyambalo kirungi Lucky Dube omugenzi bwe yayimbira. Bwe yaveeyo yagenda mu ggwanga ery'e Niger gye yawangula awaadi mu kutunga. Bwe yaveeyo yafuna sikaala nagenda e Bufalansa gye yakugukira mu fasoni ne dizayini. Bwe yaveeyo yatandika Latif Academy ng'esomesa fasoni ne dizayini. Teyakoma kwebyo nayiya Rasmansi nga lwe lunaku olw'abarasita mu nsi yonna. Twali tuli awo bwe yagenda eyo mu Amerika gye yatungira mu bbanga ngali mu nnyonyi. Kati azze wano atulage ku bipya by'alinawo. Latifu tunga.
Come on, Jaja.
Latifu tunga.
Ladies and gentlemen, the son of Jaja.
Yeah, man.
Come on. Wow. Isn't that nice to have a creative industry talk where we bring talent live on stage in the studio, where we begin the show with a very great sound. Latif, how does this make you feel, like having Jaja do this kind of thing when Jaja is singing a beautiful sound coming out of Kampala?
Well, it's one of those motivating elements
Yeah.
when I'm doing stuff on stage.
Wow.
So
Wow.
music has always been my inspiration and one of my motivational elements when I'm performing, when I'm working, even when I'm working at school.
Yeah.
Wherever I am, some music is playing. I love music with great lyrics, strong messages, you know, basically music that affects positively to, you know, society.
Wow.
Yeah.
I want to talk to Jaja. How are you doing? And how do you get full names of Jaja, first of all?
Actually, Jaja Master Kaya, the
Yes.
man that you seeing right here on my right hand,
Yes.
is the music teacher. Jaja Master. He has a lot of respect to his name.
Yeah.
That's Jaja for you.
Wow.
And he teaches instruments. He also teaches vocals.
Yeah.
Awandika, you know, he writes all his music.
Yeah.
Naye Atira is sharing skills with me, as I'm also sharing skills with him.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, we want to welcome everybody from all across the world to the program today, and we want to talk to Jaja and we want to talk to Latif as well about the journey of taking the Ugandan, you know, fashion to the global stage. We talk about the fashion out of Uganda. Do Ugandans have a fashion? Do we have a fashion? Yes. Do we have some people been doing some great stuff? Yes. Santa Azo is one of those people taking, you know, the Ugandan fashion to the world stage. We've got Stella Tal taking that, to the stage. We've got Latif here doing it at a whole different level altogether. We've got Senson who is doing it at a whole different level. These are talented, creative Ugandan people. And we've got Jaja taking the sound on the stage. The beautiful sound of Uganda. You know, you're gonna have to share this with your cousin, your grandfather, your grandmother, you know, everybody in the family to be part of this. So I want you to share this video far and wide. It's live, and of course we want to talk to these guys about Ugandan fashion. I want to start with Jaja. Jaja, let's talk about you. The first time Latif told you that, come and join me and we do this together, what came into your mind and how did you feel like?
Anyway, I feel it better.
Yeah.
I felt better. Let me say I'm not fluent in English.
Yeah. No, Uganda mu Uganda.
Playing in Uganda better than English.
Yes.
Nze Judge Master Kaya okuva ku Reggae Embassy. Nga ndi musomesa tugabana obukugu ne banange obanga mbeti mu ngeri y'ekirasta.
Yes.
Kubanga
One love.
kibaita one love.
Yes.
Nali musanyufu nnyo.
Yeah.
Latifu yansinkana nakasero ewa muganda wange Jajja Kalanda.
Yeah.
Yansingana nina gitaawo nga njikusunamu nanyumirwa kyenkola olw'okuba nga ayagala nnyo abantu abalina talent.
Yes.
Nansiima era yampa ekirabo kya nusu 15,000.
Yes.
N'agamba nti musajja gwe ekyo kikusaana kubanga siise bulungi mu nsawo naye ettaano ezo tozindegera. Nangulira n'ebyokulyawo nampa n'ebibala mu nkole y'ekirasita. Ne ngamba ye naye musajja ono alabika musajja mulungi nnyo. N'atandika okujjangayo nga nsikiriza okugenda ku Reggae Embassy. Reggae Embassy yali ludaawo kazo nga okutte ku kikubo ekyejjakana.
Yes.
Kala Latifu nanjagala paka lwe yampita nenzija ku Rasmus.
Yes.
Bwe najja ku Rasmus nagamba nti sijja kudda nakasero. Nentandika okubeera ne Latifu.
Yes.
Paka na kaakati.
Yes.
So ekibuuzo ky'ombuuzizza nawulira ntya.
Yes.
Nawulira essanyu era terikomanga paka na kaakati.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Latif, tell us more. You've heard what Jaja said. You want to say to somebody who has not gotten Jaja in English and in Uganda very well from all across. There are people watching this show all in the US, in the UK, in Canada, in Sweden, and in Denmark, all across the world, in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Tanzania.
Yeah.
I mean, what Jaja just said, I asked Jaja a question. How did it feel like the very first time Latif called you to come and join him on the show?
Yeah.
And he said that he felt very good. He felt, I mean, just take us through that experience when you first called Jaja.
Oh yeah, actually we have a brother, you know, brothers in black.
Yeah.
Rasta Jajja Kalanda in Akasero. And that's where I met Jajja Kaya.
Yeah.
So to me, the way he was playing guitar, it sounded very unique. And I love unique things, because I mean there are many guitarists around. But I loved him from day one.
Yeah.
And this is what I do. Whenever I find someone with a talent, I want to support them in any way. Abayimbi bangi benkoledde engoye. If I had the money, nandiguze copies zaabwe in a way to support them. Naye olwokubanga sometimes I find it easy for me to support you clothing wise, because musicians love clothing. And that's why I interested him to come and start, you know, learning how to make shirts and pants, because he needs to change all the time.
Yeah.
In our platforms like this, all the time appearing on stage, TV, you know.
Yeah.
So I gave him that idea, Nimugamba, come, let's share the skills. I have a musical feel. You can teach me how to play. Actually, he has taught my son. He plays guitar, is very good, and keyboard. And Mutabani wa Papa Sidi made him this shirt. Because he's teaching him guitar, how to play guitar. So was teaching him how to make a shirt, Mutabani wa Papa Sidi. Then the piece that remained, Nemugamba, why don't you make for your teacher a shirt? And the kid just bought the idea right away.
And this is done right here in Uganda, what Jaja is wearing right now?
Yesterday in Kawanda. This is Papa's son, Papa Sidi's son.
Yeah, who made the shirt?
Yeah, he's 13 years.
Wow.
He made this shirt for
It's called Ryan.
Because he teaches him how to play guitar.
Wow.
So it's the same thing that I do. I can support you in terms of fashion, clothing. Era ne kompita ku wedding, oyagala kuyamba to support you on your wedding. Chensobola okukola ekyamangu maybe to make you a changing wear or a gown or something like that.
Wow.
So because ffe tugamba at our school share the talent. Gabane. So ne tukwatagana bulungi nnyo up to now. We formed a band. He has his band is called Sweet Band.
Yeah.
Because he plays sweet music. That's what he calls his band. So until now, netutunulia, how can we use fashion and music, you know, to create something? People with different beliefs, people with different cultures can come together in one party as Africans, because we have a print that is called Kitenje, that brings all Africans together. Wow. So our people power, our movement, Africans, Kenyans, Nigerians, West Africans, South Africans, we can all come in one unity in a party wearing Kitenje with an identity, which is Kitenje.
Wow.
And that's the essence of the song.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Latif, and thank you very much, Judge. We're going to have to take that song. We want to listen to that song. We're going to take a break. We want to listen to that song, and we want to hear the composition of the Kitenge music done by Jaja and, of course, Latif right here. It is playing on every stage where these guys go to, and they're going to play it again. Coronavirus came and slowed down things. This is the Creative Industry Talk, where we get to discuss everything about creativity, culture, cross-cultural learning for peace building is what we're saying here. Cross-cultural learning for peace building. Please, I repeat that word. Cross-cultural learning for peace building is what we're talking about here. And of course, we're talking about a Ugandan fashion on a global stage. Do you have a fashion? Is your fashion making it to the global stage? Latif is going to take us through on this part 2 of the interview. Stay right there on the Kitenge party. Let's have that party and enjoy it as we go for a coffee break. This is the Creative Industry Break.
Stressi mungi nga ne covid yansalako ebizibu byetagisa sente nyingi onyumirwa akayimba kano omuswayiri agamba nti vuruta bangi nzijukira demu wange nakayaga erinnya ly'ezzungu ye Mary Jane oyo yambererawo nambudabuda mu nnaku ne mu ssanyu mu ghetto Nemosite Alibani Alivawa Alinzija Umwana muwala ono Mary Jane Mary Marijuana Babiloni banda babubi mugeto nemosite Mary Jane mwagala zemulabanga eddagala
Reggae Embassy Uganda Africa Unite in Kitenje wear
n'abakyala mwena abasimatuka korona naddala bali erudde eri munosirandani kyembakutira kiri kimu butekubagiza wadde embeera za korona bangi zatutagula kakati tuve mu mayumba bitenje bateri nesonze bumale ate nga tetusaanidde ddala kugisubwa mwani yabagamba okwambala engoye z'emivumba tujja kwambala bitenji byokka designer Latif Uganda omurasita owakabye yatonga mu nnyonyi wamakwesa bulembaga Maliki Jane ne Hawa abo basibi banviyalo tujja kuba nabo Anifa wa makeup Mariamu yedikoleetako ne pofini ebyokulya bingi nnyo ebyekifirika madamu Sala Soshi ebitaddemu omukono Olivia Kasalini nalima Maka manyingo ulira Kuruno twambale ebitenji byokka Kuruno twambale ebitenji
African culture tengeza festival Mukitenje pate tubera twelina ebifo Kabera keta logo busa madamu Sala Promota yasinze nabemwe London mu North London abatuuse batumiddeko nabeyuna ekitengi mwenna kambaboneko omwana wammwe ali omukko yalemeddeko gwebuuza Popini oba Mary Latifu yaliko amannya yense nobito mu by'omuto omutamu akulukuta ennyukuta mpangira ddala ebitamu limwerukwati mu mpisa nakwata ku kalamu mpulira amaganda zenna gambunye ebifo abitegeka Latifu Madoyi designer bw'atandika okutunga baba temumuwona betwesala bitengi byokka temutulaba.
Welcome back from that break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Edio Killer. On this very fine day where we're talking about creativity, Ugandan fashion on a global stage. And of course, we want to understand this whole thing about, Ugandan on a global stage and how we're taking the fashion to the global stage. Of course, I see some of your comments here coming and people are saying, I love that gentleman, I love Jaja, I love Latif. Can we hear some more from Jaja? Of course, Jaja is going to play for us that song, Kitenge. You've heard it, the sound, beautiful, and we're going to dive into how Kitenge is going to make it to the world stage as planned by Latif. Sha!
Abaami n'abakyala mwenna naddala bali erudda eri mu North London kyembakuutira kiri kimu butekubagiza wadde embeera za korona bangi zatutagula kakati tuve mu mayumba kitengi pateyi n'ensonze bumale ate nga tetusaanidde ddala kugisuwa mwani yabagamba okwambala engoye z'emivumba tujja kwambala bitengi byokka designer Latifu Uganda omurasita owakabye yatunga mu nnyonyi Maliki Jeni ne Hawa abo basibi banviiri alo tujja kuba nabo Anifa wa makeup Mariamu yedikoleetako ne Popini ebyokulya bingi nnyo ebyekifiirika Madamu Sara Shoshi ebitaddemu omukono Olivia Katharini Nalima Maka manyinga ulira Kolono twambala ebitengi byokka Kolono twambala bitengi byokka.
Yeah, you heard it right there coming from Jaja. That's a sound beautiful coming from Uganda. Come on, guys, you're gonna share this out. You're gonna make this look really beautiful.
Yes,
Latif, let's talk about the fashion now.
Yes.
Jaja has given us such a very beautiful sound on stage, and he's giving us this. We are going to wear all the kitenge on the party. And nobody has ever made kitenge sound so cool like this. Let's talk about it. So what is the motivation behind this fashion?
We really care. Yes. That's one thing. We really care.
Yeah.
And we hope this song is going to support also other tailors and designers.
Yeah, okay.
Because we are trying to make people, we are trying to create an awareness that let's embrace our own. Let's wear our own. We can see the taxes are so high right now, importing clothes from China and everywhere. But let's embrace our own. That way we are supporting the industry and we are developing a country. Because we are creating many jobs for tailors and also designers who are going to become so prominent, So this song is basically to interest the people, the community, that let's embrace our own. Make an order from a designer, your nearest designer. It's not just ours. It's a song for everybody. So if you're in the industry, take advantage, share the song, let the people. We want to make a very beautiful video for this song. That's why we are taking our time. We want to interest the people so people can support their industry right here. So that way we are developing our nation.
Talking about it, Latif, a lot of time we think that tailors have low self-esteem.
Yes.
Because they are not always brought out to the forefront.
That's right.
The trailers.
That's
but the cloth I'm wearing is made by tailor.
By
The shirt
tailor.
I'm wearing is made by tailor. The trousers I'm wearing is made by tailor. The shirt you're wearing is made by tailor. I'm just learning today that a 13-year-old made this for Jaja right here, Jaja Kaya. I mean, How do we get the tailors to actually begin to believe in themselves that, yes, I'm the one who makes Okila look good.
Yeah.
And so therefore I'm important in a society and I can take my craft and my art and then spread love across the world. How
You're
do you
very
do
right.
this, having done this on a world stage
Yes,
yourself?
you're very right.
Yeah.
And I'm doing everything possible, basically to lift their self-esteem.
Yeah.
One thing, you've seen me make clothes on plane,
Yes.
and on also other platforms.
Yeah.
I'm taking a sewing machine where you rarely think you can make clothes from.
Yeah.
But trust me, clothing is everywhere. Even when you go to shower, there's clothing.
Yeah.
Even when you go to bed, there's a type of clothing. Wherever you go, clothing.
Yeah.
Clothing, or designers, fashion supports music 99%. Because before you even
In fact,
come
Ghana
out,
should be giving us a sound to support this one.
exactly, you know, because before you
give
think,
us some beds so we can continue with this. Yes.
before you start thinking or planning your concert, you're starting to think, how am I going to appear on a concert? How am I going to appear on a show like this? How am I going to appear? You get a point. Everywhere there's clothing. So people must now start knowing that clothing is very important in society. Clothing is commercial. People, when you make clothes, you can make money. You can make business out of clothing. And now DIT, that's the reason why DIT is coming in, because we've tried to create this awareness that the designers or the tailors must be supported in this industry, and also other stakeholders. Because being a fashion president, I'm not just talking about designers being a designer, but all the industry I'm talking about. The people who supply us machines, we have Kiembe people, Kiembe sewing machines. We have the people supplying us with fabrics. We have people teaching. We need journalists, people who can talk right about fashion, present nice pictures, not the pictures that people aim at, taking knickers for the models. Yeah. That's not what we are looking at. We are trying to address it nicely and properly. Yeah. So the reason why I'm doing that, abantu basobole okwekkiririzamu that guno omulimu gwa bbeeyi. DIT has already assessed us and many other centers that have been put outside there for people, the tailors who are already skilled, to go and be assessed so they can be accredited. If you have good thoughts, maybe you have a birowoozo ebirungi you want to table in the parliament, you can as well be able to stand as a parliamentary, as an MP. You get a point. But before, luli babadde batuita omutunzi. Abo batunzi. Like minimizing. When you fail exams, try okutunga. It's not for failures. This is for really genuine people with brains, because there's a lot of mathematics, there's so much geometry, statistics in clothing. Come on, you cannot fail elsewhere and think you're going to try. Try it, decide. Yeah. Also, we want to produce really skilled people in the field. Abantu abatuufu abateekeddwa okukola omulimu guno. People who qualify with ethics, people who qualify as professionals, people to qualify with skills and also credentials. So you have a whole package right there to lobby for offices, So omulimu guno sigwa beyi dondolo, mulimu gwa tendo. Yes.
Wow. Wow, you've heard it coming up from Latif. This is a creative industry talk, and of course we're talking to Latif right here, and of course Latif Design, Latif Academy, and Latif, the man who makes a shirt in 3 minutes on a plane. That's something totally very different. And of course Jaja, I want to ask you a question. You are now on the world stage. You have been traveling with Latif, going for fashion, golabanga, wangambe ebintu kati bitandika ekyuse omulembe gwo gwakyuka ddala sawa zino tuliko. Is that the right word?
Yes.
Yes. So Jack, I want you to share that bit with us. How does it feel like when the first time you jump on the plane with Latif to go, if at all it has already happened, or even in a bus to go on another stage somewhere? How did it make you feel like waluli otya?
Buli wentuuse ne Latif wonna mpulira bulungi. Era manyi nti Katonda yakiteekateeka tubeere na Latif. Ensonga lwaki nayiiyaayo kalirikisa awo katono akagamba nti omuyimbi n'omutunzi basomesa erudda babasanyusa kaya ne Latifu katusomese eggwanga lino yi o wu
kakati jangu osome oyige fashoni komola tunga tunda funa sente.
Wow, come on everybody, give it up for Jaja. Wow, Jaja.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Jaja. Have you been out of Uganda with Latif?
No.
Have you been anywhere in all the stages?
Yeah, two of the stages nyingi Zakabi, Chronics, Busy Signal, Chameleon, Bobby Wine, two of the stages on top concerts one in Uganda. Naye aina show as we speak right now. We are being advertised already for Uganda independence in the UK. The North Ugandan community in the UK is organizing a get-together event for the people of Uganda. You know, okwejamu okwenazake nakuya corona. So they have an independence event which is going to have a fashion show. But myself and Jaja Kaya will be there representing as well. Most of all, together because we are trying to bring up the kids in the UK. They are too much into computer and everything. They have not tested the real thing. So we want to, take the real thing to them.
Wow. This is going to be Jaja's first travel with you to the UK one stage. Jaja, how are you feeling right now?
I feel nice.
Can you share? What are you looking for when you get to the UK and when you jump on the plane and you go there with the music, with the guitar? What are you looking forward to?
Ndowooza Katonda ajja kubanga ayise mu Latifu okuntuusa ku ddaala lye nalina mu kirooto kyange. Lye nali nsuubira.
Kati okutuuka eyo, when you reach there, what do you want to see?
Okusookera ddala njagala kulaba ku bannayuganda abaliyo. Ekyokubiri kulaba abazungu baatuleka batya okubeera mu mbeera erowoozesa omuddugavu yenna nti ye tasobola era obuyimba bwange njagala bugende nnyo sayidi awo nga bulaga nti omuddugavu naye asobola ate ye muntu omutuufu ali original.
So to add on that, the event being organized by the North Ugandan community in the UK, together with UGFX, that is the Uganda Fashion Expo. We know, myself getting an internship, to do my internship in Paris, and arts residence in Paris, Chambi Kulobongo, I realized that everybody needs something like this. People have to get out of Uganda, look at the international platforms, tap into international markets. That way, to borrowing ideas and let's do things. When you come to my school, my design, I copied it from Norway. It was a theater. So only when you come to school to witness that, and with time when it's done, because the school is still under construction. But I mean, we need to borrow these ideas. We need to copy good things and bring them back home. When we are so much here, we do not know what people are doing outside there. So UGFX is right there. I did my photo shoot in Hollywood because I know there are also models here who don't even ever they start modeling until they retire. They have not tested an international stage runway. You get the point. So those are the reasons why UGFX is in place. On that event, we are planning also to have people who want to go look out for technological machinery, because fashion is into technology right now. The way machines make clothes, we need that back home because the industry is now growing. We must now start eyeing towards that direction. Machines, materials, and things like that. Yes.
Latif, just before we go for a break together with Jaja, and I want everybody out there to share your comment, kisses and disses. We want to hear from you. What do you think about Jaja and Latif joining together, music, fashion coming together to basically bring you an experience on stage? Nobody wants to wear clothes that they don't feel good in, or owned, and nobody wants to wear clothes that don't look good on them. Neither do you want to get yourself in a certain shape that when you wear clothes you don't look good in. You become very uncomfortable, and you are not. You're not confident in yourself. And a tailor makes this possible for you. But the musician brings the love, it brings the spirit out of you, and you feel good about it. And Jaja is telling us his story. He's going to jump on a plane for the first time going to the UK. How do you expect?
I just wanted to add on something like simple, small on that, because why the music comes in, because the music sells so rapid. That's why you see in America, the musicians eventually get into clothing because they already put their names out there. Therefore, the brands will sell easily.
Yes.
So this is why we are coming into, in conjunction with the musicians. That's why I address Bobby Wine.
Yes.
His platforms are wide.
Yeah.
Chameleon, his platforms are wide. The Kenzos. When you dress an artist, a big artist like that, Rema, you know, you share the same platform.
Yeah.
Whoever sees the outfit, and if they are interested in the outfit, they'll be, who made Chameleon's overall? Who made Rema's dress? There's a very great designer here, my former student, Diana. She made the dress for Rema, you remember?
Yes.
Those are my former students.
Wow.
We have Ipigogo, former Miss Uganda, Monica Kasiate. She's so proud. She's a former student of Latif Academy. These are all designers who are making great designs.
Wow.
Yes.
And so for everyone who's watching the show, we want to, want you to share this far and wide. And I'm particularly very thrilled that this is the journey of a Ugandan fashion on a global stage.
Yes.
Latif has been doing it. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Latif, Jaja, Kaya, and myself are going to be talking about how it feels like when you're on that global stage. When we're talking about global stage, we're not talking about widest stage. We're talking about not just Kigali stage. We're talking about jumping thousands of miles in London, in Paris, in the UK, in the US, where you see a Ugandan on that stage, running, doing the runway. Stella Tal has been doing it, and of course Santa and Zo has been doing it, Latif is doing it, Senson is doing it, but these guys are unsung heroes. We don't know them. People are not looking up to them, but these are guys who are taking our fashion to the rest of the world. Can we define our fashion and take it to the world, Latif? We'll be right back after the break.
If you create a space which enables people to think and thrive, that's a bonus. Before I started working officially, I used to do a lot of freelance work. And as a young freelancer, my laptop was on my back. And I didn't have an internet connection. I didn't have an office desk. It was difficult for me to work at home. So what I did is I would go and sit in a restaurant, buy some tea or breakfast, and ask for a Wi-Fi password. And then I would sit there and have my breakfast slowly, as I did my work and I sent work to clients and everything, But before long, lunchtime, it would be lunchtime, and they would
be forced to eat also.
They would bring you a lunch menu. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So when you find a space where people can come and sit and pay for a full day.
10,000, I'm told.
Yes, you see, that is creativity.
Yeah.
Because the owner of this building or the owner of this space knows that people, there's a certain segment of the market that can't afford to rent a premises per square meter or 10 square meters or 100 square meters and pay monthly and bring their own furniture, their own internet connection, carpeting, light and everything, a working bathroom, and then lunch for staff members. So they think about it creatively and they say, how many people can this space take? 100 people per day. Okay, good. If each of those people pays 10,000 per day, and they come and have access to the internet and a nice chair and a desk and a good environment where they can concentrate and deliver. That is brilliant. That is creativity in the workplace.
It helps you become the trendsetter. Humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things. So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind. So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters, you will be an A-lister on the papers. But if you do not know how to channel, because there is not one company in the arts or in business, as we know it, there is no there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, yeah, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company.
Mwani yabagamba okwambala engoye z'emivumba tujja kwambala bitengi byokka designer latifu Uganda omurasita owakabye yatonga mu nnyonyi wamakwesa lulimbaga.
Welcome back to the program. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela. In the studio is Latif Madoi Kasumba, who is a fashion designer and of course, you know, a man who is turning around life of giving out skills to people, life of skilling people into another level altogether. And of course, Jaja Kaya was a musician. Jaja, take it away. You know, we are Ugandans, but we never understand some of the beautiful things Uganda have. I want Jaja to just give us the sound of "Oh Uganda, may God uphold." Let's go for it. Yes, everybody, check it out. Wow, wow. Please go, Jaja. One more time.
East Africa.
Yes, that's the East African sound. Let's check it out. Wow, watu wote wa Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya,
Mambo
Tanzania, mambo vipi?
Tankbovu,
Yes.
Bezi Beach. I'm coming actually
Salam.
talking about East Africa, Tanzania. We have a student from Latif Academy.
Yeah.
He is the only person who qualified to, you know, present at Swahili Fashion Week.
Wow.
In Dar es Salaam. So we shall be going to give him support as well.
Wow.
Kamau Al Issa, we are very proud of you.
Wow.
Yes.
Jaja, let's talk about that sound.
Yeah.
When you're playing this thing, what do you feel like from a musician point of view? When you're playing this sound, when you're playing Uganda national anthem, when you're playing the Buganda national anthem, I mean the Buganda anthem, you're playing the East African anthem, how do you feel like as a musician?
That is, I feel my country, I feel my blood, motherland. That is the only way how I can identify my country to people musically.
Wow. I want to chogereko mu Luganda abantu bategere bulungi.
Bwe mbanga nkuba obuyimba obwo, mpulira nga yengeri gye nnyinza okukozesa engalo zange. Nendaga nga soogedde kigambo kyonna, ne mpulira nga ensi yange nsobodde ojjanjula eri abantu bonna ne bagitegeera bulungi, okuggirayo ddala ekifaananyi ekiraga nti music osobola okuyisaamu obubaka bwonna omuntu n'ategeera newankubadde nga toyogedde.
Music is message.
Music is message. Well, thank you so much, Jaja. Latif, let's go back to the one thing about going on the world stage.
Yes.
I know we talked about this, but I want to talk about the Ugandan fashion and world stage. Every time you go on those trips, and you're on the runway and in the world stage, and you're doing these things, what do you say about Uganda, and what do you tell people about our fashion? And do they really buy our fashion? Do they wear our fashion? I've seen some people wearing Uganda flag shirt, Uganda flag, looking nice. What do people say about us when you go on these things?
Actually, they embrace it so well. Because first of all, we have very beautiful colors.
Yes.
The Uganda national colors.
Yeah.
And the flag itself at large. And you see, during my act, I always wrap the models that I'm going to dress in Ugandan colors and also freedom colors. So that way the comments are always, oh wow, beautiful colors. So you can see the people love it. And that's the only way I can create awareness that you see what I'm doing is so UG. So if you want to see this and more, simply come to Uganda. So we are also adding a stone, to the tourist industry. And that's why we also set up the Reggae Embassy, because this is where we display all the Ugandan culture and the Rastafarians' lifestyle. The clothing, the music, and also to see so much more, yes. Yeah.
Well, I want to just read a few comments coming from people up there. Frank Tugume says, thank you very much. Welcome to the Creative Industry Show, where creativity is explored to the greatest heights. Thank you very much, Frank. And of course, Serugo Matthias says, greeting to Latif, Salif Kasumba Madoi, and of course, Jakana and Jokolera. Thank you very much seeing you guys on the show. I want to read the comments coming from Sweden. This person says, Adio Killer, thank you very much for the show. I always look up to this show every Tuesday. I'm looking forward to seeing the Creative Industry Talk coming. I think this is a very good platform for us. And being a Ugandan living and working in Sweden, this makes me proud to see that Ugandans are beginning to do things at a different level. Shout out to that guy Jaja. The sound is beautiful, and I look forward to seeing Jaja on a world stage. I should make it from Sweden to London when Jaja is London. So Jaja, abantu
from Scandinavia, about Sweden, because we have our people right there.
Yes.
Amsterdam, definitely. Denmark. Mwena mubeyo ngawe UK bwejango tuwagira in the Schengen when you have shows in Sweden and everywhere, they always come and support us. So guys, simply get your tickets right now. Independence 9th, North London.
Yes. And then so Jaja, I want to just talk to you, Latif. The sound of Jaja, when you go on the stage with this sound, I'm now looking at the future. You said you are going to the global stage with Kitenge, and you want to put Kitenge on the platform for people to actually feel happy about it. We've seen the West Africa and the North Africa, where Kitenge, and we're very proud about it. Ghana is leading that process of putting it so beautifully.
The Ankara,
yes, Ankara from Ghana.
You've got Sheki from Ethiopia.
From Ethiopia, they've got the Senegalese who feel very proud about their son. Now, Uganda.
I already did an identity for Ugandan fashion.
Yes.
And that's what I even talked about it in the other part 1. And that is La Kikoi Election. La Kikoi Election is Latif Kikoi fashion collection. That you always find at least a piece of Kikoi, to create identity that this is Ugandan made outfit. Because Kikoi is our identity as Ugandans. So we must also embrace Kikoi. But putting together Kikoi and Kitenji, it's all African. But because Kitenji has been like global, even when you go to the States, everybody's like, Latif, when are you coming? I need a Kitenji shirt. I need a Kitenji skirt, things like that. So Kitenji is already out there, which is already Africans. We must embrace it. But, to give it an identity that this is Ugandan, we must, embrace a Kikoi.
Wow. So how is it going to be unique that when I see it from a distance, I know that that's Uganda? I mean, because when I see it from afar, I see Senegal. I see it from far, I see Dakar. I see it from far, I see...
You get to know that this is Ethiopia.
This is
South Africa.
South Africa. They've done it so well, but you're coming up with one and saying you're taking us up there. How is it going to look like when I see it?
One thing, it's going to be unique. The moment you say very unique outfit, just know that's from Uganda. It's done by his uniqueness. Senior intelligent Rasta Salif. So one identity, it's going to be unique. When you see something, I was in Paris, and because my label Latif Designs the animiste label. Animiste label is unmistakable label. Even if I didn't label my shirts, but all my hats, because I have my own custom made patterns. One time I lost contact with the person I was supposed to meet in Paris in a very huge mall. Oh man, and I couldn't get in touch now. I was already lost. But this person had already been addressed that, when you meet Latif, he has unique hats, he has unique patterns. So I decided just to walk around the mall, and this person just stopped me. Are you Latif? And I'm like, how did you get to know me? And he's like, I was told that you have very unique hats, and I identified you because of your hat. So it's unmistakable, unmistakable label. For one thing, it's supposed to be unique. It has to take it anywhere. So let's do it that way.
Okay.
Let's make it creative and unique stuff.
Latif, I want to go to the fashion that you've been talking about. When you said unique, but somebody wrote to us last week and says we need to brand the Ugandan product going out. Are you working to work with some really serious marketers, brand developers, product developers to package your product and make sure that when it goes out there, it is made in Uganda, seen in Uganda? Are you working with some marketing and creative people on you to, sort of bring this communication together, or is something that you're developing?
Well, I'm dreaming to have something like that. I hadn't started on that, but I think I need it.
Okay.
And truly, I need it. So if there's someone out there who can do it professionally, like I mentioned in one interview, I don't know how to leave the school, how to leave my legacy so it can be protected. For example, I would love to have my school protected in a way that it stays for life. If it's the government, but sometimes I don't trust the government because the government sells its own parastatals. But otherwise, I would hand over my school to the government, to govern it. So it stays for life, so they protect the aims, the goals and everything. So it goes on and on and on to benefit the rest. But if there's someone out there who can do real branding, because I'm looking out, to something like that, it would pain me, if I died and I didn't have my dreams come true, if I didn't realize my dreams. But if there are people who are out there who want to support us, we started a campaign, building our own schools. We really believe that we can build our own schools, even without external support, let's say foreign funds. We have a campaign, building our own schools and the nation. By building our own schools, we believe we are building a nation. That way, we are collecting 1,000 shillings from each person, which is something, so if you have 1,000 shillings, we are targeting 1 million people. Every, let's say 3 years, 1 million people. Because 1 million people providing us 1,000, that is 1 billion. My school, it only needs 1 billion. So we want to build a school in Eastern, let's say in Bari, Soroti. We want to build a school in Northern region, let's say Gulu or Arua, wherever, Pakwach. We want to build a school in Western, maybe in Barara or Kasese, Fort Potro. We want to build a school that is going to, help, because we've tested it. Myself, I've tested it, it works. It's the skills that are feeding me to take care of others and myself. So support our cause, building our own schools and nation. Support us with just 1,000 shillings. We are targeting 1 million people. Every three years, like that. When we come to your office, to all ukumi, na yo sobolugamba wadde million. If you have kids, it's something very small, but at the end of the day, we want to engage the people. Baberenga following a project here we Latif azimbye somero because I already started that. I was building my own house. Nengamba, no, I don't need to sleep. I need to work and I need to live something, Like Dube Yagamba Rastas never die. Omurasta tafa nga aina kye yaleka. Naye osobola okuzikirira nga toyina kye waleka ku nsi. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Latif. I want to go to Jaja. Jaja, the inspiration behind your music, what inspired you to write your songs the way you write? You know, and now that you are in the fashion space with Latif, you know, music and clothes, you're wearing a kitenge that is made from a very young man as an appreciation to you as a teacher. And, you know, want to just share with us, what is the inspiration behind your music? And also going forward, is this marriage between music and fashion going to change the way you write your songs?
Of course. Nsuubira nti bigenda kukyusa nnyo society mu nsi. Abantu balina okukitegeera nti buli muntu Katonda yamuwa ekitone. Bw'akikozesa obulungi yempeera. Eri mu Bayibuli baziyita talanta. Era bagamba nti eyafuna n'agiziika oyo tagenda kubeera na mugabo gonna gwafuna eri Katonda we. Kinsanyusa nnyo okubeera nga ninawe ntuuse. Abantu ne bagamba nti bambi jjajja Kaaya tumwenyumirizaamu. Nsaba Mukama Katonda ateeke omukisa mu mbeera eyo abantu bafunemu ate bafunemu ekyokuyiga nabo talanta zaabwe baziggyeyo. Kyensuubira nti mbulamu obujja mu maaso Katonda asobole okubeera nga ampa empeera abantu bonna mpozi gye bandiyagalizza era nabo bagifune okuva kusoma kwe banjigiddeko mu ebyo byenkoze. Neyanziza ekibuuzo ky'ombuuziza.
Kale ssebo kakati kyenjagala kumanya Jaja naye abantu bonna abalaba ino show from all over the place. There are so many people all across the world, those who speak English, those who speak Spanish, the French, you know, there's so many people. And parents, okuva dda nnyo, music was not something that parents looked at as a way of life. But you are here seated, you are about to jump on a plane to go to London at your age now, you have children. Would you encourage parents to allow children to do music as a way of living, as a parent?
Era abazadde bonna mbassaamu obuvunaanyizibwa okuleeta abaana mu Latif Academy kubanga ffe twasoose okulaba ekitangaala eri ensi. Okusookera ddala amawanga gali ge tulowooza nti gaatuleka. Ensomesa gye tusomesaamu ku Latif Academy yo gye gaatulekeramu. Kati omuzadde nga Mukama akuwadde omukisa n'obeera ku mpewo kuno n'otulengera, beera nga otumiddwa ababaka bamalayika ne bakuwa amawulire agagenda okukufunyisa miliyoni ne miliyoni za sente. Leeta omwana mu Latif Academy we wali ekituufu. Bw'aba alina ekitone eky'okuyimba ng'omulaba ayimbayimba, ng'omulaba akuba ebikedekebe, muleete ayige ekyo kyennyini Katonda kiyamuwa mwe muli omukisa gwe.
Wow.
Yeah.
In other words, the parents should encourage their support their kids. Once you see a kid doing something, for me it is try to discover something, his most interests, then support him and encourage him, you know, because you never know. If I was discouraged, I was somehow discouraged by my sister in the UK actually. She's the one organizing. She's a promoter, Latifa. Sarah, she's in the UK. Era abali London yawo, she's the new promoter, actually for Ugandan industry, entertainment industry. Latifa ajja kuba kutuuka kesawa, you know. If you have a special talent, she's looking out for those special talents. She used to, you know, blame me, you know, stitching with the hand needle, and she's like, like stitching with the hand needle, you know. But sagwa musubi, I stayed focused to what I was doing, ne miracle, until kati we atandika support. She's the greatest supporter of my career. Wow. Wherever I go, she gives me phones. I don't lack certain things that help me, you know, in communicate. She supports me. She comes to every show in Europe, wherever I am.
Wow. Wow.
Corona no okujja mu States. Otherwise, she was supposed to come on my tour as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I want to just we're going to take a break, and when we come back, the Creative Industry Talk will talk to Latif about the real fashion now on the stage, and you're going to see Latif on some of the stages, you know, from Lucky Dube to Chameleon and to all these places across the world, and we want to just know, how did it feel like, you know, how did people receive our fashion? How did Ugandans receive ourselves? Were we criticizing ourselves like we often do home here? You know, we just criticize everything home here, but we don't know. The world, you know, describe Uganda as the most entrepreneurial country in the world, but more so as the most culturally diverse country in the world. Are we ripping out of it? Just
Gifted
imagine,
by nature.
Gifted by nature. Just imagine 54 dialects brand themselves and become a brand and a product, and all of them go to sell to the world stage. Where will we be? Where will Uganda be? What would we have? Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. Edio Killer, Latif Madoi, and of course, Jaja Kaya in the studio.
It helps you become the trendsetter. You know, humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things.
Yeah.
So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind. So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters, you will be an A-lister on the papers. But if you do not know how to channel, because there is not one company in the arts or in business, as we know it, there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company.
Jaja Master Kaya, Salif himself, and Novide Owechibira.
Oh, Africa, songa mbele na vitengi nguvu. Oh, Africa, songa mbele na vitengi nguvu. Hata mimi nafurahi sana kama minasikia kwa vitengi pate mama nyabu. Bolingo ya vitengi seme seme aukolanda.
Welcome back from that break. We want Jaja Kaya to take it away with that sound. Jaja, please power it up. The Creative Industry Talk is going to be discussing the awards of Latif and the world stage and the fashion out of Uganda to the world stage. Jaja, please take it away.
Mama gawaragana munkola tuli batutudde tuli gazimbira obusisira balijidde mbonabona lwaki nti nebuuza balijidde mbonyabonyani waliwo ebintu byakika bimpimpi byenjagala njatule nfuune nekuba nnyamba ate nga bwentegereza okusirika bannange sekulwanga nzikirire ekimugunyu ekisooka nkyogeza luggumugumu be bakulu bange abo baafa mu ddiriŋŋana nga tebe bandibadde batuwagira mu nsonga zaffe mpozi n'okuwabula ekika ate nga bwentegereza emyaka giba bitono okubalya abakasukka obuvubuka nenja okuleka golofa ewedde ate nga mpya Ssemakula yafiira ku ggwanga muyombya mbuusabuusa bwentyontyo oba yaziikibwa eyambikira yamanya kyakufa kwera kye yantegeeza.
Sounds of Jaja!
Zakakati njogeza lusajja sajja n'endongo njisuna lwa kusagulanga kyakulya balijidde namulabako mu ndeeba bwe twawayanga mpozzi bwe bugambo mulamu yamuziikayo olwabuwaze n'abaana baffe so nga wano mbulemeze mulira weyabeeranga kati tuli mu bbanja kumugjayo nowe Kenya tuli muteesaako bwe tuli batutudde.
Come on everybody, sound of Jaja enjoying the music all across the world.
Mwabekika njagala muwulirize obugambo bwange ngera njagala tukuŋŋaane. Yabange ndaba kuki mwabazze baganda bange mu myoyo njagala ntabagana bwe tuba tuteesa bannange tulima tukwanya kati mwe mulowooza ki ku musaayi gwaffe nze bwe mbanyumiza ebife wange kati bizuukusa jjembe bitamye okwebaka ngolokoka mu birooto ate omwana alogota na misambwa tigimutta nze ndoota maliba ga ntulege olusigango oba okutumikibwa obwo obubugo ulira bwe nvugirirwa obwo obugoma n'engalabi ng'ekuba newerekerwa ez'ensaasi kugambye nefuna ekiseera ekizibu sikyefuga dda kinenninnyiriro ogw'omuliro n'omwana alogotana bw'avaayo ekiro kugambye n'asaba muto wenkanamu mu kibiina ajja n'akayimba akazito tyenkere bwenkulu esimanga eggalira kyokka n'akanyuumunyuumaako bwe ndikutta ndikwata mulala namunyanyimbe bakuutira bwe nti lubaale yeeyogerera talimba ne bwe baba abalongo n'emizimu n'emisambwa gyonna n'amayembe
akayimba akagwayo kawayimba kawaavu nnyo naye obuyimba obwo bwonna kyekimutwala e London because he wants to create those memories. There are people who have lived in the UK for 30 years, they have never been home again. And those are the times. So he'll be chamukiriza abantu creating those memories. It's going to be a beautiful atmosphere that night. So ayagala okulaba akayimba ako n'obulala bungi nnyo nga bugwayo. Simply buy your ticket to Kitenji, to Independence event.
Wow.
In London.
Well, I think you can understand it. Just imagine Ugandan fashion in New York City. New York City. In the middle of New York. In the middle of New York. And there's a Ugandan there sounding with this, wearing his kitenge and, you know, looking smart on the stage. How many people will stop by to actually check this out? That's how countries sell their culture. That's how countries sell their fashion. That's how countries, you know, put the work of people who are creative to the forefront, and then we market them, and then we build them, and then we take it to the next level. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're talking about. Jaja right there. Imagine that on the world stage. What will it look like? What will it sound like? Do you have a fashion? Are you a creative designer? Are you a fashion designer? Are you struggling with this? This platform is here to encourage you that it is possible and you can do it, but you need to think. We need to talk about branding. Latif.
Yes.
We are going to the world stage. Let's talk about Latif. I want to bring some photos from, in the system there. If you put the photos up, we're going to start now that talk of Latif on the global stage, the Ugandan fashion on the global stage. I want to start with the first one. What was going on there, Latif?
This was the Uganda diaspora event at Serena Hotel. This was also very amazing to me. I brought in new ideas, like for example, that very kind of sewing. It's what I call the lap sewing. That you can sew on your laps. Just the same way people use their laptops and the other gadgets. So, that's lap sewing at Uganda diaspora event.
Wow. Yes. And the next picture sounds like you were totally far away in another country.
This was the last one, the Africa Fashion Week in Seattle, Washington. This was also very, very amazing. It's one of my best events. That outfit was sold at the show.
Wow.
Some artist was already waiting for me. I need that white outfit.
Yes, and he took it away. So that's a Ugandan fashion on a global stage. That's a global stage. Seattle, that's a global stage. Let's talk about this, Latif.
This was in Belgium. This was also another record set. I made 7 dresses in 25 minutes.
7
in
dresses.
27 minutes. Yeah, that was in Belgium.
25 dresses in 27 minutes.
Yeah, it was the Bohemian Summerfest.
Wow.
Yeah.
Again, Ugandan fashion on a global stage, as you can see it there.
Yeah.
Wow, what a beautiful, look at that white lady on that Ugandan black, yellow, red.
Colors.
Wow.
So this is where the
wow.
comments come in. Oh,
Yes.
these beautiful colors, you know.
Yes.
And people were thinking that I was presenting an outfit. But these were actually the wraps that I wrapped the models before I make the dresses live on stage.
Wow.
So I was presenting the models. This is also Africa Fashion Week in Seattle, Washington.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And the next photo?
So that's the same act, the same event.
Yes.
Calling on the next model, you know, to come and take measurements.
Yes. I want to know what was going on with these ladies, with the white people sitting there, with the community sitting there. Everybody seemed
They are following closely.
Yes.
Because,
so, what was the reaction like when you come on stage from these guys?
People, you know, the organizer is on tense. She's on tension, like it's tense in the house because the way they address, the designer is coming, he's going to make 5 dresses in 15 minutes. So everybody cannot believe that. At the end of the day, it comes out as a surprise. The organizer, the one who invites you to the show, she's all on tension. Is he gonna make it? When you tell the white people that this person makes a dress in 5 minutes, it has to be 5 minutes. You know, so it's tension. You know, right there.
Wow. Let's talk about this picture here. You are making a bag while you're traveling. I mean, how is this possible, Latif?
No, actually, this is in the house. I was trying to make my outfit. I was traveling to Dallas. No, I was traveling to Pittsburgh, I think. I was traveling to Pittsburgh from Dallas.
So you made a fresh bag for this travel?
Yeah, because I need to carry my machine. I just bought that machine. I bought it in Dallas. So I was making the outfit to wear with it. Yes, in front there to Jabira. So this was Chameleon's last event, I think.
Yes.
In Lugogo.
Yeah.
And this was Tubongana. No, not Tubongana. Which show some good event, but I mean this is a dress I made on stage, and she's a former Miss Uganda sports queen.
Yes.
Actually, she's still the reigning sports queen, Elizabeth, and Chameleon's also wearing another sports kind of overall.
Yes.
That's why you see it, but it's also Ugandan, black, yellow, red.
Wow. There was this fashion here which you did for Chameleon that we didn't understand. You tried to imitate the going to the space, and this had a lot of talk. And I said, "What is Chameleon trying to say? What is going on?"
This is the day we plan to take Ugandan music and fashion to the moon. And there was no better way to take it than to use a musical doctor with the Ugandan fashion designer, the jet speed designer. I created that space suit, you know.
Wow.
That was Badilisha at his concert.
Wow. Yeah. All right, so we are talking about the Ugandan fashion, the global stage. You've seen that coming from Latif. That's the designer right there, and the musician is actually here, the guy who created the sound to make that experience really, nice for everyone who comes to the event. Latif, let's go back to, again, the global stage. We want to run through these pictures quickly before we talk about the words as we run towards the end of the show. And just put the next picture up. Let's look at it. You are making that bag, and the bag made it to the airport. And you can see it carrying the machine. Let's take the bag up and we see. Yes, if we run through this next picture, we'll be able to see the bag right there.
The bag is done and the machine is packed. That bag carries also 10 different types of materials, pieces. It's a whole package, you know. It can carry materials, scissors, tape measure, and all other accessories.
So you made this from here. You didn't go to buy the back.
No. I make Latif designs. I call it.
There we are, American Express.
Now I'm getting my ticket done. You can see on American Airlines in a full outfit. I hadn't made my mask, as you can see. But you see in another picture when I'm making my mask, because I didn't have the time. I just finished the outfit. I had to jump on a plane, but I had to make the mask.
That's a Ugandan fashion on the global stage. Next picture, please. We want to check this out and just go to that part. And there's a picture when you're making an outfit in that plane. We want to know how did that come around. If you throw that picture up, we'll check it out. Right there.
Actually, this was my second attempt to work in a plane. And I was flying from Seattle, Washington to Dubai. I made a beautiful dress, this green one that you can see right here. Unfortunately, I didn't send the picture. The people could see what kind of dress I was making, but it's a huge, nice, beautiful dress.
I want to dive to the outfit you made for Lucky Dube. That was way back. And you know, how old were you? How did you get into contact with Lucky Dube?
Yeah.
How did you get that opportunity to, you know, to work with such a big artist on the stage here?
Yes.
Right there, yes.
You can see the Kitenji right there. This was 2003.
Yes.
You know, representing Uganda on the other side and South African flags.
Yes.
Right there. This is a global platform as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Just the same way you just addressed it.
Wow.
It wasn't very easy, you know, getting in contact with him. But when I heard Lucky Dube was coming, I had to put my mind, you know, at task. And I was working with that friend of mine, Jaja Kalanda. The one we are talking about. I was actually teaching him that time. So I was like, you know, Jaja, we need to create. Our artist is in town, he's coming. So let's create something for him. We started viewing his videos, see his favorite colors, his size and things like, to see his interest. So when I make the outfit, he doesn't reject it. You know how it feels, you know? You're planning something, but you have not told him. So to get in touch with him, I worked with Sarah Zawede. You know, connected me to Muchala Alice Luanga of National Theatre. Lucky Dube was coming there. Mega D came in there, you know, we did some artwork with Mega D. Things, it worked out, you know, so this is how I met Lucky Dube. And when I presented the outfit, he was like, oh, wow, I have to wear this. He embraced me anyway.
Wow. Let's put that picture up one more time and check it out. You know, just Lucky Dube in that Uganda and, you know, South Africa in one photo, in one artist, on one artist, you know. Just put that picture up, let's check it out. We want to see how it looks like. Yeah, there you go. And that's a Ugandan fashion on a global stage, because Lucky Dube just didn't wear this and stop here.
Yes.
He wore it in
the
many
concert
of the
is up
concerts he
there.
went up to, and, you know, before the time.
Yes.
And that's a great stuff.
Exactly.
You know,
This was 2003, and to me it was my breakthrough, because it was written everywhere in the newspapers. It was like I was the best student in the whole nation, you know, dressing Lucky Dube.
Wow. And what was the response coming from Lucky Dube when you know?
Lucky Dube was very amazed, you know, by accepting and wearing the outfit, because you know he already came planning to wear something. He had already planned to wear something, because he had an outfit he had to use, but he wore at an Akivubo concert. But for the VIP concert, he respected and recognized. That's why he did that.
Okay.
So to me, he felt good. He felt good. He expressed it, and he actually stopped the band and announced it on stage.
Wow.
He also encouraged the Ugandans, you know, to support the locally made stuff right here, the local industry. And that was Lucky Dube for you.
Well, Latif, let's talk about the awards. You've won, of course, several awards, you know, over the years. And as we wind up the show, if you take us through, you know, what are some of the awards you've won on a global stage, and you know, how did it make you feel like? Did it motivate you to do more? And did you share that knowledge with other people, or you know, the ins and the outs of how to win the awards? Did you share it with people? I mean, you know, just take us through it very briefly.
Oh yeah, one of the most those awards that I really treasure is a sewing machine that was given to me in Norway after, you know, setting a fashion record. That is 10:23. I made 10 dresses in 23 minutes in Norway, and actually the girls who presented were Miss Africa Norway. And that was very amazing. And you know, the committee sat and they were like, we need to award him his machine. He has to go with that machine. That machine shouldn't do anything else. They decided after setting, because it was a great show. It appeared in papers on front pages twice in the consecutive days. That was so great. Then I won an award in Washington, the Africa Musicals. Africa Musicals. It's called AGMA. I've forgotten how to define it. AGMA Awards in Washington. I won that as most exceptional talented person.
Okay.
Then
how many people were, you know, on that stage with you?
I just know we had a South African, we had a Congolese, we had from, I think, Morocco. Because it was music, gospel, Africa Gospels, musicals, something like that, AGMA, Gospel Africa, whatever. But you can go check it out, AGMA Awards in Washington, Maryland, DMV basically.
Okay.
I've been, you know, collecting so many accolades. He won the Bronze Thread Award, which is the biggest fashion award in Uganda that people also must know, especially those people who are doing fashion. Because you might be searching which is the biggest fashion award, leave alone the awards we are giving out here, but this is on a continental competition. That one I won in Niger, Niamey. Wow. Then they gave me to do an artist residence in Paris, and also my internship in Paris. That's where I met also these other big stars to share with them big platforms like World Fashion Show, the ethnic World Fashion Show in Paris. It's called Labo Ethnic World Fashion Show in Paris, and that's where I set my first record to make a dress in less than 4 minutes. And from that show, I was contacted by Alliance Française, Cultures France of Congo Brazzaville, you know, to go and educate learners on recycling materials, like you get old jeans and turn them into clothing, new brands. So that was Congo Brazzaville.
Wow.
Other awards are, of course, from Uganda. Those ones you know. But we are talking about those awards that put us on a global stage.
Wow.
Like our show.
Wow. I want to read one more 2 comments here before we go, and we'll talk to Jaja. Jaja will take us to some musical interlude right there before we, you go to the final part of the show. But Eddie Okila, thank you very much. It's coming all the way. I'm a Ugandan living and working in London. Latif has always been a great motivation to us. I have followed Latif, Stanta Zo, Stella Tal. These are great brains that Uganda have. These guys should be able to lead the industry in putting some things that are great outside there. I wonder why we don't support our own. But I'm looking forward to seeing Jaja and Latif in London. My entire household is going to be there. Whether Corona is there or not, we are going. And of course, I got another message. Guys, there is too many messages on Messenger and everywhere, which we cannot read all of them. But I want to sample just 1 or 2 from these people here. Eddie Okila, thank you very much for the program. I love Creative Industry Talk. It is probably the best creative, program we have on television. For us who live in the diaspora, this is a place to be. And can you please have Jaja play 1 or 2 more songs? I know this is a fashion and creativity, but can we have Jaja play some more songs? I love this. Has made my day. I'm looking forward to, for Jaja in London. I live and work in London, and I've been here for 10 years. So I can imagine these are Ugandans, getting the emotion evoked because Jaja is talking to them. And I have another one here saying that Eddie Okila, thank you very much for the show. I love what Latif has been saying. Kitenge, I cannot wait to see us put on a full suit made of kitenge out of Uganda. And this one is saying, thank you very much. The biggest problem of Ugandan, art and culture industry has always been branding. They don't know how to market themselves. They're very good with the creative work and putting out the fashion, but I think we need to help these guys, be able to package and market these products to the global stage. Yes, we're going to the global stage, but our products is not being marketed very well on the global stage. So Eddie Okila, you guys, can you bring some people who can, bring some economics to this thing so that, these guys can make money and live? Yes, we're working on that, and I think that Latif has just spoken about it. We're going to do this. How do we package the Ugandan music like the one Jaja is playing on your show right now to reach the world? Nigeria has embraced their own. Uganda doesn't embrace their music, but people come and take from Uganda. Eddie Okila, how can we help these guys, package the music like Jaja and then take it to, the rest of the world? Okay, let's talk about the copyright of the music. I'm a lawyer and I would love to be part of the copyright of that, helping Jaja have the copyright, because once the sound goes out, people are definitely going to look and, copy it and do this. This is a lawyer who wants to work out. So guys, thank you very much for, loving these guys and sharing this as much as possible. Latif, yes, I hear you, but the school that you've talked about, how much is the fees for skilling the young people? I would love to bring my daughter to that school of yours, because my daughter loves fashion, and she's always organizing things in the house. She's made our napkins in the house. We use our napkin at home. So how can we harness this? How much is the school fees, and now where is the school? How can I join? How can So you already have it right there coming from a parent. Yes.
Oh yeah, we want to thank everybody who has taken time to watch us.
Yeah.
and also be following, and those who are supporting our page, you know, the Creative Art Talks. This is great, and it's really very motivating that you guys are following, and the response is the fees it's less than 600, and it's $700. A whole course. $700 million village to a full course. My son pays for his school fees at campus, and he pays $2 million per semester. But we are talking about a full course of $2.5 million Uganda shilling. When you come to school, of course, you have to fill a form, you have to do registration, get a requirement list, and also get to know about your payment plan. Because we try to make it easy for everybody. You can do a very short course, that we call Quick Pass, Quick Professional Practical Art Skills System. That's a system that, by the way, I developed to equip skills to all interested learners, regardless of their age, gender, level of education, in the shortest time possible. So that is Quick Pass for you. You can qualify for with a certificate. It's on module, it's at module levels. You can do just a few projects, and you still qualify for a certificate. We have a short course for 8 months, and also a full course for 1 year. And for those who want to do bachelors, you can still do that. But we are now focusing on short courses because we want to solve a problem right now. Uganda has a problem of unemployment. But we want to create that awareness. A few projects, a few skills, or when you make the money, I paid my own fees. I paid my own fees. If you can start, if you can get that fees that can, jump start you. Because as we say, the day you start learning is the day you start working. How is that? If you studied a bag today and I was teaching a bag, capitalize on that, make bags. By the time you finish 4 months, collecting the and even if you went to somebody, support, I have this. It's easy for them
because you have a little bit of it.
I can make you a shirt. I can dress you guys on your birthday. Omuntu ajja kusupportinga ku school fees. Waliwo obukodyo bw'osobola okukozesa n'ofuna ne school fees. I tell my son, dressing to levy off a few, gundi. You get me personally, when I was in Mali High School, I used to make clothes for students, my fellow students. That way, chali chinyamba ko pocket money, obuntu ntunga, I don't lack. Yes.
Wow. Well, we're going to talk to Jaja briefly. Jaja, before Jaja takes us down to the song, Jaja, if you just take a moment and give us a song, Jaja.
Okay.
Yes, of your choice, and tell us what is the motivation behind the song you're giving us before you play it. Yes.
Oh, Africa. Yeah, Africa. Matatizo ni mingi lakini tunipaswa kusonga mbele.
Watu wa Tanzania ni aje? Kenya.
Oh, Africa. Yeah, Africa. Ebizibu bingi na yate tulinogenda maso.
Songa mbele.
Songa mbele Africa.
Abakulembeze batufuga mwe muvake ebizibu. Bakulembeze batufuga mwe mulete ebizibu. Muteekawo embeera tetuganya kubeera na ddembe. Omwana w'omuddugavu bambi n'abeera mu bukubi. Ekisooka bwe mujja mu buyinza temwagala kuvaako. Mutinkiza nnyo ne bakyerupa okusinga bannansi. Africa. Ebyobugagga eby'omuttaka biganyula batono. Muteesa ne bannammwe ate ne mubalyamu enkwe. Sente z'amawanga ge mufuga ne muzidibuda. Africa. Abayizi ne bamala emisomo nga temuli mirimu. Abayizi ne bamala emisomo nga tewali mirimu. Wetaaga constitution ng'egatta Afirika. N'ekigambo kino pulezidenti kisaana kiveewo. Wasigalewo ekyakatikkiro oba tunaafuna eddembe. Kwegamba buli nsi ebeere ng'etwalibwa bagavana. abantu bwe mufuuka ba pulezidenti temwagala kuvaako mama yayayaya wa Tanzania wanasemaji watu wa Kongo munasemaji kweli watu wa Kenya munasemaji kweli South Africa munasemaji wewe oh Africa Africa matatizo ni mingi lakini tunipaswa kusonga mbele ebizibu bingi na yate tulinogenda maso Africa oh Africa
The song is supposed to create The song is supposed to create awareness. It's not attacking anybody, but it's supposed to create awareness. Tubade to in a mindset, what I call a mind offset. But there's a way we can create a more harmonious way. You know, for everybody are very open to these opportunities. You know, equally. So Jajakaya is not attacking anybody, is not, but he's trying to create awareness that if there is you guys, let's try to change. Let's see a better Africa. So that's the message.
I like that. In fact, we will end the show on a note of the French president came out recently and said that you want a new relationship with Africa. You know, the French-Africa new relationship working further. How do we work together, Africa? You know, the French-Africa new relationship, and everybody's saying, okay, what is he saying? You know, how do you go about it? You've had that speech when he's saying that we want to look at a different way of dealing with Africa and partnerships, not as opposed to being, you know, imposing things. So we watched a film recently where it says, "Don't film me," you know, shot by their a gentleman in Congo, and these guys were coming and talking about this, and then there's this part in the film where the guy gave the baby, the children, he came with the chocolate and gave them children, and the guy asked him, says, who told you that they wanted chocolate? What if they wanted cassava chips and you were giving them? So you as an artist,
if they wanted the KFC,
So now what would be your best message as an artist to that part of the call of the French president saying a new Africa, a new Africa-France relationship,
Yes. One thing, we must know something happened before during our ancestors, the slavery and things like that, but we are not going to focus on that. If we have to really move on, we must forget certain things in a way to clear the bad blood, and we start afresh. That's a very good motive, starting afresh and create a new workable relationship with the whites or the foreigners, because right now they know that we are very creative and we have the potential to make Africa the best continent on earth. So we embrace that. If there is a workable approach, in working together and building our countries to create a more harmonious relationship, we are open to that.
Wow.
We are very open. That's why Jajakaya, in that song, if presidency is the problem, that because everybody wants to be a president, but not everyone can be a president. You see, so then let's focus on having governors. He has a line when you listen to the song. It's in the studio. It's not yet done. But when the song is out, don't take it personal, don't take it political. It's a way of creating awareness, and we are trying to devise means. We want to see a positive change.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. And of course, we've been talking to Latif and Jaja right here. The Creative Industry Talk has come to an end. We're going to end the show with Jaja giving us that last sound of the song he sang about Latif. And you guys, as you head to London, we want to wish you guys the very best. I wish I could board a plane and come with Jaja and also enjoy this thing in London with you guys.
We actually we need a camera team, like someone filming this whole thing.
So yeah, you see, guys, come on, Kusonda for this.
But also, I wanted to add on someone who talked about a lawyer. And also a person who talks about branding. That is a very serious issue. There's so much money Ugandan Uganda can tap. So a lot of dollars Uganda can bring in if we branded our products well, professionally. Because I better mu America and ebintu ebiva mu mawanga amalala. We can do this. Naye olwokubanga ako kakyabuzeemu, so the professionals who are out there abamanyi okukola branding, look out for these talented people. Try to make business with them.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Well, so we're coming to the end of the show, and we're going to say thank you so much, everybody, for coming. Jaja, your last word before you play? What would be, your last word on the show today?
Kyempulira mu mwoyo gwange ebigambo byonna byempulidde bya mazima era tuliyose okubeera nga tukyaddeko wano ne tusobola okufuna omukisa okubeera nga tuwulirizibwa ensi n'ensi okusingira ddala bannayuganda emiramwa gyonna gibadde mirungi era ng'ekigambo kyange kisembayo nga bwe nsabiddwa omukisa gwa Katonda gugoberera ebigambo ebyo twagala amazima kubanga Katonda mazima mwebale nnyo mikwano gyaffe abali gye muli abagoberera Reggae Embassy gye tuva ne Latifa Academy ne Sweet Band bannange abawagizi ba Sweet Band mbagala nnyo bannange yonna gye muli.
Wow. Latif, your final words?
Basically, I just want to thank everybody, for keeping glued to this program and watching us. Keep on supporting this TV. Keep watching because I know he has a lot in stock, to bring to you, kubabusa, in other words. But I also want to appeal to the government. This is a very serious issue because government is facing a lot of criminal offenses, out of unemployment, people being redundant, and when you're not doing anything, you start, your mind weakens, and that creates what we call wickedness. When you're not doing anything, but when you have something that you're doing, you get closer to God. Kubango obo saba, all the time you're praying that what you're doing can excel. You get, so people find what to do, but the government should also come in. This is a very small project. 1 billion to a government, if they can give it to an artist, again they are creating awareness to like just a party. How about putting 1 billion to educate the whole nation? We need to build these schools, because this is my field. I have to talk as a fashion designer and also for the rest of the stakeholders. We need fashion schools in Uganda. Fashion is a very great element in the development of a country. But parliamentarians, but these suits should be made here. Let's create a national shirt and suit. Identity. Let's support the industry, the government especially. But building our own schools and nations. So wetu jajemuli, please support us. Please welcome us to what to put to the public, to create awareness for them.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you very much. The Creative Industry Talk has come to an end, and we're going to end this show on a great note with Jaja and Latif giving us that song that we played at the beginning of the show about the artist and what the artist is doing, created and written by Jaja Kaya, who is our guest on the show today. Until next week, keep it Creative Industry Talk, keep creating your work and stay fresh and stay blessed and stay focused. Life can draw so much from you, but you must stay focused.
Africa unite.
Abasimatuka korona naddala bali erudde eri muno sirandani kyemba kutira kiri kimu butekubagiza wadde embeera za korona bangi zatutagula kakati tuve mu mayumba bitenje mpate yine esonze bumale ate nga tetusaanidde ddala kugisubwa mwani yabagamba okwambala engoye z'emivumba tujja kwambala bitenji byokka designer Latifu Uganda omurasita owakabye yatonga mu nnyonyi mama kwesa lulembaga Maliki Jane ne Hawa abo basibi banviyalo tujja kuba nabo Anifa wa makeup Mariamu yedikoletako ne pofini ebyokulya bingi nnyo ebyekifirika madamu Sala Soshi ebitaddemu omukono Olivia Kasalini n'alima Makamaka manyingo owulira Kuluno twambala ebitengi byokka Kuluno twambala ebitengi
African culture tengeza festival Mukitengi pate tubeera tweyina ebifo
I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved.
Hey baby, it will take a lifetime for us to be over, sweet baby. Heaven will sing when we have each other. You don't have to fear, 'cause I will make you feel, I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I'll give you love like you've never been loved before. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. So don't be bothered by what your friends say, 'cause they don't know my love. I'll hold you, I'll be your shoulder, and you will never cry. You don't have to fear. No, no, I will make you feel, I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. Listen baby, I know you've been searching for a real man who will love you for who you are. So don't look further, here I am, if you let me in. Mama told me if you find the one, she's worth fighting for, and here I am. I will give you all that I am, if you let me in. Love will set us free, yeah, if we'll let it be. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like, yeah, oh, oh, oh. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved. 'Cause I'll forever ever give you love like you never had, like a blessing from above. I will always shower you with love, feel like you've never been loved. 'Cause I'll forever ever give you love like you never had, like a blessing from above. I will shower you with love, I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved, oh, 'cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before.
I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved. I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved.
Baligamba nti nayimbira abato, nayimbira emitima egyali mu kabi gitebenkere, abantu balamu bagalane. baligamba nti nafubira ku gita abalala balwana senga ndi ku gita njagala bayige ewane nti twaliyo buli kyenkola kikolera balijja Mungu anyamba abaana nneme kubaswaza njagala bayige bewane nti twaliyo twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya. Children will rise taller than the mountains. I'd love to be a part of their foundation. I'd love to hear them say, we were there, we were there, we were there, we were there. Children will rise taller than the mountains. I'd love to be a part of their foundation. I'd love to hear them say, we were there, we were there. Every song I sing so they can be strong. My every heartbeat so they can love forever long. I love to hear them say, we were there, we were there. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. Twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya. 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 Mu mulembe gw'ensozi empya baliwulira oluyimba luno ku rediyo balijjukira ennyimba ezatuweweeza. I would love this song to be played on the radio for many years to come. Whatever it would be called then, we'll remember when we used music as therapy. And I will have sung this song way back then. Yeah, way back then. Way back then, yeah, yeah. Way back then. Abaana bakule, abaana bayige, eggwanga likule. I wanna inspire the world, yeah. I wanna move the world, yeah. I wanna move the world, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Mu mulembe gwa kirya, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Nalina omuwala eyeebusabala prosikovi omulungi weebusabala yalina akamwenyu akalinga enjuba nga mutayiza nga tegejjuba waliwo ekintu ekyansumbuwa ekyo ekintu ekyangoba ebusabala yalina muzeeye yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe kyekyangoba eyeebusabala kyekyangoba eyeebusabala kyekyangoba eyeebusabala kyekyangoba eyeebusabala muzeeyi yali mulodi w'ebusovia buli omukwano gwali gujja kunzisa nga njiribayiriba ne prosikovia obulamuzeeyi yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe kyekyangoba eyeebusabala kyekyangoba eyeebusabala kyekyangoba eyeebusabala kyekyangoba eyeebusabala
actually started.
Okay, let's go back a little bit. You come out of Nkumba University as a BBA graduate or student and straight into driving.
Yes.
Some people would think you were mad.
No, I wasn't mad. I was actually very clear with what I wanted to do, and I was very articulate about it. I knew that I didn't want to end up somewhere in a formal, structured employment, which is something I've always felt is not my calling. So I decided to figure out what I wanted to do with myself, of course, but around my skill sets and also my hobbies. So travel and also interfacing with people is one of my hobbies and also one of my skill sets. So I thought through, during my last semester, I thought through actually starting up a safari or transport business. And from I got help from friends and family. And immediately after graduation, I managed to get it going.
Wow. And you were not ashamed that you becoming a driver?
No, I was not
with
ashamed.
Your degree?
No, not at all. I was not ashamed. I didn't look at it. I was driving, but I didn't look at myself as a driver. I looked at myself as a businessman. I looked at myself as a starter, as someone who is delivering a service to other people. And that service was driving. That service was guiding. That service was also designing holiday packages for tourists. So in the end, I was driving, but I didn't really look at myself like that. And this is something very important for young people who are trying to get themselves started, not to have an attitude of demeaning manual jobs, but rather seeing value in them and seeing some sort of empowerment in them.
Okay, so you talk about going to university, getting the degree, and becoming a driver. And today somebody will think you're mad because everybody who comes out of the university wants to go straight away, sitting in big offices, putting on nice suits like me. I mean, what was the experience like coming out of university and buying a car and starting this?
It wasn't easy and straightforward, of course. I had to sit down, I had to articulate my idea, I had to sell my idea to people who financed it. I had to really be very articulate about it. So it was not straightforward, but at the same time, it allowed me to really have a depth of conviction that this is what I want to do. And once you show that and you stick to it, other people buy in. So I think that's the take from this, or that should be the take from this.
Your family didn't disown you for getting a degree and becoming a driver?
My family supported me very much, and they have always supported me very much. I'm the last boy out of an extended family of, I think we're 12 in total, and I'm the last boy. And surprisingly, I'm taken very seriously, despite having that position in the family.
Okay.
So they really supported my dreams. They really helped whoever had an idea, whoever had a resource, also the moral support to say, okay, this is what you want to do, fine. But it also comes from having a serious outlook and having conviction that this is what I'm going to do. And no matter what, I will take my chances.
Okay, so how did you end up qualifying yourself as a social entrepreneur?
That was an interesting turn and an interesting twist, because I actually ran that business for 2 years. And along the way, I met all sorts of people. I made friends. I made international friends. That's the platform that business gave me. I met friends from Europe. I met friends from America. I met friends from wherever. So I ran into a Canadian family that was actually impressed with what I was doing. And
as a driver?
As a driver, yes. And this was, I used to work wee hours of the night. So I remember one particular question that I think compelled this family to foster my interests was that I was working late. I remember picking up people as late as 10 a.m. in the airport, from the airport, driving them to Kampala, seeing that they are checked in. Sometimes they want to have meals, sometimes they want to see a little bit of Kampala, and I was always there. So one particular night or evening, I remember a question of what time do you get off? And my answer was, I don't get off. I only get off once I'm told to get off. Otherwise, if I'm needed at 3, I will show up at 3.
So would you qualify your attitude as being that of a person who say, as long as there's work, I will?
Yes. And that has been key to advancing my career. And I think there are opportunities out there, but sometimes I think we fall short of presenting ourselves to harness those opportunities.
When you say we fall short of presenting ourselves, are you referring to us Ugandans? Or
I think it's general. I think it cuts across national lines. I think it's a general attitude in certain parts of the world. Other parts of the world, it's a bit more refined. But in this part of the world, especially young people, I think it's a bit of a more specific attitude that people are very structured. It could be as a result of our education system, it could be a result of upbringing, but sometimes it's good to have a little bit of flexibility and go the extra mile.
Okay, let's talk about the meeting of this family and asking the question and you responding to the question. So how did that translate to you getting a scholarship from them to eventually moving out of this country to go and study?
Well, that's an interesting question. It was a routine airport pickup. I remember it was a KLM flight arriving at 9:15, and I had worked probably from 6 a.m. that day, doing airport shuttles back and forth, and I was tired. So I had hired a driver then, and I remember receiving the details to pick up this family around 5-6 p.m. from the hotel. And I remember questioning myself, should I give this to the driver, or should I take it on myself? And I said, well, let me just go on. It's the last one, I might as well just go and do it. So I went and picked them up, but we immediately clicked from the time I picked them up, and we had a very good 1-hour drive back to Kampala. We had conversation about where they are from, where I'm from, what I'm doing, and I had just graduated the year before, so that was quite impressive, I think, for Canadians to see that a university graduate is picking up people from the airport.
Yes, it was quite interesting. It is said that they will find opportunity, reason it and kill it, but instinct will find opportunity to use it.
Yes.
Would that be a typical case?
That's a typical case. And I remember from the onset, I think they liked the drive, the passion, and the diligence that was behind me, or that I put forth. So that compelled them to make me an offer. To say, and the offer was, hey, if you want to foster your education, advance your education, we can do that. If you want to expand your business.
Just like that?
Yeah, just like that. But it came out of growing a relationship over the 2 weeks they stayed in the country. And I think the key points were, I was always on time, I was always diligent, I never turned down anything, and I worked myself off the clock.
I hope you can hear that I was always on time, I never turned down anything, and
I worked off the clock. I
worked off the clock.
24/7.
In other words, we say I worked this off, so I will not complete the statement, but you know what I mean. So Andrew, and then so, I mean, did you know you wanted to become an engineer in this field, or how did it come about? Were you ready for this opportunity?
No, that was the accidental part of my career. I knew that I've always believed in education. I think education gives an opportunity to empower and trigger someone's mindset. And I always wanted to have a European or Western education as part of my advanced studies. But not necessarily with a focus on academics. I like academics, but the content or the focus this time was, how can I learn from the West? How can I learn from the way of life? How can I learn from the systems? How can I learn from how these countries are organized, how these systems are organized, and what can I bring back home from that? So that was my main, I mean, I could have selected a local university to do my master's studies, but no, I wanted to have a Western experience.
Yeah. Okay. And so now you're a commercial bio-value chain engineer.
Yes.
Straight out of Netherlands, as we say it.
Yes.
And of course, England.
Yes.
What was the experience like?
The experience was interesting in this kind of way. So upon receiving my scholarship and getting all the administrative issues done, I jumped on a plane in 2017, I remember, September. So 2007, okay. Sorry. So I arrived in the Netherlands, no family contact, no friends. So
first time out of Uganda?
First time out of Uganda.
First time in the plane?
Not really first time in the plane. I had flown before in my childhood, but I had never really gone out of Africa.
Okay.
So here I am in a non-English speaking country. I have nobody to receive me at the airport, and I have to find my way
to the airport, to the university.
To the university.
Wow.
So, but it was a good lesson. It was uncomfortable, of course. I was nervous, but that was a good lesson to really trickle my independence, my intuition, and how do I connect with foreign people, which is actually very important. Eventually, I managed to find my way. I think it was a 1-hour journey that took me about 4 to 5 hours, because I had to figure out how the train systems work and which platform to go to.
On your own?
On my own. Which bus to jump on. Eventually, I arrived at school. And I remember it was around 1 p.m. And I was, for some administrative reason, I was 2 weeks late. It wasn't my fault. It was the school's fault. And I jumped straight into class that afternoon.
Wow.
Yes.
And that was it?
That was it. And I had to start from scratch in terms of building a network, making friends, making acquaintances. But it went very well. There were, of course, some discomforts living in a foreign culture, but there were many learning points, and there were very many good things, I think, that I came back with. And I like to say that it made me a better person. The combination of an exposure to the two, local and Western, I think made me a better person in the end.
Okay, hold it up there, Andrew. We're going for a break, and when we come back, Andrew will be telling us how he got his first $10,000 to become a $100 million investor in Uganda today.
mbakumbuze igitaramo cy'iwacu iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iyo dukoze ku nyamirya iz'ubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane. Mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore, mu muhamirizo w'intore Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza. Mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira intaha na batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka iwacu turatarama ngwino urare tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwino urare
ebana biso tolinga kobina ebana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana
tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro nkwibutsa umugani wa nyashya na baba inkuru ya saruhara rwa nkomokomo cyacana ndetse na ngunda tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka ayiwacu turatarama ngwirurare aho dutaramiye nta rungu tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turataramiye ijoro tukarita hanze cyambere wampaye inka cyuringanje reka ntugatsikire cyuringanje nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, you shed your blood for me, you slept in jail for me, you shed your blood for me, all in the struggle for liberty, torture day and night, just because you're black. We can't forget the past, all the souls we lost. We can't deny the fact. Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba.
Voice of freedom,
Kanutanu Frelimo,
the movement of the people, the root of Pan-Africans.
People must unite.
From hours in prayer,
we can't forget the past. We we can't deny the fact. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba. Oh, my children, hear their drums calling. Yes, my brothers, it's the sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Félix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba.
Being this way is heartbreaking. Why do we do it at all? Giving the money you're not making, giving and not taking. Time stole the essence from you and me. That's why I say, why do we have to pretend? Where does the travesty end? Is this a parody of life? I'm not sure that I've got it within to be the one to keep on telling the same old lies, lies. Yeah, I'm lost in a city of lights, and I don't even know what happened to me. I'll never give up the fight till the lights they fade away. to the dreams you're chasing. You're not crazy to give it all to the city of lights. You're in the city of lights. You're in the city of lights. Yeah. City of lights. You're in the city of lights. Hey, and I don't even know what happened to you. You'll never give up the fight till the lights fade away. I'm in the city of lights, and I don't even know what happened. You don't even know. Yeah, give up till the lights they fade away.
Yes, I. Mukwano gwo mulungi gwe walina walagawo go ekusanawo. Mukwano gwo mulungi gwe walina walagawo go nekusanawo. Serabiranga biseera bye twalina nongolera ekyokulya nondeetera. Kuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba. Mutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba. Lwali lumu lwe wagenda tewasibula nange saamanya nalabiraawo nga kaseera ayiseewo nga sikulabako. da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da da dum da da dum da da dum da da. Was so tired of walking alone. I needed someone to keep me strong. Not just anybody would do. She had to be strong and beautiful. Now I have you, my wishes came true. Gwe wange nze wo. I've been searching high and low, trying to find the girl to call my own. Was disappointed by the ones that came before, but you are the one I waited for. Gwe wange nze till the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine. Like death and taxes, I will stay, till the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine. Like death and taxes, I ain't going nowhere, babe. Never get it home, mutima gwange anabera mama abana bange narulunja singa bonna. Gwe mutima gwange nabagerekaho umutima gwange anabera mama w'abana bange narulunja singabona. Gwe mutima gwange nabagerekaho umutima gwange anabera mama w'abana bange narulunja singabona. Nabagerekaho umutima gwange anabera mama w'abana bange narulunja singabona. Gwe mutima gwange nabagerekaho umutima gwange anabera mama w'abana bange narulunja singabona. Gwe mutima gwange nabagerekaho umutima gwange anabera mama w'abana bange narulunja singabona. Gwe wange gwe wange gwe wange nze
I'm dreaming of a world full of happiness, where no one kills, no one argues, or no violence, and where we all live in harmony. We all celebrate all the things that we have with our families and each other.
I know we could live in a much better world indeed, where there be no healing of one another, loving and living free and free. Can you imagine a world full of peace, love and joy, where every boy, girl, woman and man live in harmony? That's what we need in this world. we sit down and sort our differences. We don't need to fight no more. We don't have to lose another life at all. We can work it out. We can get it right this time. Can you imagine a world full of peace, love and joy, where every boy, girl, woman and man live in harmony? That's what we need in this world. Let's take some how it should be. Let us spread love.
Let us spread love. Fly like a dove. Be free for a time. Remember this rhyme. We're here for all. Be on the cool. Do we need to scream? Let our death beam. Let us stand and shout. Cause that's what we're all about. Let there be hope and joy. So we don't destroy. We'll fly like a dove. If we spread love for the Lord God. Who is above?
Let us spread some love. Sometimes I feel like I should walk away, this not the way. But yet I can't remember how far I've come, can give it now. Remember how far you've come, and just how far you have to go. Oh, lay your troubles down, lay it all down, lay it all down, lay your burdens down now, lay it all down. See the way it is not the way it's always gonna be. You were made to overcome. You were made to win. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. 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 It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. See the way it is not the way it's gonna be. Yes, it's tough, it hurts sometimes to feel like this is all it is. But rejoice, and again, I say rejoice. You're gonna make it through. You're gonna make it through. You're gonna make it through. Remember how far you've come. That's far you come. Just how far you have to go. You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it through. Make it. You're gonna make it. You will let me see the way it is. It's not the way it's always gonna be. You were made to overcome. You were made to win. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be
to the past and see how I've come. I see the power of gold out of work with this man. They used to look down on me, many didn't even like me. I used to be the very shame of the day. Now look at this man, to see what I see. I see a blessing, that's what I see. I count my blessings, so many like the sea. That's why you tell it's gonna be alright a day.
It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. 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 It's gonna be 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 alright. Alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright.
Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Big woman thing. Girl, me love how you talk so. Girl, when you talk, me can't tell you shut up. Simply fine when you talk, baby. When you talk, I'm just a blackout. Jagalanzi Jeff, your body boat. No visa, baby, got no passport. No money, boo, no visa too. But baby, me give you the comfort. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana.
Big woman thing, baby killer, bite me, Dracula. Send you from afar with my killer binocular. Me speak vernacular, Nkwagala you a killer. Me know say so many men I want you a kubo killer.
She tell me she could love me, but she got HIV. How could I see that when she got no ID? Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana.
Yeah, it's M-U-N-Star G, the eighth way. Nkera muzi hustle, nara ndembera muzi battle. I know life is one big struggle, but shit, sometimes nebuza chinagwa kino ngate fenna picture twatondebwa mu ya mukama fenna tulya fenna zike tusala fenna tuli basine era abasinga twenenya natobonabona nze asinga waime aye lwaki nze tyega lwaki nze sigaggawala lwaki bwentegeka ekivule enkuba lwetonya ne lwaki balama nsinga lwaki Uganda World Cup ekyatula ennyo yingira nga lwaki corruption taggwa lwaki ba politician babeera batusiriwaza you I need some answers kubanza amazima mbikoye kyo kyekyo omuntu ave yambulira amazima nze mbikoye At some point you feel like giving up, nigga.
Ndamanya hunde ruga, ndareba hundi kuza mumisha hundi kuza chiga flow tuchaji kuza Otawamani kwenda kwitwa chiniga Uganda yo misho yakwatezo big figures Jiro mujinya mwana kora na mani Tindenda raparanjira and hip hop ereshashura lyari Emyaka jakare nkabanda vuge gari Nashanga fani yanjira ntiboro wa maramani Ounda kanjira handsome kwa tejo ipsam net shwara Hip hop yanyeresha lyari Leka kushomese kuno kwefa gao Kurastole shanga twena twashongora Leka kushomese kuno kwefa gao Rugamu byamu ndekondereri we yehinjiri Ejini chiga flow Ndajitamish nemas ndazaha chadia Nanye garuha Ethan Nikwetiri What? This song is for you, Ugandans, and the world all over.
Mwana wanyabondela Lindi every mumaso There's a brighter day Tokwa mumanyi Wadenge mbele gane Kole chisomo koyengo mwami Wadense kutenga tekuta Kole chisomo kobewo Oh, the sun is gonna shine So bright You will know you won the fight Yeah, keep on moving, don't stop Everything's gonna be alright Toimirira yonge okutambula Yande bambi nkokoye Yatenga olugendo luwanvu Oja kumalako Tokwa musubi
Answers to life, but I know this love is for real. You give your life to me, that's why I'm so grateful. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And there's another side of life for those who walk by faith, walking side by side with God. He will never let us down. He's the only one we need. Jehovah is his name. With nowhere to go, get down on your knees. God will set you free. With nowhere to go, believe in God indeed. His grace will see you through. Oh yeah. When faced with tough troubles in life, sometimes you may feel you wanna die. You should never feel that way, cause God will never ever leave you lonely. In the midst of your troubles, God is there, trust on Him. He will never ever leave you. He will never side of life for those who walk by faith, walking side by side with God. He will never let us down. By His grace I am alive and I'm living free, with nowhere to go. Get down on your knees, God will set you free, with nowhere to go. Believe in God indeed, His grace will see you through. Oh yeah. With His love, God coming from me, gave His Son and died for me. From your mercies, and with His grace I'm living free, with nowhere to go. Get down on your knees, God will set you free, with nowhere to go. Believe in God indeed, His grace will see you through. Oh yeah. Nowhere to go. Get down on your knees, God will set you free, with nowhere to go. Believe in God indeed, His grace will see you through. Oh yeah. With His love, God coming from me, gave His Son and died for me. From your mercies I see, and with His grace I'm living free.
I hear the calling, I understand. Deep in the soil, the love of the land. Oh, how my heart longs to be there again. Like the days of my dreams, and the nights alone by your streams. Feel the magic, I feel the peace. With the lions, wildebeest. With the eagles flying high.
I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Angola, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
There goes my soul, there goes my mind. All the beauty you could ever find. My motherland, oh my motherland, my motherland. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like a song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Angola. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Lubara. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love my motherland. Oh, my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people dance hand in hand.
Chenda, nene chirisa, chenda, nene chirisa, chenda, nene chirisa, chenda, nene chirisa, chenda, nene chirisa.
Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Jenna, in the tidis, Jenna, in the tidis.
So this is the process we go through when we receive grains from our customers. Here we have both large-scale customers and small-scale customers. For instance, this is a small-scale customer. The reason for weighing is that we want to determine the price the customer has to pay us. For instance, she's going to pay us 4,000 shillings. It's 20 kilograms, meaning it's 200 shillings per kilogram. At this point, we will pour the rice here, in here. So,
Welcome to House of Talent Television. My name is Atengi Manuel. Wherever you're watching from in the world, it could be morning, could be evening, it could be afternoon. In the UK, they have a saying that any time is tea time, but here on House of Talent Television, we say any time is coffee time. Welcome to the Coffee Break Show this week. Like I said, my name is Atengi Manuel. This is House of Talent Television. Remember, you can catch us on our social media handles at HTV1. On Twitter, House of Talent, Uganda live stream on our YouTube channel, or you can head up to our Facebook on House of Talent TV Uganda and make sure you catch this show. This is the show that brings you everything about coffee, from the farmers to the baristas to the coffee drinkers to the enthusiasts, anything and everything about coffee. Today in the studio with me is a man who has a wide span of knowledge when it comes to coffee, and not only coffee, when it comes to agriculture, and he's here to share with us his knowledge about the coffee industry. Owen, you're very welcome to the show. It's good to have you here. I know you have a wealth of experience working for Naro. I know that you also went to Israel to do your masters, and the knowledge I believe that you're going to give us here today about coffee is going to help everyone out there. Before we get deep into this show, we're just discussing about there's a thing that we have on the show about coffee myths. Some people think that when you take coffee, ABC happens. But before the show, we're discussing about a myth that I actually hadn't heard about. Okay, in Uganda, they say that coffee was used to make bullets. I don't know how true this is.
From where I come from, in Renzori sub-region, it's a childhood myth, and actually some elders still carry it on that coffee is used to make bullets, because basically the farmers
didn't know what happens beyond their coffee, beyond after drying, what happens.
Yeah.
They say, you know, part of it is making bullets.
Yeah.
It's a myth. You should ask people from Rwenzori sub-region. You know.
That's an interesting one. I'd actually never heard about that myth. You know, I'd heard about other myths, but making bullets. I don't even know how you get from coffee to bullets. But yeah, I mean, those are the things that us as the coffee enthusiasts really need to clear. And I liked how you said that, you know, it came from the farmers and they don't know what happens beyond the farm, you know, and I believe that that is a good place for us to start at. We have had people on the show and we have basically talked about where coffee begins, you know, from getting the seed, putting it into the ground, okay, from the nursery bed to the farm, then all the way down to the coffee drinker, you know, from tree to cup, as they usually say it. But one of the things that is actually not discussed, okay, is the issues that are faced during that period when the coffee is growing. For example, the different coffee diseases that are there. Yeah, I know that there are certain baristas, even if you ask them today what coffee diseases exist, they know nothing about them. All they know is their part as a barista, and I believe that this knowledge has to be known by them. So coming from your experience, okay, you've worked in Naro, you've worked in Zadi, and what are some of these diseases that affect coffee, you know, and are there some that are particular to Uganda, or it's a wide spectrum that is just affects coffee around the world?
Well, there are quite many diseases, but some are specific to species. As you know, we have two major economic species.
Yeah.
It's Coffea arabica and then Coffea robusta.
Yeah.
Diseases like coffee wilt disease are specific to robusta. It will never affect arabica.
Yeah.
In Uganda, it doesn't affect arabica. But then there are diseases that are common or prevalent in arabica, like the coffee leaf rust. No, not a big problem in robusta. Then there are other like coffee berry disease, coffee red blister.
Yeah.
There are many diseases, and this is something that we would like farmers and baristas to understand.
Yeah.
Some diseases like the berry disease, red blister, affect the quality. When these diseases affect the cherries, they dry off. But what if someone carries the same diseased cherries and sells them as chiboko? If you don't understand that this is a diseased cherry, you will think it has been dried, yet they stripped it off, you know, mixed it with the normal cherries. Yeah. And it's good to know the disease, it's good to know the pests. It's the basis of the farmer, of farm management. Just like parenting, you need to know when your kid is sick of what, to tell that the kid is sick, then you seek further treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't know the signs of flu, then you
can't treat it.
You think maybe the kid is just sneezing.
Yeah. So
knowing that they are sick, knowing their plant is sick, is one step of seeking further help.
Yeah. So how do we get to know what is the process? Because if I go to the hospital and say, let me say in my mind, I think I have malaria, okay? But the doctor basically has to go through a diagnosis. They'll take some blood here, they'll take a urine test there, and at the end of the day, they will verify whether I actually have malaria or not, okay? So what is that process in coffee where you get to know which kind of disease is affecting a certain kind of coffee?
Well, the first is understanding them, is having regular talks with the extension workers, the researchers, and people who understand the diseases. A disease like coffee wilt disease, the most common, obvious symptom is dieback. Dieback is when your coffee dies from the head, that tip, it dies going down. Because coffee wilt disease is caused by fungi. Now the fungi will block nutrients and water from going up the tree.
Yeah. That
means the farthest is the one that is going to die.
Yeah.
The farthest will die and dies like that.
All the way down.
Dieback. Yeah. It's the commonest disease. But coffee wilt disease that does not have obvious symptoms on the cherries.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other diseases like red blister and then berry disease, they have obvious symptoms because they are specific to cherries.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a few symptoms on the leaves. Coffee leaf rust, your coffee will rust, and this is important for Arabica farmers. The coffee will have some rust under the leaf. When you turn your leaf like this, you'll see a rust.
Yeah.
Just like rust. Yeah.
Okay, so imagine I'm a farmer. Okay, I have my farm. I believe in my mind that everything is going well. Okay, then you, as Naro, come and tell me, you know what, your plants have such and such a disease. These are the symptoms. Okay, so what is the process that we would go through, okay, to help me in such a case? Because I know that there are very many farmers who actually have no idea. Okay, sometimes they say, oh, I'm cursed.
Yeah, that's another myth.
That's another myth. Okay, so sometimes I think it's a curse. You know, so a neighbor of theirs was jealous, went to the witch doctor, and, you know, cursed their plants. But in the event that my plants, let's say, are sick, okay, what is the next step in treatment?
Okay, first, now you've seen unusual, mishap in your field.
Yeah.
Narrow does not do extension. Okay. But usually reaches out to the farmers because narrows, I'm not speaking for narrow, but the narrow mandate stops at dissemination. Tech development and dissemination.
Yeah.
The NADS and OWC pick it up from there because their mandate is to do extension.
Yeah.
Now, but it doesn't stop me from telling that your coffee is sick or another expert, we have NGOs that also do extension to tell you that, yeah, your coffee is sick. So after that, but you've also seen the symptom. Then you seek expert help.
Yeah.
The expert will tell you whether you need to spray, or you need to cut, or you need to use culture methods, or inorganic sprays or organic sprays.
Yeah.
If you know it, you can take it upon yourself. If, let's say, you've had an experience with the disease and it has resurfaced, you can use the previous, treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the most important thing I'll emphasize on is seek expert help. Before you buy a chemical, you need to know, is this the right one? Am I going to use it right? So that you don't waste your money or you don't pre-expose yourself to, something that that could be dangerous to you. Or you're trying to spray coffee wilt disease with a fungicide, and yet this disease is inside.
Yeah.
The fungi is inside. We call it the xylem and phloem. That is where the fungi is. But you're spraying the leaves and all that. It may not help. You're wasting money. You're also exposing yourself to these chemicals.
True.
So it's best you seek expert knowledge. If you don't understand, if you know a farmer who has had an experience with the same disease, ask them. Consult widely.
Yeah.
Have second and third opinions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I'm to seek expert help, okay, I believe that there are certain avenues that I have to follow. There are certain organizations where I can seek this help. So what are some of those organizations that as a farmer I can go to?
First is Narrow.
Yeah.
And not being biased because I've been working with Narrow, but first is Narrow because it's Narrow that generates the technologies, generates the control measures, the varieties, and disseminates them.
Yeah.
Then there's NADS. NADS has a League of Extension Workers. There's UCDA now. UCDA controls the coffee industry, regulates the coffee industry, and they're the best people to reach out to. UCDA has extension workers actually in almost every coffee growing region.
Yeah.
Then there are other NGOs that are specific to coffee or specific to agriculture extension. Other NGOs like TechnoServe. Then there are private companies that are into coffee but also do extension because it's a win-win.
Yeah.
You don't want farmers to lose. You are cutting off your supply. So some private companies have taken it upon themselves to offer extension services.
Yeah.
So ask widely, but don't rely so much on Twitter or Google because you may end up getting a recommendation for Vietnam thinking it will work in Uganda. So Google, but also ask, reach out to the experts.
Yeah. Okay, you talked about UCD, the UCDA there, and I've heard from a couple of people that every time they have tried to approach UCDA, they did not get help, okay? And they're of the view that, since UCDA can't help us, we're going to do this by ourselves. How true is that? Does UCDA actually, in their mandate to regulate coffee in Uganda, actually help these people, or there's a lot of bureaucracy and red tape that goes into this, that by the time you actually get the help, maybe you've lost the morale. So does UCD actually help?
UCD is supposed to help, and I know some farmers that have been helped.
Yeah.
First, they are the first years in case there is an outbreak of a strange disease. You have to reach out to UCD or to NADS. They help, but usually they help organized farmers. And it's like, I'm a UCD extension worker. I'm not speaking for them. I'm a UCD extension worker. You found me in Kampala. You're telling me about a disease that is in Masaka. I cannot understand it, and I don't have even means of facilitation to go there.
Yeah.
So I'll direct you to the nearest extension workers.
Yeah.
So when farmers don't understand, don't get to access, help within their location,
yeah,
they'll say, I wasn't helped. I'm just trying to imagine. And also sometimes it's easier to work with organized farmers. Let's say you're an association, then you invite UCD extension worker. You can come. You're 20 farmers, 100 farmers.
Yeah.
That's a bigger platform.
Yeah.
Because they're also underfunded.
Yeah. I like the way you say that UCD is supposed to help.
Yeah, they are supposed to help. Yeah, because they regulate the industry.
Yeah.
And now with the Coffee Act, they have more powers.
Yeah, I think that brings in.
That's what they have always wanted, and they have it.
Okay, we're going to get into a break right now, but viewers will come back with more, about coffee. I believe that this is a very good discussion, especially for the farmers who are out there and may not have an idea about the various things that go into, farming of coffee. For example, the diseases, then what happens after you've grown the coffee. And we're going to have more of this discussion with Owen in the studio. Stay right there. This is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television with me, Ateng Emmanuel.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. Baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to their mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pro Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing that course.
I think most female feel like being a barista is more of a male job, or being a farmer is a male thing, or being a quality controller. Yet they don't know that there are other perfect people that we are looking at. So we want to bring this gender equality into the coffee business. I would thank the International Women Coffee Alliance. It has really done a very good job to encourage women into the coffee business.
Actually, the brew ratio is
very important.
The most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of
water.
The coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us to the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I? Exactly. So if you don't master the brew ratio,
then being eager to learn, for everyone who is out there, with the young men, every young man out there, you need to be eager to learn, because there are many opportunities there. I don't know, I've met Emma today, I don't know where we shall meet any other time. I will meet this person, so always be humble and be eager to learn. And then about coffee, I've learned, like I think I've learned that always take everything in the steps. Because if I had started with the basics, I wouldn't be back here now.
Because I knew probably big hotels serve coffee. So to my dismay is that I introduced myself as a barista, and everybody was like, what's a barista? So I said, a barista is a specialist that makes coffee, a person who makes coffee for people to, coffee like, cappuccino, different kinds of, coffees, and people were like very green. I said, this is a big hotel. I expected to find here a coffee machine, and nobody knows about it. So it's, I think, incumbent of us to really transform this entire community, the entire country, to coffee, to learn about coffee, and also to give them the advantages of coffee, teach them about coffee, and then later on they maybe consume it, rather than just selling it. Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and before we went for the break, we're talking to Owen Singura about the different coffee diseases that face coffee. We're talking about what happens during the coffee growing process. And coming back to the show right now, Owen, welcome back to the show. I know we started the show on a coffee myth that, coffee apparently was used to make bullets.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. And I think now, as a farmer or as someone who's out there, it is a myth. We have debunked that one for now. Yeah, and we're talking about basically the different kind of diseases that affect, coffee, and also how to diagnose them, and also what to do, for the farmers who are out there when your crop gets diseases, what you can do. And one of the things you said is that we should seek professional help. And, after getting that professional help, that opens up, other avenues to what you can do for your crop. Coming back to the show, I remember you can catch us on our social media pages, HTV1 on our Twitter, on our YouTube, our House of Talent Uganda live stream, and also on Facebook at House of Talent Uganda. Make sure to watch the show, spread it far and wide to the farmers out there, to the baristas, to the roasters, whoever is involved in the coffee chain and the coffee process, because we need this knowledge if we are to make Ugandan coffee be at par with Ethiopian coffee. As I read in the Coffee Act, we are trying to get to where Ethiopia is. Yeah, and I believe that it's a very good thing. We're talking earlier, and you told me that you went to Israel, to do your masters. Yeah. Okay. First question is, do they have a coffee culture in Israel like we do in Uganda?
Yeah, they do. They are big time coffee drinkers, and different ways. There's the Turkish coffee.
Yeah.
There's Arab coffee, you know, that in
Yeah.
the pot,
Yeah.
and then you swirl it in the sun.
Yeah.
It gets ready. You pour, and they have actually a better taste of coffee than us.
Ah.
Yet they don't grow. You know, I've met 50-year-olds who have never seen a coffee tree. But they take a lot of coffee.
Ah.
They take coffee in the morning, coffee in the afternoon.
Yeah.
I know a guy who takes coffee and cigarette as breakfast. But you know, the irony is we who grow don't take.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a big irony. So, what are some of those differences you saw between, you know, the coffee culture in Israel and that in Uganda? I know you've already talked about one. We grow it, we don't take it. They don't grow it, yet they take it more than us. Okay, so what are some more of those differences that you experienced when it comes to that coffee culture in these two places? Different areas of the world, actually.
Their taste is growing towards specialty.
Yeah.
There are specialty cafes coming up. Then the people, when they go to buy, they don't go for instant coffee.
Yeah.
And for us, when we go in the supermarket, even the richer ones, we buy instant coffee. But actually, just let me take you a little off.
Yeah.
Instant coffee is like a sausage.
Mm.
The best meat is not used in making sausage. The best meat is reserved for steak.
Yeah.
The mediocre meat and the red meat is what they use in rolling for sausage, because you'll not see the quality unless you've made custom-made sausage.
Yeah.
The same thing with instant coffee. The good thing with coffee, they don't throw anything apart from the extraneous matter, stones and plastics, if they are there. The undergrades, the broken beans, the rotten beans are the ones they reserve for instant coffee, because when you get a tin of the instant coffee, you will not know that this was from screen 18.
Yeah.
So the screen 18 and 15 reserve it for cafes and specialty coffee and fine coffee, because someone is seeing what they are buying. The aroma is there.
Yeah.
The rest, the irony is when it comes here, instant coffee is more expensive than specialty and fine coffee.
Yeah.
Even the educated people, the exposed ones, they don't.
Yeah.
It's the river. In Israel, people are aiming for, top quality.
Yeah.
And they actually imported some coffee from Africa and South America. They repackage it, create private labels,
Yeah.
and they earn a lot of money from it.
Yeah.
Why not us do it?
It's interesting that there's this westernization effect. Okay, the way they have marketed instant coffee, it feels like when it comes down to Africa, me, the person who's taking instant coffee, is perceived as the one who has
class,
money, or class for that matter. Yet if you went into a deeper understanding, the person who's actually taking the real coffee could be considered as the person with more class in this matter. But
I won't say that people are not exposed, guys have traveled, but it's still gross ignorance.
Yeah.
But still, we can do the instant coffee from our good coffee. I remember it's Kausheng, I would say, why not use good coffee to make instant coffee, because it will be cheaper here. We can still explore that avenue as we are graduating people from instant to brewed coffee.
Yeah.
Back in the day when I was volunteering with UCDA in increasing local coffee consumption campaign, we used to hit the market and brew the coffee, but someone will tell you, why is this coffee rough? Why is this coarse? We want the smooth one.
Yeah.
I tell you, no, the smooth one is not good. This coffee is rough for a reason. Otherwise, we could have made it finer.
Yeah.
But the reason is, the rougher the coffee, the better the brew. Not very rough, but of course you have to, hit the standard.
Yeah.
Again, this is scientific, that rough coffee has a lower surface area to volume ratio.
Yeah.
That means it will retain the aroma very fast. I want people to do an experiment. Open a tin of instant coffee. I don't want to mention the major brand. Open it, and also open the tin of your brewing grade coffee, the rough one, what Ugandans call the rough one. Leave it open for 1 week. After 1 week, the best thing the instant coffee will be able to do is turn water to brown. But with this brewing grade coffee, there will still be the aroma. Because the surface area is low, that means it still keeps the faintness in it.
Yeah.
The instant coffee, everything will go. There's no whoa. So that's something we want to our Ugandans learn. But we understand. Another challenge is people don't know how to brew coffee.
Yeah.
If they knew, maybe they would have tried it. So I genuinely don't blame them.
Yeah.
Brewing coffee, Ugandans, they want to brew coffee like tea. But actually, we also don't know how to brew good tea.
Tea, true.
Get coffee, get water, boiled water, add coffee, then stir immediately. Then the coffee will float. Then we'll say, oh, I love Ugandan products. They were in a class, see, all the coffee is floating. It's not how it should be. The rule of brewing, if you're brewing from a cup, it's coffee first, water.
Yeah.
Back in the day, in high school, when you used to do chemistry, they will tell you, do not add water to acid because it's going to burst and kill you.
Yeah.
So it has to be the other way around.
Yeah.
Add acid to water, especially if it's concentrated.
Yeah.
It's the standard rule in the lab and in my profession.
Yeah.
So the same thing, if you want to brew home brewing of our Ugandan coffee, the rough one as you call it, boil water, make sure it boils. Put coffee first in the cup, then add the water. Then wait for at least 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
The coffee itself will go down. You won't need to, do this drinking when you're spitting sweet.
Yeah. I think the first experience people have with coffee, like we're talking earlier, there is this, I also don't want to mention the brand, but we have coffee for 100 shillings. So it's the same process. Get the coffee for 100 shillings, like you get tea leaves, pour it in a cup, and we have a show on our TV station called the Creative Industry Talk. Basically talks about creativity in Uganda, and one of the shows will talk about Bubu, by Uganda. Okay, and Ugandan products are seen, however good a Ugandan product is, in the eyes of the people, it's always going to be mediocre. Okay, we always say, man, these things are made in Uganda. Okay, so I think the same could be applied to the coffee in Uganda. How can we change people's perspective? Because I believe that if I say put a coffee from Uganda, very good coffee, and I brought another, let's say from the States, someone will obviously run towards the one of the States without even analyzing which one could be better. Just that the fact that this is made in Uganda. How can we change the perspective, okay, of Ugandans to actually start supporting Ugandan products, in reference to the coffee industry?
So that's a good one. Actually, it's not only Ugandans struggling with that. Many countries also, the Israelis think foreign is best. Yet for us, we look up to Israelis. So it's a common thing amongst citizens of different countries. You think foreign is good because it has come all the way to here, champagne and all that stuff. Yeah. So one thing is the Ugandan people also have to imitate the standards of the competitors.
Yeah.
I look at coffee brands. You reach the supermarket, you look at how we are branding Ugandan coffee, and I will assure you that 90% of them are not going to cross the border to even Kenya. We have that cliche packaging of valve packs. It's standard, yes, we understand. It's standard for coffee, but you all having the same thing.
Yeah.
When I was at university, at the Chamber University Coffee Association, I and Meiko and Herman and the members, we created a brand, but we also used the same valve packaging. It's something we did at undergraduate, but you find someone has invested 1 billion, but still packaging in 1 million, 1 million kind of packaging.
Yeah.
We need to imitate excellence if we can't make excellent products, if we can't make excellent packaging. Get our coffee, package it like they do. I usually give an example of, you've seen how the Vietnamese pack their coffee, or the Thailand pack black ivory coffee.
Yeah.
This is not expensive packaging, but you just have to have the patience of understanding packaging and branding. Let me give you an example. We used to do the packaging, valve packs, put a sticker.
Yeah.
Take it to the supermarket. The supermarket will tell you, we are not paying you until we sell. I used to be mad. You know, Herman was our marketing manager. We used to be mad that they are not paying us. They're actually surviving on us.
Yeah.
But in actual sense, they were taking our coffees, adding it down the shelf, you know, with other many brands of the same packaging.
Yeah.
Then they put the foreign brands at the corner
Wow.
where there's maximum attention. And the foreign brands, of course, they are paying cash upfront. For us, first sell and then pay you. In the end, the coffee gets stale. Now, when a consumer comes to the supermarket, and I know many guys who don't take supermarket coffee, is that you go to the supermarket, you're buying coffee that has spent 3 months, 6 months. It is stale.
Yeah.
Because of the packaging and also the grocery managers have put them down in the Kayola.
Yeah.
So if you have to attain the boo-boo, if you have to boost coffee consumption and people support our brands, we need to do top-notch packaging, world-class packaging.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about what we presented at the World Coffee Expo. But to be sure no one is going to buy it or no one will even take it for free.
Yeah.
Because it is so cliche. This is packaging of 30 years ago.
Yeah.
But the good news is that there are few Ugandans who are aiming for excellence, looking for that, niche packaging, and they are getting markets in Europe and North America.
Yeah.
We can do the same. That's
Yeah.
how we're going to compete with, Brazil and Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting thing, because I've actually been to the supermarket, and exactly what you say, the Ugandan coffees are thrown somewhere down there. I have a friend who does her own coffee, and she complains about the same thing. By the time you get paid for your coffee, it's stale, and if I buy a stale coffee, I'm not going back to buy the same brand again. So basically, I'm on the losing side. Okay, and the foreigners are getting more and more out of us, and even that money that they're getting is not really repatriated back into the country.
It's not your
So
money.
it's not our money. So all of us are losing at the end of the day, and it's something that we need to really do to improve the coffee industry. I know one of your backgrounds is research in coffee, and we're talking earlier, and you said in coffee research, to come up with a type of coffee takes you 10 to 15 years. Okay, and to the normal person, they think, now how are we going to wait 10 to 15 years for you to come up with a different kind of coffee? Is there one that you have come up with? Is there one that you are currently working on? And if so, could you give us some more information about it?
Oh, that's a nice one. And to an ordinary person, they cannot imagine that the coffee they are growing, someone sat a decade and more to work on it.
Yeah.
Towards the late 90s and the early 2000s, there was coffee wilt disease. It's really ravaged and destroyed almost over 50% of the Robusta coffee.
Yeah.
Now, Narrow had to sit because, every problem in agriculture, the eyes are on Narrow. They had to sit and try to create solutions. And one of the solutions, coffee wilt disease is a very tricky one. I told you, you will spray and you won't control it.
Yeah.
So they had to come up with varieties that are resistant to the disease. And from that time, during the early 2000s and up to now, they have released 10 varieties. 10 coffee varieties that are resistant to wilt disease, that is KR1 to KR10.
Yeah.
Nowadays, KR10. But it's not that you sit and work on one. I'm not a coffee breeder, but I've worked with coffee breeders. It's not that they sit and work on one, release it. They, work in tandem.
Yeah.
Because these varieties, how much they are all coffee wilt resistant. They have different attributes.
Yeah.
And then they perform well, in different regions, different agronomic conditions, different
climates.
flavors.
Yeah.
Another thing is that after researchers have developed the variety, they have to take it to UCDA for scoring.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't help when you make a good coffee variety, high yielding, big, and it doesn't taste well.
Yeah.
So now that's how UCDA comes in. They have to assess the cup quality.
Yeah.
And it's a back and forth, years and years and years and years, and they say, now, this is good.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to spend 10 years on a loser product.
True.
You're wasting taxpayers' money, you're wasting your time. So the 10 varieties, in actual sense, it should be that Kera 7 is better than, Kera 10 is better than Kera 7. You know, theoretically, that's how it should be. But sometimes you find that Kera 10 has, Kera 7 has better attributes than Kera 10. The whole point is give farmers a wide range of choices to work with.
Yeah.
You know, always assess. And I actually recommend farmers, every farmer should be a researcher on their field. Use your own understanding, do your own assessment. Narrow may not reach anywhere, nuts may not reach everywhere, UCD may not reach everywhere, like you said.
Yeah.
But farmers have to be their own researchers. Like, compare, see, this one does well, this one doesn't do well, or this one is heavier, this one is lighter, this one matures faster.
Yeah.
But why did we go the cloning way? No, the breeders realized, okay, let me go back to the biology of coffee.
Okay.
Two coffee species, Robusta and Arabica. The difference, one of the differences that Arabica is self-pollinating. By the time an Arabica flower opens, it has, you know, pollinated itself, or to pollinate itself shortly. Robusta is cross-pollinating. Now, you remember in our basic biology and science, cross-pollination is moving anthers from here and pollen from here to the stigma of the other. So you are creating variability. Like man and woman, you create a child who has characteristics from both. Now, Robusta being cross-pollinating, the fruits are going to be different from either the parents.
Yeah.
But now you want to keep the disease-resistant top-notch. So you have to clone. So the nursery operators, the Narrow and UCD have mother gardens where they pick clones so that you have the same. If it is Kera 7, you're going to produce seedlings that are strictly Kera 7. Because even if, you know, Kera 7 is pollinated by another variety, you're going to create L8 seeds.
Yeah.
L8 seeds also work, but the resistance of L8 seeds to coffee wilt disease is not as high as a clone, because with clones, you have true to type.
Yeah.
Imagine they cloned you, Emma. You're going to have a kid who is going to be like you 100%.
Yeah, true.
Maybe you're resistant to COVID. Just think. So we shall clone you and make many Emmas. That's by the way. But if you married someone, or if you marry someone, you're going to have a kid who is looking like mom or like you, or having combined traits.
Yeah.
So the L8 seeds work, but their resistance is not as strong as if they were clones. Now, most farmers go for L8s.
Yeah.
Because L8s are cheaper. Just get this seeds, coffee seeds, plant them, they germinate, you sell. Clones, you have to have a mother garden. You have to be certified by UCD to operate a commercial nursery. You have to clone.
Yeah.
But the upside of it is that the cloned varieties are going to mature faster, and they have the resistance to the wilt disease, and they are true to type.
Yeah.
If you like Kera 7, you're going to have Kera 7. If it's 10, you're going to have Kera 10. Maybe you've gotten an importer or a client who likes Kera 7 or likes Kera 8.
Yeah.
So that means you're going to give them, you're controlling your quality. That's quality assurance. Done. That your coffee is going to taste the same today, next year, and the other year for 10 years.
Yeah. Interesting. I like how you say that, most farmers actually go and buy the Elite because they are cheap.
Yeah,
which is a Ugandan problem.
So we want to take shortcuts.
Yeah.
But in farming, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work in farming. We're coming towards the end of the show, and we have discussed a lot of things. But as we draw towards the end, okay, we were discussing earlier about how we have different players in this coffee chain, okay? And right now the focus is mainly on the baristas, okay? And on this show we have had a lot of baristas, and I believe that most of them actually, because a barista course is 1 month, 2 months, you know, if you want to 3 months at the most. And most of them don't have the kind of knowledge like you are talking about right now. Most of them don't know what happens in the farm apart from the theory they're given in class. Okay, so as we come to the end of the show, what word do you have for baristas out there? Because like we said earlier, you won't be a barista at 70. Okay, what can these baristas do to make themselves more relevant in the coffee chain and the coffee process, and also more relevant for their lives going ahead?
Okay. I usually meet baristas and I'll tell them you're going to be active for 10 years maximum. You know, if you stretch it, 20 years. But you can, you know, graduate yourself. First, you've learned barista, basic barista, you know, add more skills, but also advance to maybe quality control. Because if you do R or Q grading, then you can get a job in a private farm or a coffee exporting or a coffee processing farm. That's 1+. Another thing, if you're a barista who has a background in agriculture, you can work backwards, you know, switching back to your profession. It's going to be good if you applied for a job, let's say quality control, and you're a barista, you have studied R or Q, and you also know some coffee agronomy. Definitely they will take you. Also, you're going to be better than someone who has studied quality control but is not a barista, because you know every employee wants a bigger package of you at the same price. So the thing is, if you're a barista, you're 40 years, you've overstretched maybe 40, 45, at least learn Q or R. UCD has free, you know, these are free courses. I'm not speaking for UCD, but they are free. R and Q grading, they are free. You stand a chance to get a job in the coffee industry, in growing or processing farm. But another thing, we have some people we are with who have a background in agriculture or biotechnology. I know some who have switched back to research. And again, they stand a higher chance. Because if I applied for a job with the counterpart who is just an agriculture expert, but I'm also a barista expert, I know some basic of quality control, then I stand higher chances. And I'm going to get a job. I know guys who have done that. Done barista, then switched back to research. And they're doing amazing things. Because also the researchers don't know how good coffee is. They are preparing it, but then they don't know that you can make a mocha, latte, and you can make all these variations. It's also helping the research industry. When I was, you know, still in coffee research as an intern, our director by then banished instant coffee. And he was a new director. He was like, guys, we are a coffee research institute. Why are we taking instant coffee? Like, come on, guys. And not just instant coffee, imported instant coffee. Dude, you people should be taking the best coffee because you make it. You've earned it. Now, they have an espresso machine, they brew, they're enjoying. You see? But to bring that vibe, it takes someone who understands coffee beyond the bean to, you know, bring that vibe. Now they're happy people. They're like, man, I didn't know that my variety tastes this good. Because most probably the guy has made the variety and has not been drinking it. So that's the vibe. And I know guys who are changing, you know, the research world also. They are baristas. They have gone back to research. The baristas, but they have gone into, because even private companies want researchers. They want agronomists. The whole thing is, if you have gone into the coffee industry, you may not understand everything, but try to understand the basics of coffee from the seedling beyond the bean. Even the market metrics. Especially the market metrics. It's important to understand the market dynamics. The biggest thing in the market dynamics right now, Brazil was hit bad by hailstorms and frost. it's a plus to us.
It gives us an opportunity
it's an opportunity for us.
Slide in there somewhere.
The smart guy, when Brazil was hit by frost, should have bought more coffee.
Yeah.
Because actually there's a coffee crisis. It's
Yeah.
projected that 3 years from now there's going to be a coffee crisis.
Yeah.
If you can buy coffee, buy it as much as you can because it's going to be high.
Yeah.
Sorry for the Brazilians.
But kind of good for us.
Yeah.
Well, Owen, we've come to the end of the show, but I believe that, you know, all the knowledge that you have shared in just this little span of time has really helped someone out there. You know, someone, the barrister, the farmer, whoever is involved, and you brought to light a lot of things that a lot of people actually ignore, okay? And I believe that this show should actually have a part 2 because
we can take it to the farm. Actually, I like it more in the farm.
Yeah, we can actually take it to the farm, which would be better. But thank you for giving us your time. I hope that next time we'll be at the farm and we'll get to know more about coffee, you know, get to understand the different things that actually go into, you know, getting coffee from the tree all the way to the cup. For our viewers out there, if you're a barista, if you're a farmer, if you're a CEO and you own your own coffee shop, there's a lot of information about coffee that you need to know. And this show basically gives you all that information. We want to thank you for staying with us this whole time, and we'll have another guest next weekend, or Owen will be back, or we'll be at the farm, you know, you never know. Yeah, but thank you for being with us. This has been the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Till next time, get a good cup of coffee, and remember, Ugandan coffee is actually the best coffee out there. Have a blessed day.
Mir Hamid Ali. I am the business unit head at EMT Distribution. I'm here in Uganda as a part of EMT Roadshow 2022. EMT is a cybersecurity distributor which distributes cutting-edge technologies to help customers mitigate the cybersecurity threats across the globe. We are an international company with offices over 11 different countries with over 200 employees. So when I say value-added cybersecurity distributor, we are a focused distributor which offers cutting-edge technologies which helps customers in protecting or mitigating the never-ending cyber threats. So if you see today's world, it's everywhere, it's chaos that's happening because everything is online. So we are trying to go ahead and protect customers from the attacks that they cannot see. So that was the main purpose of me coming to this part of Africa and present them the technologies that we distribute. So because I feel that this is the right time, or this is the era where people are more welcoming for these kind of technologies. So today we represent solutions like OpsWord, Secure Envoy, and we have other technologies as well in our portfolio which could help customers in protecting them against the cyber threats. Why this part of the Africa is because I feel that this part of Africa, when you compare East Africa, is much more open to new technologies. You have financial hubs, you have government entities which are actually want to adopt new technologies. That's where we think that this is the right time where we could present them solutions which is great and which is going to help them in securing themselves. So particularly Uganda, because I have seen governments releasing mandates, for example from central banks, that they need to have certain security policies in place to run the operations smoothly so that their infrastructures are secure. So these kind of mandates, these kind of laws that's been released by the governments, which is helping the organizations to have these kind of policies in place. So that's one of the reasons that we came into East Africa, so that we could present them solutions, what we have in our portfolio. The guest that we had today was very interactive. That shows that the solution that we presented actually addresses the pain points that they're facing on a day-to-day basis, or they see that they might face in the future. So that was one of the key reasons that we thought that this OpsWord technology that we presented is helping the people across the globe. So why not here? So we tried to replicate and it worked. And I'm sure that's going to help the customers in a way where they would be protected with the new cyber threats. See, the future for cybersecurity is very bright because cybersecurity is evolving on an hourly basis. It's not daily, it's hourly basis. We have solutions which caters to almost every segment of a cybersecurity framework, starting from endpoint to securing critical infrastructure. For today, as we have limited time, so we couldn't focus on the whole portfolio, so we pick and choose two technologies which we thought that, this is the technologies which is going to help and the customers that we're trying to focus on. So moving forward, hopefully by next quarter, we would again come back with another two solutions where we present them to much more larger audience. And my name is Mir Hamid Ali. I am the business unit head at EMT Distribution. I'm here in Uganda as a part of EMT Roadshow 2022. EMT is a cybersecurity distributor which distributes cutting-edge technologies to help customers mitigate the cybersecurity threats across the globe. We are an international company with offices over 11 different countries with over 200 employees.
Pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include
Hello?
Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
And living free and free. Can you imagine a world full of peace, love and joy, where every boy, girl, woman and man live in harmony? That's what we need in this world. Where we sit down and sort at different sides. We don't need to fight no more. We don't have to lose another life at all. We can work it out. We can get it right this time. Can you imagine a world full of peace, love and joy, where every boy, girl, woman and man live in harmony? That's what we need in this world. Let's take some love. There is no need to fight. You and I. Let's get together now. And there will be a better place for you. Let us spread some love. Let us spread some love. Let us spread some love. There is no need to fight. Let's get together now. And there will be a better place for you. Loving one another. That's how it should be. That is how it should be. Let us spread love.
Let us spread love. Fly like a dove. Be free for a time. Remember this rhyme. We're here for all. Be on the cool. Do we need to scream? Let our death theme. Let us stand and shout. Cause that's what we're all about. Let there be hope and joy. So we don't destroy. We'll fly like a dove. If we spread love for the Lord God, who is above.
Let us spread some love. There's no need to fight. You and I are one. Let us get together now. And maybe a better place. Let us spread some love. Let us spread some love. There is no need to fight. You and I are one. Let us get together now. And there will be a better place for you and me.
My name is Faizo Kiwewa. I am the founder
and the Artistic Director of Bayimba. Welcome to this year's edition of Doa Doa 2021. As you're all aware, we skipped our 8th edition to the 9th. Don't blame us, running it for 3 months from May to July. Once a week, we'll host a speaker and one